Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganjikidd. I'm the super chuffer. I'm Scott. I'm a super chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. And welcome to today's show. Got quite a few in chat today. Got quite a few here. Quite a few new faces. So I'm really heartened to see you all. I'm just going to quickly check my sound to today's show. Yo, I can hear myself, which means you can hear me. It's a bit of a strange feel for me today because it's obviously a tragedy, isn't it? It's a tragedy. I'm wearing my appropriate clothing for broadcasting on this sort of theme. So let's give it a go. I will be honest as well, I'll be honest. My channel's blown up a little bit over the last couple of days and I'm a little bit nervous talking to so many people all at once, but I'm going to try and just imagine I'm talking to just a couple of you, just a small group that are interested, and we'll see if I can just maintain. So, first of all, I'd like to say a little intro. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a super chuffer. Super chuffer, it means I do a lot of talking. I'm not a true crime channel. I'm not a detective. And I don't pretend to know any better than any of you. Today we're going to talk, we're going to share ideas, and it's a bit of a call-in show. We've got this system where you can call in. The speak pipe, you can send me a message. So that's been going this week. And people have been sending me a few messages. So it's about everyone's voices, not just mine. We're going to share ideas, we're going to talk, and I hope you find it interesting. Maybe entertaining, slightly the wrong word for this sort of thing, but entertaining, you know. Hello in chat, hello, thanks for my emails. I've got 3 email addresses and I don't check them regularly, so I'll have to have a look for that after the show. You can all be super chuffers, yes, you certainly can. And hello Marie, hello everyone. I think it's really important to say this at the start. You know, we're going to get onto all the stuff. What we're going to do today is we're going to talk about the press conference, the eyewitness accounts. We're going to evaluate the find of the body, and we've got your messages, and we're going to reevaluate our ideas about what possibly has happened. We're going to talk about it all. But first of all, I'd like to talk a little bit about two big institutions, because this case has been investigated by 2 big institutions and a third group, I'll say. The first institution is the police. The second institution, you know, pillar of society, is the mainstream media. And the third institution, not an institution, just a group, is social media, which means the people. It means anybody out there with a phone, anybody out there with an idea, the people. So I want to talk about them briefly before we get going. We're going to evaluate this press conference that we've just had. I was going to evaluate the old press conference. I might leave that in the back burner until later if we need it. But first of all, the police. Criminal investigations versus missing persons, I believe, have different powers. I might be wrong, and you might be able to tell me in chat. Criminal investigations, you can seal off the crime scene, you can search people's houses, you can bring people in for questioning. Missing persons, you have to look around, poke things with sticks, hope that somebody turns up. I think they've got different powers, those 2 different kinds of investigation, and I think there are different pressures on both kinds of investigation as well. I think there will be different expectations of the police when it comes to a missing person and when it comes to a murder, and I think there'll be a different budget. The police, and especially the police that we're talking about currently, you know, this Lancashire part of the police force, because they're all different groups, aren't they, in a way. Hello, Boris Johnson's hairdresser. Hello, Boris Johnson. I love the chat here. You can ask questions. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's welcome. I don't, you know, even if we disagree, everyone's welcome. The only reason that anyone would ever get banned in chat is if the auto moderator banned you for saying something really out there. The auto moderator might do it on YouTube, or if someone's getting abusive, then they're gone. But other than that, we're fine. You know, everybody's happy to talk here. The police are underfunded. They're underfunded. I'm going to give them that. I'm going to say they haven't got as much money, as many resources, as many people. 10 years of, I'm not going to get political, but 10 years of cuts, they're underfunded. So I think it would help them massively if they could turn around and say, this was a suicide. Emma was a missing person and she committed suicide. That way, they haven't got any obligation. They're not to fault. They didn't slip up. You know, that way, it's a lot easier on the police. They're a big institution. They've been around for a long time. We rely on them. We trust them. We need to rely on and trust them. We need to know that they're honest and that they're transparent and that we can interact with them. You know, that's a big public institution. That's the main one. So I wonder what factors they hoped for in this case, and I wonder what factors public perception played, because only recently, and I didn't get this one prepared, but I will quickly do it, Lancashire Police violence to women, just if I type that, they're tackling a spike in violence against women, but wasn't there recently a policeman who got policeman convicted? Didn't somebody recently jail for Lancashire Police PC who targeted domestic abuse victims? So this man was he was sexting and doing that with the vulnerable victims. So this is the police that have investigated the Nicola Bulley case. This is them. So their public perception is quite important to them, I would imagine. It's a very dangerous and delicate time in the UK at the moment with the police and the way they're perceived by the public. If they are not able to be perceived honestly, if we aren't able to trust them and we lose trust in the police, the public in general, then that's a very dangerous place, because then we don't want to be policed by them. You understand? They police with our consent, so we need to be able to trust them. We need to be able to say that if we don't like them, you're out of a job, and I like the person that's in the job, they're doing a good job, that sort of thing. I think that's really important at the start. And they're obviously talking about the autopsy in chat there. I think they're going to be in charge of well, not directly, but a unit that's connected to the police. I don't know all the ins and outs, but they're going to be involved in that process. So I hope that they do a good job. And that brings us on to the second institution that I'd like to make a brief note about before we start, which is the mainstream media. They're relevant here because, of course, they work very closely with the police. In this piece we're about to watch right now, all of those microphones are a mainstream media source. You're not going to get many TikTokers getting to be allowed to put their microphone in that. You have a liaison that works with the police. The police liaise with these media companies, and they're big companies, and they've got money, and they're big, some of them big institutions that we've known all our lives, the ITV, the BBC. Again, we need to be able to trust them, don't we? We need to be able to rely on them, and we need to be able to verify they're doing their jobs properly and being honest and transparent. If not, we don't want them anymore, and their job becomes very difficult. There's another problem for the mainstream media right now. A huge problem for the mainstream media, which is they're losing out to social media. This case itself highlights so clearly the way that TikTok was able to, and I'm not on TikTok, I'm on YouTube, I'm not, I'm a YouTube generation, there's a TikTok generation now below me, they are fast to respond, they're on the scene, they're popular, and they're viewed by millions. So when the police are trying to do their job and there's people coming around doing journalism, that should be okay, shouldn't it? Like, we want that to happen. But for some reason, when it's independents and they're TikTokers, they're ahead of the game, they're doing it quicker than the police and the mainstream media, they're being shunned, they're being pushed away. I understand some people might not be following the same journalistic standards, but then I question some of the journalistic standards. For the mainstream media, this would usually be a feeding frenzy. They would usually be drip feeding us stories day by day. They might have one interview and they might take a little line from it, and every day you get a new line. There might be a development and it arrives in the paper the next day and it sells the next day's papers. And, when this trend graph starts to dip, it might be that something else comes out and brings it up. Just look at what happened with Madeleine McCann case. That's not stopped. Like, even today, yesterday, non-stories, nothing burgers. This man is not the person who did Madeleine McCann. That makes mainstream headline news. It's almost as if every time someone needs a distraction, it's almost as if when Boris Johnson was getting in trouble this last year, Madeleine McCann, Christian Bruckheimer came up all of a sudden. It's all, I'm just going to say that. I think we need to be able to trust them, but sadly for them, this would usually be their feeding frenzy. They would usually sell a lot of newspapers, draw a lot of attention to their mainstream. I don't. How did my interview go, Super? I don't know what interview I did. Sorry. Let me get my pre-prepared thoughts out, and then we'll switch to a free for all. So I think they've got the mainstream media have got a vested interest in trying to keep themselves relevant. They need to maintain control of the narrative, literally the narrative. They tell the story. They want it to be told in their way so that they know that next day's, you plan the next day's news. And so if someone's jumping the gun and doing a TikTok, what are you going to write in your paper? And it occurs to me that when Nicola's body was found, this is a brilliant example of it. Nicola's body was found, and then search expert Peter Folding makes his first statement as police discover body. I was like, oh, does he? Greater Manchester News, like a smaller newspaper, but still part of the mainstream. So I wondered what Peter Folding had said to the Manchester Greater News. And I scrolled down, and it turned out what Peter had done is he'd tweeted. He'd made a tweet. Our thoughts are with Nicola's family and friends at this difficult time. And I thought, how can you report a tweet in the mainstream news? It's a tweet. It's social media. You're reporting social media because you don't have anything. You're sat in an office, or you're down there by the riverbank if you are, and you haven't got anything in your notepad. You haven't got anything to say. You're not on the pulse. You're not sharp like the TikTokers and the social medias. You're not getting all the views and the numbers. Mainstream media gone by the wayside now. Even the big mainstream media, the Sun, the News of the World, the Daily Mail, these sort of people, they're not getting as many views on this case as social media. You add it all up, social media has got more views, to the point where they are reporting on social media. So it would occur to me that having lost control of the narrative, and without the ability to drip out stories as quick as the social media, the mainstream media have now got a reason to slander social media. They have an enemy in TikTok. And remember what I said at the start, I'm just a person on the internet like you. I'm just someone having a chat. All this information is out there. We are interested. I don't think we should be shouted down. I don't think we should be pushed down. And I don't think the police or the mainstream media should say, vile social media, you horrible social media, you vile people. Get away from our thing. Move away from my cake that I'm eating. Rah, 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 rah. I don't think that's acceptable. I just don't. I think it's totally acceptable for the public to have an interest. I think there should be some guidance, some guidelines. I think there are lines we can cross and shouldn't cross. Sometimes thinking things can appear crass. Too soon. I tweeted that we would be having this discussion today. Is it too soon? She's been dead for 3 weeks. Is it too soon? It's all a matter of perspective, that is. That's all a matter of your grayscale ethical slider. But at the same time, it seems fine for the mainstream media to do all the news stories, to be on the scene, to be in the park. They had a marquee, a little tent thing set up to cover up their camera when they're at that bench. They brought tents. It's okay for the mainstream media to do that, and they're just people with phones and cameras. They're not. You don't get a special certificate that says I'm a journalist, I've got good ethics. I'm a journalist, I'm a good chuffer. There's no special dispensation. They're supposed to do things to a higher standard, but I don't see them doing so. In fact, I see them just literally reporting the social media. So that's an important point to note. And finally, I'd like to just say about that what it means is that how would you discredit social media? If I wanted people to stop watching YouTube and start reading my newspaper, how would I make YouTube look bad? Well, the first thing I'd do is I would put up some videos about stupid, silly ideas, really out there conspiracies. Aliens did it. And then that's just a really out there. I know there have been other conspiracy theories, and I'm not going to name any particular ones, but there have been some others, and I'm not personally down with things like psyops and stuff like that. In fact, saying the words on YouTube gets you discounted and binned off, doesn't it? But I'm not really down with that, because I think it's too easy for the mainstream to sort of infect social media with a load of crappy ideas, and then they can point at them and say, look at your crappy ideas, Look at your crappy ideas. Oh, you got Dan Walker in chat there saying look at Dan Walker. We'll get to that. Because, we can get to it now. Dan Walker's been injured in a bicycle crash. When I saw that, do you know what the first thing in my mind was? I thought they're going to say this is a psyop. They're going to say this is Dan Walker's punishment. His, what's the thing they say? The Masons. The Masons have done it to him as like a punishment. I mean, personally, I can hear people are probably going to say that, but I also wonder whether someone has gone over and beat him up. Whether some chuffer has not been happy about the way he presented those interviews and beat him up. Or there's a third. I mean, we're just conspiracy about what happened to Dan here. Apparently, it's on CCTV. Probably, I don't know. Or it could be that someone's seen him on his bike and thought, "It's that chuffer." Just fucking wade into him. I don't know, but he's got a bad face. You're right. He's got a bad face. And I shouldn't be laughing at it. It's sad, isn't it? Poor Dan Walker. Poor Dan Walker. He's allowed to talk to the people, we're not. Anyway, That's my point about the mainstream media. So I hope you take that on board as a little, setup. Because I'm not mainstream media, I'm just a chuffer. And I wanted to make it clear. I think it's okay that social media do all this talking. I think it's okay we raise ideas. In fact, it's more than okay. I think it's important, really important. And you'll see through what we talk about today, hopefully, some really important things will come up. So first of all, let's go with the mainstream media. As we said, I've had a press conference. Nicola's body's been found, so we'll look at where she's been found. We will look at this press conference, eyewitness accounts, evaluate the find of the body, and then we've got your messages. And we've got a few messages. I didn't specify whether you're allowed to leave just one or several, so I've got quite a few from one person, but that's fine. That's fine. All different ideas. And what I really like today is hopefully we've got lots of different voices. So you're okay in chat. I'll try and keep up with you. I'll try and keep up with you. And different voices. Actually, I should be having super chats on, shouldn't I? I didn't set up super chats today. You can still tip me on coffee.com/Ganji. But thankfully, thanks to all your support, I've recently hit monetization. So by the next episode, we might have super chats and stuff like that. Probably not today. I'm not big on trying to grift people for money here. I'm not going to twist Nicola's thing into a big financial boon. And a lot of people have been accused of using their social media to try and make money over this, and it's crass. I am not even monetized before we did this, so you can't accuse me of that. But I'm lucky that we now are. But I'm not putting on super chats today because I thought it might be a little bit excessive for me to be like, oh, I could super chat you, and all that. But next week, we're doing this today. Steve, my co-host, is usually here today. Quick word on Steve, my co-host, just quickly, because then we'll get into it, is that this channel, the Super Chuffer channel, we have lives that we do, and we do a podcast called Thus. I have a forensic psychologist come on. I pay him. He's my co-host, and he helps us to make this podcast called Thus. So Steve's sick today. He's got COVID, but hopefully next week he'll be back on. One of his specializations is narcissism. He did a whole big thing about it in his degree, narcissism. So we're going to do an episode on narcissism. Our next one back, hopefully on Monday, this time next week, will be narcissism, with a forensic psychologist to help us go through that. So a little bit of shilling for myself there, but look out for us in the future. Okay. Your chat is going quite quick, and I'm trying to keep up with it. I'm really glad you're talking to each other in chat and you're keeping it rolling. So keep going, keep going. If you've got anything really important that I'm missing, I'll try and keep up. Hello, Soiler. Right, so let's hear this press conference today. Let's keep up to date
about this. But in terms of plans, obviously looking to start in about 5 minutes' time. Assistant Chief Constable Peter Lawson, he will come out and he will read a statement from the...
First thing I'd like to note, and I don't know if anyone watched this earlier, is you can hear the background sound. There's all people talking, and at some points they were laughing. They were actually laughing. They laugh after the press conference as well. It's absolutely despicable. I don't know what they found funny. I don't know what they found funny. In fact, this is the mainstream media for you, so I can't say much on that, but I don't know if you heard them laughing. Absolutely despicable. Come on, let's get to this bit where they come out. Here they come. I'll tell you something as well. You can see how underprepared this particular police service is for this size of media response, because they don't even have a media room. They're doing it out the front. Just come out and stand at the front and have a chat. They don't have the scale of the resource, do they really, that you expect with these sort of things. Press conferences is usually done indoors. They did have one the other day, but today, fast-paced, quick to respond. Let's just do it out the front of the station. I just want to pause there. I saw you in chat about numerology. I'll say personally, I don't really believe in that sort of stuff. Because, she might have caught the number 47 bus, or, there's all sorts of numbers. What happens with coincidences, though, I'll give you a quick one on this, is they say that bench had 23 written on it, and we're all like, oh, the bench has 23 written on it. If it had something else written on it, it'd be ignored, because it wouldn't be a coincidence, so you wouldn't spot it, you wouldn't notice it. You notice coincidences because we're human and we look and we see patterns. I don't know if anyone's ever gone and pressed the button when you cross the road green man, press the button for the green man, and you're like, this is taking a while, and then you hammer the button, bang, 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 and then it changes, and you think, God, I did that. It was just a coincidence. So the next time you go and you bang it really fast and you think, is it going to work? Is it going to work? And then it goes, it's going to go because you're pressing the button. So you think, did I do that? Or coincidence. It might not be that you're banging the button at a special rate makes the green man come on, but it might be that you believe it does. So these things happen. They're human things that we think about. We do look for these patterns. And I personally find it difficult to assume that because a bench had a particular number on it, I should go too far down a rabbit hole in that fashion. But I understand these ideas are bubbling around. I mentioned them earlier. I'll be straight with you about what I think. I don't really go into that sort of stuff too deep. I think it would be... I'll tell you one other problem with it is that all it would take is one person to come out. You know, let's say Dan here has been beaten up by the Masons and he's decided, fuck this, I don't like this. All he'd have to do is say on telly, the Masons did it. We've never heard anyone say that. No one's ever really come out and grassed anyone up in those front. And there's too many people involved, isn't there? Someone's got to say something. I don't know. So I'm not down with that too much, but I'm happy for you to have your own ideas. That's fine. So here they are.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sadly, we are now able to confirm that yesterday we recovered Nicola Bulley from the River Wyre.
I don't know how they're able to confirm it. I would be interested to know if it was because of clothing or because of DNA evidence or because, how are they confirming this? I'd like to know that, but, I do have an email. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be checking it while we're broadcasting now. Towards the end of the episode, I'll link my Discord again and you'll be able to get on the Discord and share things in that. But right now, I'm just going to push on. Sorry. Admin stuff like that and stuff. We'll get to it a bit later in the episode.
Nicola's family have been informed and are, of course, devastated. Our thoughts are with them at this time, as well as with all her loved ones and the wider community. We recognise the huge impact that Nicola's disappearance has had on her family and friends, but also on the people of St Michael's.
And this is nice, it's compassionate, but you're the police. So what I really want to hear from you is what you're doing about the potential for a crime to have been committed, whether you've sealed off the area, whether you're investigating this as a crime. They're the sort of things I'd be looking to hear from you, your police response. It's nice that you're compassionate.
We would like to thank all of those who have helped during what has been a hugely complex and highly emotional investigation. Today's development is not the outcome any of us would have wanted.
It's interesting you said a hugely complex and highly emotional investigation. I don't know about how complex it is. You got everyone out looking by the river. Was that complex? Did you do a lot more investigation behind the scenes for a missing person? Am I to assume that you had a long and complex investigation? Will we be party to that? Will you be releasing the documents from your investigation? Will that be open to the public in any way? Or will it have to all stay behind closed doors? What were the features of your long and complex investigation? Or was it a search? I thought it was a search, because I thought it was a missing persons. I might be confused.
But we hope that at least it can begin to provide some answers for Nicola's loved ones. They remain foremost in our thoughts. The case is now being handled by His Majesty's Coroner.
The case is now being handled by the coroner, so I believe that's a separate institution that would then refer back to the police and say, this is a crime, you need to investigate it, or there's no foul play from what I can see. Maybe they don't. I would like to check that, so I'm just going to have to. How does HMS Coroner differ from the police? How does it differ? They're independent judicial officers. They investigate deaths reported to them. So it's independent from the police. So what they're saying there is, it's not my fault. I can't make a decision. We've handed it over to someone else.
The family have asked that we read a statement on their behalf. I'll now hand over to Detective Chief Superintendent Pauline Stables to do that.
Okay, Detective Chief Superintendent is going to be reading the family statement. So interesting to me is that they brought out somebody who's quite high up, Detective Superintendent, Chief Superintendent, but she's going to be reading a statement from the family. It seems like something a media person, like a police liaison, might do. rather than Detective Chief Superintendent. It gives us the feeling that Detective Chief Superintendent was involved in some way, but I would rather she be doing some detectoring than reading news from the family, but okay.
Nicola's family have asked that we release the following statement on their behalf as follows.
The following statement on their behalf as follows. Now, I don't want to be too mean about this, but what it says to me is a lack of mental agility. Either that's written on your piece of paper and you've read it out and it's like, why have you written follows twice? The family have asked me that we read the following statement as follows. It's like this deliberately formal language. Just say what you mean, love. Just tell us the truth. Don't try and dress it up in strange language, like because you tripped over yourself there and got it wrong.
That we release the following statement on their behalf as follows.
But yeah.
Our family liaison officers have had to confirm our worst fears today. We will never be able to comprehend what Nikki had gone through in her last moments.
We're going to try and think about that today. They're never going to be able to comprehend it. I wonder if this statement from the family, I wonder who it's written by, I wonder whether it's overseen by somebody, I wonder whether it's Paul or the parents, or, it's from the family. But they're saying that they're never going to be able to comprehend what happened to Nikki, which is interesting because it leaves open the idea that they are not certain. They're not, if I was to give a statement to the police about Nicola, I'd suppose if I was the family, I'd say, this is horrific. We are clearly traumatised by this. We want answers, would probably be my question. We want answers. That's what I'd say. I'd want them to read it out there as well. So they've said it, the police, the family are desperate for the police to find them some answers. So that you're on the spotlight saying it, that's what I'd probably do. But.
And that will never leave us. We will never forget Nikki. How could we? She was the centre of our world. She was the one who made our lives so special, and nothing will cast a shadow over that. Our girls will get the support they need from the people who love them the most.
Our girls. It's a strange use of language. You mean her children?
And it saddens us to think that one day we will have to explain to them that the press and members of the public accuse their dad of wrongdoing.
Whoa. Okay, so what you're coming out to read now is a pointed, barbed statement to give shit to the press and give shit to the people that accuse Paul. I was on the internet saying Paul seemed like a wrong 'un. I didn't do the interview with Paul. I'm not Paul. I didn't go on the telly and look like a wrong 'un. Yeah? I certainly haven't bashed my partner's head in and dumped her in the river. Okay? But we're the bastards. Somebody has either murdered Nikki or her life has got so overwhelming and her depression and menopausal state has become so overwhelming she's killed herself. There is a possibility for accident. But with all of those cases, I didn't do any of that. I'm not to fault. I'm certainly not to blame. The press are notorious. We've had years and years of it. Think about what happened when Diana died, how tastefully they handled that. The press, that is the press. That's what they do. They're worse than social media. They're disgusting, they're depraved, they're gutter swilling. They're the press. But to point this message out at everyone and say, you fuckers, now those kids have got to hear that their dad might have been a bastard. Someone said their dad might have been a bastard. You bastards. What it is emotional language, and it's accusatory language, and ultimately we want to know what happened to Nicola. We want the same thing as the family. And this statement from the police, as this is the one from the family now, we've heard from the police, they shut the fuck up quite quick, but this statement is not helping us to find out what happened to Nicola. What it's doing is it's creating an emotional response from the audience that you should feel angry at people talking about it on social media. It's interesting, that.
Misquoted and vilified friends and family.
Apparently we misquoted and vilified their friends and family. I personally haven't misquoted anyone because I've just had their friend Emma on the show as a video. She's been videoed and I've listened to what she said. I've not misquoted anyone. I've been very careful to stick exactly to their words, but I can't speak for everyone. I mean...
This is absolutely appalling. They have to be held accountable.
I understand that you're angry and that you want someone held accountable. But I don't think social media, and to be fair, the mainstream press, I don't think you can hold them accountable either, because I don't think they killed Nikki.
This cannot happen to another family.
This cannot happen to another family. Well, we need to know what happened then, don't we? We need answers.
We tried last night to take in what we had been told in the day, only to have Sky News and ITV making contact with us directly when we expressly asked for privacy.
Oh, how on earth? I mean, how did they get your number? Oh, wait, you did an interview with them. I mean, I feel for the family here. Listen, I feel for the children most. It's an whatever happened, we know it's a tragedy. Nicola is dead. I'm wearing my black. I respect these sort of things. But I respect her to the point where I want to find out the answers. I think she deserves that. So, I mean, I'm not defending Sky News here. If they've told them, please don't talk to us, that's one thing. But if you've gone on the television and done an interview with a major news company and then Nicola has been discovered, they're going to want you to talk to them. That's their job. They've got your number because you gave it them. So I think either you need a family liaison with the press, you don't answer these phone calls at all, you let someone else deal with it, or you have to accept live by the sword, bad expression, but live by the sword, die by the sword, dance with the devil, and this is the result. I mean, you did need to get that major mainstream story out, but it was interesting that we had the family interview with Sky News was one thing, but then the special on Channel 5 and all this, that was quite another, wasn't it? We had this almost controlled media, like they wanted to use the media. So I feel like I'm being harsh to the family here, and I feel like they do deserve their privacy at this time. Absolutely they do. We are reading out a message from the family on the mainstream media now. So I don't know how much privacy I can give them right now because I'm talking about them, because they've sent a message into the mainstream. They've sent it to the police to read out on the telly. So I guess I have to deal with that. It's hard. It's like double standards in a way. They want to be heard. They want their voice to be heard. They want to be on the interviews. Now it's time to stop talking to them. Don't please look at me. Don't look at me anymore. I find that very difficult, but I also want to be very compassionate to the family. The family being, when I want to be compassionate to the family, I mean her dad, her mom, and her daughters. That's what I mean.
They again have taken it upon themselves to run stories about us, to sell papers and increase their own profits. It is shameful they have acted in this way.
Well, why the fuck did you get them into your house to do an interview with you then? That's what they do. That's who they are.
Leave us alone now. Do the press.
Interestingly, leave us alone. Like, this is fine. This is fine if you're Nikki's dad. Give him some peace. Let him grieve. It's not fine if you're Nicola's partner, still under some suspicion of wrongdoing. Agree or disagree in chat? Should Paul be left alone now because Nicola's body has been found? Is he in some way now exonerated by you, by us, by everyone? Or should people maybe be stepping up the pressure, looking for actual evidences? Do we have to wait for the coroner? And is the coroner going to side with the police? And then that's it then. They've said it was suicide, job done, put it in the bin. The coroner said it, the police are happy, we're all happy. I find it very, very hard to deal with this attitude from this statement.
And other media channels and so-called professionals not know when to stop.
I mean, the professionals will not stop. I hope you understand that. It's just on social media. Like me today, I've got a heart, being compassionate, taking it carefully. Didn't do an episode yesterday when this news came out all of a sudden. I'm not there taking the photos, writing the stories, copying people's tweets into news stories to try and sell my papers.
These are our lives and our children's lives. To those...
This was Nicola's life.
...who genuinely helped and supported us privately, we thank you. The community support in St Michael's, friends, neighbours and strangers has been nothing short of comforting and heartwarming.
That's who we are. So I guess you're angry with the mainstream press then, because we're the strangers that are just the community.
Friends, you know who you are, thank you.
I really would be interested to know who had written this statement, whether it was Paul or whether it was her father or whether it was a combination of the two.
Hearts truly break for others who have missing loved ones. Keep that hope alive. Finally, Nikki.
Finally. And finally, Nikki. The main subject of this investigation, the person that we most want to give, it's a hard time, give respect to, eulogise, remember, but also give her the respect and the credit and she deserves for the story to be told of the truth of what happened to her.
You are no longer a missing person. You have been found.
You are no longer a missing person. You have been found. Hooray. So the police can just stand down then. Missing person was used there. He's not a victim of anything, not a murder victim, missing person.
We can let you rest now.
We can let you rest.
We love you. Always have and always will. We will take it from here.
We will take it from here means fuck off everyone else. We've got this now. You don't have to talk to us anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and now you're going to tell me about the further investigation, whether people are suspects, these sort of things, Oh no, you're going to just go back inside. What? What? No questions. I know you hear that laughter. Hear that laughter? Somebody in the mainstream media finds that a jovial entertainment. So Paul's exonerated then. No criminal investigation will be taking place. Like when you found the body, of course, you sealed off that area, said it was a crime scene because someone could have been there and dumped that body. So you made sure to seal off that area and treat it as a crime scene. You're getting all the CCTV from all the cars that have passed those roads in the last day and a half, like all that stuff. Or is this over now from the police perspective?
Another family. We tried last night to take in wanted and vilified friends. Our girls will get the support they need from the people who love them the most. And it saddens us to think that one day we will have to explain to them that the press and members of the public accuse their dad of wrongdoing, misquoted and vilified friends and family.
That's the one thing I really want to put out. This is the family statement, not the police's, of course, but it's being read by the chief detective of the police, whatever she was. I mean, come on. Like, one day we'll have to explain to our daughters that people wrongly accused Paul of wrongdoing. Will we? He's clear then. Paul is cleared. We found her body in the river, and that's cleared Paul in some way. Paul has been exonerated. This is a statement from the family. If Paul wrote it, then obviously, yeah. But if it's from the rest of the family, they are now saying that Paul is exonerated. We've never seen any evidence as public people. We've never seen any evidence to exonerate Paul. In fact, this lack of cohesive evidence makes us question things in lots of different ways. We have questioned them on our different episodes. I'm going to then question them later, today when we look at the different opportunities and possibilities of what has happened. But it seems strange to me that in this statement by the police today, on the day that she's found, or the day after she's found, sorry, that Paul is now, you're saying that you're going to have to explain to his children why we falsely accused him. The mainstream media, the social media, we falsely accused him. You're not going to have to explain to his children why the police investigated him for the potential murder of his, because they haven't, what? It's us. It's the vilified. He's not a villain. The police aren't investigating him as a villain. The family aren't having him as a villain. It's just us. It's just us. I was ripping Paul apart. That statement was rightfully aimed at me. I'm crying out for a say and ability to comment. The family statement is just doing exactly the same as you. Kind of. I mean, I'm on the internet, yeah, and the family have done a interview with a mainstream media source. I just want to make sure I don't lose that one, because that's an interesting comment. They've done an interview with the mainstream media. Like, I can't get on Sky News and say my bit, can I? So they've already had a big opportunity. Paul's had 2 opportunities. He's done the mainstream media interviews at Barney's by the River, and he's also done that one with Dan Walker, that contrived hour-long special. So he's had quite a lot of opportunity. The family have had quite a lot of opportunity to have their say and comment. And then the rest of us, like, we use social media to talk about stuff. These days, I can make a video about absolutely anything and post it on YouTube. And as long as it doesn't really go against terms of service, you know, as long as I'm not doing anything awful, that's what we should be doing. Like, that's fine. You're not going to stop people talking, and I think it's important that we do. That statement was rightfully aimed at me. I don't know if it's aimed at me specific, because I don't know if they've watched my videos. You know, I'm quite, like, small time in the big old world. You know, I have a few thousand people watching us. It's not like I'm the mainstream. I'm not Sky News, but I'm crying out for a say and ability to comment. I've got my say and my ability to comment. I'm also wanting to give everyone else a say, and later on we will. The family statement's doing exactly the same as me. It's not doing the exact same, because the difference is they've made a contrived statement and convinced one of the heads of the police to read it. So, but yeah, I also, as well, I'm not saying Paul is guilty. I'm saying that my best theory is that he probably might be, and we should really investigate that thoroughly, because otherwise he might get away with it if he was guilty. Today I'm going to investigate other opportunities. We're going to talk about suicide as well. So, you know, we're going to talk about different things. And also, I'll tell you what, I'm open to being wrong. I'm just a chuffer on the internet, you know. I'm just a person talking about stuff on the internet. So if I'm wrong, oh no, my reputation goes into it. Well, I'm not, you know, I don't have to go to court tomorrow and justify why I'm right. It's just some chuffer on the internet, and it turns out a lot of people resonate with what I'm saying, so, like, that seems okay. Search the house now, says Invisible Ray. So it should have been searched on the first week that she went missing, I thought, but yeah. So we've had a look at that first interview here, and the things I'm not happy with are the fact that Paul is exonerated, the fact that they have told us to back off, and that Paul is a good chuffer, with no evidence, no backing. It's the family statement. The police then don't even question that. It's read by the police, but they just walk off. They give us no insight into... What I was expecting them to say is details... They're going to say she's gone to autopsy, so we'll just wait for that. That's what they've said. But what about the investigation? What about, we want people to come forward if you saw anything on these times? Has anyone seen anything on this road? We're still treating this as an open investigation. So we still need to gather evidence. We haven't heard any of that. They've just come out and they've just done their little bit and gone inside. So I found that very difficult. I feel like they're under pressure here to make a statement as well. And they're having to react. And I don't think they're very good at that. And that's what we got from that. I'm next on Paul's list. First Nicola, then Dan Walker and me. Yeah. You know, if you ever see Paul walking around with an axe in his head, you'll know that he came around my house in the middle of the night. We'll have to talk about that. Oh, if you ever see me, like, it's stupid. They don't have to do that to me. They don't have to beat me up. They can just pay me off. I'll take 10 grand and just delete the videos. I don't care. I'll chuff about something else. Give me money. Don't beat me up. If you beat me up, I will never stop. I'll make videos about why you beat me up. So, you know, don't disappear me either. It's not worth your time. It's not shilling, is it? But I don't mind selling out if you want. I'll sell these videos to a mainstream broadcaster and they can delete them. Fuck it. You know, I could do with a bit of stability on my income. I'm not like these chuffers with, like, you know, their big houses and all that going on. Am I scared of Paul? No, I'm not scared of Paul. Being wrong for falsely accusing someone is better than being wrong for not accusing a villain. Yeah, I think, and again, not falsely accusing, but necessarily being legitimately concerned and wanting to investigate these options. You know, raising flags. Raising flags isn't saying, I think he's guilty, let's go down and burn his house. Raising flags is saying, police, have you investigated this? Have you talked to them about this? Have you confirmed why he changed into his gym clothes? You know, all that stuff. Picking holes. And then I'm putting it out there in the wide world. Just doing what I can do. If the police want to take that up, hopefully they could find something out about it. So the next thing we're going to move on to will be, we want to evaluate the find of the body, and we want to talk about what could have happened to Nicola, and we want to get onto your messages. So first of all, I want to make a note on eyewitness accounts. This probably isn't as pertinent right now, but this eyewitness account was, people wanted me to do the body language on it. They wanted me to give a bit of a breakdown on it. So I'll have a quick look at it, and then I want to say something about eyewitnesses, because we've got to the point here where we are assuming that this is now 100% confirmed still that Nicola walked around this walk. I was still uncertain about this, and people did question, like, oh, but the main, you know, in the other episode I said it could be that Nicola didn't even go on this walk, and then people said, but she was seen there. So I just want to have a note on that before, like, we go further than that. Also, I want to note that in this little video, that dog's doing a poo. Is anyone picking up the dog poo? That little dog there is doing a poo. Anyway.
Sure.
Good to see you.
You live here?
Well, it has been like that. So you actually, you saw the phone, is that right? Yeah. You saw the phone that Friday morning.
The dog's pooped and run.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was...
You poop and run. I'm not having it. I'm not a poop and run. I should have a poo bag right around here somewhere. Like, I'm never too far from a poo bag. Do you know what I mean? I've always got a poo bag in my other pocket in case I need a shit. No, I haven't got one in my pockets right now. I normally, you know, in my walking coat, I've always got poo bags for my dog in case I need a shit.
Around, was it after half?
Oh yeah, the two strange men have disappeared, haven't they? Yeah, the two strange men have suddenly disappeared. Yeah.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Tippies have come in.
And then whoosh.
Thank you very much, Diana, for tippies. I will shout those out as they come in. We will be able to do super chats in the future, but for now we're using this system. And to be honest, this system is a little better because I get all the money from this. Basically, I only lose 10%. If you do the super chats, YouTube take a big chunk, don't they? So, but thank you very much for buying me a coffee here, Diana. I really appreciate it. My observation on the mainstream media is so spot on, they're despicable. Yeah, I find it like a very strange double standard with the mainstream media, that we should be held to we're vile, disgusting social media, but they're lovely, wonderful mainstream media, aren't they? It seems a real weird double standard. Yeah.
I gave a full statement to the police with the exact...
Wasn't I putting forward she might have been abducted? I said she'd be found in the river within a week, 3 or 4 days after that. Yeah, I think... I'm not sure, I'm not sure. I thought that she might not have ever left the house. And that, usually these crimes I'll quickly say, usually these crimes take place in the house. A lot of people have got a lot of ideas, right? And they're going on all these stories and they've seen the dog in the park and maybe this, maybe that. If you go right back to it, when did you last see Nicola Bulley? You've never seen her. You don't know anything about it. So when did anyone last see her? On some CCTV? Some bloke saw her in the park? Like, okay, maybe. But when a woman goes missing, the most likely possibility in this sort of case is that, how do I say this? I don't know the exact statistics, and I want to get an expert on to confirm this with me at a different time, but what I want to say is basically that women are killed in the home by their partners. Like, that happens a lot. There's a rising increase in violence against women, and it's not just randomers. It's people suffering domestic abuse. It's people suffering, women are killed in the home by their partners. And so if that's not the first, like if you had a pie chart, I could do it on PC Paint, couldn't I? Can you get PC Paint online? Can you do it online? Yeah, look. If I do a pie chart for you, this is going to be good. Yeah? There's my pie chart. Someone goes missing and they're a woman, like, maybe a great big chunk of the time they turn up. Turn up. Maybe there are more suicides than there are murders, but one of these slices on the pie chart, and a pretty chuffing big one, is they got murdered by their own partner. Like, it happens a lot. Quite a lot more than, do you know what I mean? So you've got to be looking at that piece on the pie chart and being like, have we investigated that fully? It's not like a little slither on the pie chart, it's quite a big one. I don't know what the full pie chart would look like, but... so yeah, I think it was strange that they didn't, go heavy on that straight away. Now, if you're a police person, you're doing your job properly, you just go right in there, don't you? Let's get in his house, let's get in his attic, turn out his car, give me the DNA. Do you know what I mean? Paul seems sus. That's your job.
Because...
justice means the truth, says Techley. I think that's a really good point as well. I like that. I don't care what the truth is, I'll accept it. I have no iron in this fire. If I turn out to be wrong, I would rather be on the internet saying I'm wrong than pretending I got it right all the time and twisting all the evidence to fit my narrative, which is why we're going to do a bit of a talk on suicide in a minute, and it's going to be important, but yeah, bit by bit.
My wife's telephone call had of the time on it, so... Yeah. But I've given a full statement to the police.
Was it just on the bench, or...?
Pardon?
Was it just on the bench?
The phone?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's the last 3 weeks been?
each day something new comes out,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I can't get any sort of body language on this guy because he's turning away from me. He's I don't have any baseline on him, which was unfair of my thing with Paul. I didn't have any baseline with Paul, but he's on a walk. He's got all his clothes on right up to here, and he's looking away, and he's answering. What he really wants to do, what I'm feeling from him, is he doesn't really want to be here answering these questions. Not because he's anxious and guilty as such, but because he can't be arsed with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
He finds it sad as well. He finds it sad.
In terms of, you know, when you saw Phone, Lead and Willow, who you knew who Nicola was.
no, I didn't.
Oh, you
No, he didn't. He didn't know who Nicola was.
knew the Willow, that was it, wasn't it? You knew
I
Willow.
knew I'd seen both the owners of Willow
Yeah.
walking this dog in the past, but
Yeah.
whilst I knew them by face, like I know your face, I didn't know the name.
Yeah, yeah. But I remember you actually telling me when you saw the Phone, the Lead and Willow, you were like, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on it because something doesn't feel right.
I thought somebody had gone to the
Don't put words in his mouth, you chuffer.
toilet in the...
I thought someone had gone to the toilet in the bushes, he says. So that's not what he felt. He didn't feel something wasn't right. And he thought someone's gone to the toilet in the bushes. And I know Willow, but I don't really know the owners.
you know, that would have been my first... I got to about this red brick building here, and I...
But you know what? If I wanted to, I could red flag this guy. You know, I could say he's stuttering. He's, you know, a bit nervous here. He did gesture towards these bushes. He's given us an indicator of somewhere we might want to search. You know, he's possibly able to be flagged. But again, I'd find this is such a small little bit. It's hard to do. And I'd find other aspects. Unlike Paul, I find other aspects of it easy to explain. Like he wants to get on with his dog walk. He doesn't really want to be in the spotlight. He doesn't know these people that well. He finds it uncomfortable. It's all a bit sad. You know, those feelings seem to ring true with this guy as well.
This is not right. And
The stuttering as well. I don't know if he always stutters or if he's finding this particularly difficult. But if you've been accosted on a dog walk and suddenly you're on the mainstream news, you might stutter as well. Whereas not stuttering and being really calm and like with Paul with his, you know, Botox brow, that seems even more strange in a way. It's kind of instinctive sometimes, this stuff. Kind of instinctive. Like I think someone left me a really good comment on one of the videos that we've done recently, on one of the lives we've done, and this comment was along the lines of you have to trust your instincts, and the reason you do, they teach it in the military because your brain works very quickly and is able to process a lot of information, but sometimes things happen so quickly you don't have time to say, this seems weird, it's a bit sus, maybe you should go over here and do this. Sometimes your brain just gives you a feeling, stay away from this person. You know, and you trust your instinct because all that complicated computation has gone on subconsciously. Whereas with this person, I don't get that same vibe.
But then there was a conversation, but my wife was trying to ring me, I was trying to ring her. Penny had rung my wife to say that she'd fasten
He seems to know Penny.
the dog up that was...
And Penny was the lady who actually spotted Willow initially.
Yeah.
I'd really like to see Penny on camera doing an interview, but we're probably not going to get that.
And saw the phone but didn't know what was going on with the
That's
phone.
right, yes, yes.
Yeah. And then
The way he trails off there, that's right, yes. It's sadness in his voice. It's not anxiety that he's going to be caught, they're going to find it, and he's going to be under the cosh. It's sadness in his voice.
after that, you know, what happened?
Well,
what were the next steps?
I can't see his face, he's got his back to us.
It was just a progression
Like if you're an interviewer, you might want to turn him to face the camera.
of things happening. You know, we found out because of the wallpaper on the phone. We found out who the couple were. Then the school was contacted, and Paul arrived.
Yeah. Well, look, we'll let you carry on with your walk.
And Paul arrived. He didn't have much time for Paul. Paul arrived, gave him a bit of a nasty taste in his mouth.
Look, I know you do this every morning. Yes. Nicola did this almost.
I know you do this every morning from the interviewer, so he obviously knows this guy's routine.
Every morning as well.
Probably, yeah.
We're retracing those steps.
Yeah, probably, yeah, he says. He doesn't know Nicola does this every morning because he doesn't see Nicola here every morning. He's not a big friend of Nicola and doesn't know her that well.
This time 3 weeks ago. Yeah. So, an important
I know.
juncture. Thank you very much. Take care.
There he goes. I wonder if he picked up the dog poo.
Morning, sir.
So, that's interesting. I don't think I'm going to take a lot out of that, but I've covered it because it's been requested. I don't find him disingenuous. I'll say I don't get a bad feeling about that. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Discussed, but there's one other aspect of eyewitness accounts I want to bring up. So I'm going to bring this up now. And God help me, I've got loads of windows open. You should see my computer. I've got more windows than Buckingham Palace, which is a joke I say every single time I stream. Right, this is 6 eyewitnesses misidentified a murderer. Here's what went wrong in the lineup. On the strength of 6 eyewitness lineup identifications, Liddell Grant was sentenced to life in prison in 2012 for the murder of a young Texan man who was stabbed to death outside of a nightclub. All those 6 eyewitnesses were wrong. He was later exonerated with DNA evidence. Okay, it's a different setup. You know, you're outside a nightclub, someone's been stabbed, but 6 people, they knew for sure who the man was. They were all wrong. They're eyewitnesses. This is the 10 worst failures of eyewitness testimony, part 1. Eyewitness testimony, it turns out, is considered by juries to be a reliable form of evidence, but increasingly it's been found is not the case. And the New York Innocence Project works to overturn cases of wrongful conviction, and it turns out that eyewitness misidentification plays a role in 75% of wrongful convictions overturned through DNA testing. And there's a list here. They're horrible crimes. I am not going to read through these horrible crimes and drag us down any further. But they are horrible crimes, you know, murders and things like that. And some of them, though, the horrible crimes where people survive, you know, where they're assaulted or attacked in some way and survive. And those people even misidentify their attackers. You know, after spending very close quarters with them, they still misidentify their attackers. So this one was executed by electric chair, never exonerated. But it turns out that through later DNA testing and evidence, we can prove the eyewitnesses are not accurate. So my question, and it's not a major thing, you know, I'm not discrediting everyone here, but my question here, I guess, my question is, if you or your loved one was missing, and this chuffer, as much as he's a nice chuffer, I'm not dissing this chuffer, yeah? Don't get me wrong, this chuffer's a nice chuffer, don't go around his house and give him any shit, he seems like a normal chuffer, alright? But you're asking this chuffer, did you see, like, I think about this a lot, because I've got a sister, so I worry about, you know, when I hear these stories, I think about what it'd be like if I was missing my sister and worrying about her. And I was going on this chuffer's word, and that was word is bond. You know, you saw her 100%. Is it 90% or 100%? Are you 99% or 100%? Are you 80%? Are you 50-50? You don't even know her. You just recognise her dog. You know the owners of the dog. Like, you don't really seem interested in having a news interview. You don't seem like you'd be interested in talking to her if you walk past her. You're not going to pick up your dog poo, even. You might have picked up the dog poo. But I don't know whether you in chat would choose to put your money on an eyewitness account. Like, knowing now in the modern world that they fail a lot. Like, imagine if you were going to prison for an eyewitness account and you hadn't done it, and you were like, this chuffer's saying I did it and they're wrong. This chuffer. There was another aspect, an example of it. I'm going to close those windows now because they're just evidences that it happens, but you know, it's not pertinent to this case. But in this case, someone left me a comment in the video we did when we did the red flagging, and we watched a video where we went down the path and walked the route that Nicola had apparently walked. Then we saw a person on that route, and I paused the camera a minute and I said, look, there's a person there walking, hello. And then we carried on. And later on I asked, do you remember what this person looks like? You know, maybe I could do that with this chuffer later, or maybe I should have done. But will you remember that chuffer now? What colour hat he's got on, what colour coat he's got on, what his face looks like, at what time you saw him? You know, are you going to remember that chuffer? I'm not 100% certain that eyewitness accounts they're not concrete evidence. You know, we talk about evidence, we need evidence that things happened. The CCTV we've already discussed is troubling because it looks like it could be Nikki, or it looks like it could be someone else. Lorna's put a fact in chat. If it's a fact, I don't know the statistics, but suicide's 37%, poisoning 3% drowning. I don't know. You know, I'm reading a chat message there, so don't take me on that as if it's facts. But I also get that feeling that it would be less likely for somebody to want to be in the river. On the other hand, if you are, we'll get into that. We'll discuss that. Maybe now's a good point to move on to that then. I want to talk suicide, I want to evaluate the find of the body, I want to talk about what could have happened, and then I want your messages, because we've got a few of them. So, we'll evaluate the find of the body next. Missing Nicola Bulley. So, we know from our... This is so difficult, this part, isn't it? evaluating the find of the body. We know from our previous investigation, shall we say, I don't want to say anything heavy like investigation, from us chuffing on the internet, that this is where she was last seen, or supposedly, I keep falling into that trap of taking Paul's word for it. This is where she was supposed to have been last seen. That's where her phone was found, on this bench here. And the river follows its natural course to the sea. Further up the river, this area here, I believe, is the weir, where it increases in flow. It like goes down a little hill, essentially, and it goes slower up this bit. It's slowy slow, nice little river. But then once you've gone down this weir, down over this little waterfall, it's a lot more free flowing, and that also means that it connects directly up to the sea. It takes a little while. Look, it takes a little while, but it opens out, and it opens out to the sea. So what you have in this river is a tidal effect. And that means that when the sea comes in, the tide comes in, the river almost backflows. I don't suppose it does backflow. I think it probably just seems to increase in... have I ever seen an attention test with a dancing gorilla? Yes, that's a very good one, Soiler. Actually, that's a very good one. In fact, I'd like to get that up and show people that actually now, because... But I think it's going to... I think now that I've mentioned what it is, it will spoil it. But let's just see if we can get it up. Selective attention test. I mean, it might not work for everyone because I've just grassed it up. But it's a little video, isn't it? This is a really interesting phenomena, so it's provable. Count how many times
the players wearing white pass the basketball.
We're looking to count the passes on the basketball. You can do this at home. Count how many times you see the passes on the basketball. The basketball, there's 2 basketballs, are there? Just the one basketball with the lines on it then, maybe. How many times, or are you counting all the passes? Are you counting those passes, yeah? It gets a little bit confusing because they're all throwing the ball around, doesn't it? But you've got to count how many times they pass the basketball. And then once you... Because I'm distracting you, so I'd count those basketballs. How many passes did you count?
How many passes did you count? The correct answer is 15 passes.
The correct answer is 15 passes, but did you see the gorilla? And like a lot of people will have done, because I just grassed it up. I said it's a dancing gorilla thing. But it turns out that while this was being filmed, there was this person in the gorilla suit, and it may be that you saw the gorilla, but quite a lot of people, proved by this study, don't see it. They've got selective attention. They're looking at the basketball. They're focused on that, and they miss this other aspect of the video. So it's provable, science provable. And that would say, relevance to this is if you're walking your dog and you're picking up the dog poo and you're checking to see if your dog's running away, you're less likely to pay attention to the face of the person who is walking the other way and memorise that. Yeah, that was really good. Well picked out in chat there. I can't keep up with all of you all the time, but you've got loads of interesting stuff going on in chat, and I'm really pleased that you're all here, because more voices are better. More diversity of voices, that's always better. We're going to get to that when we listen to my messages that got sent in. So, we're saying that Nicola went in the river at some point. The only thing we know for a fact, okay, as this river flows down all the way to the sea, is that this is where she's found, up here. That's the only thing we know for a fact. We do actually have a YouTube video of... I mean, this is quite tragic, but there's nothing... you're looking at a plastic bag. You know,
I am from around here, but not from this actual local. So I appreciate that.
Just down here, there's some more police officers.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Yeah, you know, Russ.
Behind them, mate.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Make your way back round to your
okay.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm either side. I'm by the school area.
I do not understand. I mean, I think there's lots of different aspects to this, but I do not understand how this chuffer is allowed to be part of this crime scene. Like, it's not a crime scene then. Like, you can just walk through and leave all your evidence. I could have thrown his plastic bag full of evidence out. Oh, I've accidentally turned out my pockets. There's all my, like, what the hell? They're literally doing the job right there now when he's walking around and filming it. Okay, film it, you know, let's be fair. We need to see the facts. I'm okay with seeing the facts. But I'm so surprised the police are taking it this... Like, there's 3 cars, there's a few people. Like, how is it not sealed off? And how is it so relaxed, this scene? I don't know. I find that very difficult. He filmed her body being pulled from the river. He certainly did. I'm not going to show you the full video there, but you know, I'm showing you some stills. It looks like a plastic bag. It's nothing awful on the internet. Don't worry. But at the same time, it is, you know, it is the truth, isn't it? So what I wanted to know was, I wanted to know where that was, and also they do this 23 thing. I'm not so down with that. But also I wanted to know what the, you know, the way it was being handled. Do you know what I mean? The way it was being handled. After the event, they've come back and they filmed this bank where Nicola was retrieved from. She was retrieved from this little bushy aspect here. And this is conspiracy now. They say there is like a hole in the bush. But of course, the police have been down there trying to retrieve her. So this, from this perspective, this hole in the bush, you can't really take anything from it. The police could have made that hole. You're not going to know. But we're up on a road where there's some coverage from the landscape. There's some, the road is slightly low. There's some coverage from the landscape. There is a little lay-by just nearby, and in terms of the map, we are just here, just at this bend in the road here, and that is so close to where Nicola was last seen. So close, in fact, it was part of the search. So, evaluating the find of the body. Number one, it wasn't the police who found her. It was some dog walkers. I'm not going to bring up their picture on the internet, although they are featured in that video I just showed you. Me personally, I don't feel they're featured in this video. I don't feel very happy with showing members of the public in videos, but this guy's walked past. Look, I'll just show the context, so to speak. He's walking past. They're being not detained, but they're being they're having a conversation with the police, the people who found Nicola. So these are the people, this is the location, this is what it's like, and this is the police response. You missed the gorilla first time. Lots of ideas in chat here. We're going to discuss what could have happened. We are certainly going to discuss that. The idea is that someone has just walked up here and found her, right? My problems with it are twofold. I've got two problems with it. One is, like, what are you doing? Okay, you're walking up and down the river looking for her then, yeah? Searching. Because if you're not, if you're just out for a walk, what are you doing down there by the river? How have you spotted that? Seems weird that you're just out for a walk and you can see that. So I'm going to say, in my right mind, they're out there searching. They're these vile TikTokers, aren't they? They're these vile social media people. They're just normal people who are concerned and who decide to go out there walking. I'll tell you who's not found her. The chuffing police. The chuffing police have not found her. They're not still out there searching. There's not still a large presence in that aspect, is there? I find that very difficult. So now I suppose we get into what we think happened, how she's arrived there. I think we need to, we need to talk through this, don't we? Someone's in chat says they're fishing. They may have been fishing. Thank you for your tippies. Thank you for your tippies. I really do appreciate it. As we move into this next phase of my streaming career, I increasingly will be looking for support from the audience, because I want to take another step. You know what? I want to say this now, actually, when I'm grateful for my tippies, because it's important. Let me reload that. Hacken bought me a coffee. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really do. It's great. Like, it really makes a difference. I put it all in a kitty. This is what I wanted to say. I need to say this now. I put it all in a kitty and I make media with it. This is how I'm making media now. I started out with an old crappy Mac computer that was what I used to use for editing, and then through the process of streaming, people that have supported me have helped me to buy a better computer. So now my setup is working nice. Yeah, I really do rely on support in that aspect. It's grassroots support. I'm not going to be looking to try and promote. Like, if you're on the monetization, if you're on the ads, it's all about the ads, you want as many views as possible. They can accuse me of everything they like about sensationalism. That's not really where I want to go with it. But let me show you something else. If I go to the channel and I go to some of these videos that I've dropped, and one of them, if I search for indie, I made this film an indie game development paradise.
Be happier. Swish and then swoosh.
Thank you for more tippies. I made a documentary here. It's on YouTube for free. I never managed to sell it. We had COVID and things went down the pan. Before that, I was part of a documentary team that went and made Eddie Strongman, which was a documentary about Eddie Hall. Eddie Strongman film. That went on Netflix. I was really lucky that went on Netflix. I was part of a team. Matt was the main one. I became associate producer, sound, camera. I learned a lot when I was doing this project. You know, that was crowdfunded and wouldn't have been made if it wasn't for people putting their support towards it, and then we finished the film. So I know a little bit about making media, and I know a little bit about, you know, how grateful I am for your support, because it makes it happen. And that's another one from Jay Baker. Thanks for the video. Regards, Julie. Thank you. In the future, what I'm trying to say is that I want to be able to push towards another step. You know, this is just me in a room talking, but it's quite possible that I could go out there. I've got a camera, and I can generate some support. We can say set the goal at whatever, and then when something like this happens, I can interview people one-on-one, make a mini documentary for us to watch on, you know, for you to watch on Tinternet. That's what I'd like to get up to. A sort of monthly, you know, we still get all this, you still get all the streams, and we're still doing this channel, but, you know, trying to push towards another step in the media production. That's going to be good. So there is a future here, and we are driving towards something. So it all contributes to that. I don't just throw it into, you know, I don't drink it, and I don't, like, you know, I need to pay certain little bills. I need to get to a point of sustainability. That's absolutely true. But I don't throw that money around willy-nilly. I save it up in a kitty, and I use it for the media. Do I have merch? No, not yet. But if you want, I can lend you a biro and you can write Super Chuffer on your t-shirt. So yes, let's get on now and talk about the grim business of these different options. And I actually want to start with suicide, because I want to get that one out of the way and move towards the one that I think might be more seriously worth looking at. But suicide is absolutely seriously worth looking at, okay? So there's some things I want to share with you. First of all, this is the Samaritans. If you're in the UK and anything we talk about makes you feel that you're in that same sort of situation, if you feel you can't escape, if you feel that life's getting you on top and down and stuff, this is a number you can call for free. I'm not a professional medical help person, but these people can help you. It's free. That's in crisis. If you're not in crisis, but you also feel there's a problem, then check out mind.org. It's a free resource on the internet, and it's got all different stuff, all sorts of different stuff here. One of the really great things about Mind is that you'll have a local one in your area, so you'll be able to go and drop in somewhere and talk to someone. But also in this information and support section, they have this thing called online peer support. So you talk to people who are like yourself. Like, it would be a bit wrong of me. On my stream yesterday, on my Twitch stream, I was playing games on Twitch, and someone was on there chatting to me, and she said she was 22, and so I said, like, about mental health, I think it'd be kind of wrong for me to assume that me as a grown-up man can tell you about how to think and feel as a young girl, and it would kind of be wrong for me to be like, oh, talk to me on the side and I'll help you. You know, it's a bit dodge, isn't it? It's a bit like, you wouldn't want people doing that with you. So what I do is I suggest to people they look at Mind and Side by Side, which is a peer support community. And the great thing about that is it's your peers, isn't it? It's people that are like you. So whatever you're like, you can find people that, you know, you can resonate with on that, and it can really help. So that's a mental health resource. In America, I'm just going to close those windows now that I've shown you them. In America, you have Lifeline 988. So if you're watching this abroad, if you're in America, 988 is a phone line you can call. I wanted to get those things out there early doors. You know, it's quite important that those things get out there. The next thing I wanted to share with you is that I was on this Twitter space the other day. Okay, and I've got this lined up and I've got some notes. I was on this Twitter space the other day, and I was really grateful that Madeline Case tweets. I say Madeline because I read it as Madeline Case tweets.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you for the tippies. These tippies are coming in, and I really appreciate it. I really do. Somebody bought a coffee, so I won't check that and see who it is, because I think you don't want to be. I'll press it. Somebody, you know, it's not going to show your details, but thank you. You know who you are. I don't know, so you chuffer. Yeah, it's really important to put these things out there. And I was on this Madeleine Case tweets. They're a YouTuber, they're a Twitter user, a person who brings together information about cases like the Madeleine case. They've been doing Nicola Bulley's case, and they've been putting all the resources they've found out on Twitter, and I've been looking into some of the stuff they've published, and it's been really interesting. Well, say published, shared, and it's been really interesting stuff. They had me on a live discussion thing to talk about it on Twitter, so that can be found on Twitter. I'm going to play you a couple of really choice selections here as well, because it's not about what I think here. It's not about what I think. I've told you a lot about what I think, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what I think in terms of dumping a body in a river. But what I really want to say here is there are other voices, and it's really important we listen to them. So this first one is, and I'm not going to, this is public. Dawn did this publicly, but that's what I'm going to say. Her name, Dawn. This is 1 minute 40. This is about premenopausal feelings, perimenopausal. See, I'm not even educated enough to get the right words sometimes, but I know that I don't suffer from menopausal feelings. So this is someone that has, and I think we should listen to them.
You go ahead.
This is
Dawn, are you in Glasgow?
No, I'm not in Glasgow. I'm from Glasgow, but yeah, I'm not there now. But I had terrible menopausal. I pushed everybody away. I ended up taking overdose, and I was made to. Yeah, I can see that there's a lot of.
Yeah, no, you know what?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the words.
No,
that you can be made to feel crazy.
Yeah.
And you can feel very, very crazy and push everyone else away. And
Dawn, I absolutely, my heart goes out for you, and I can see that this has, definitely been something that touches your life, and I think it touches a lot of women, but
it seriously does, and I don't think a lot of people understand how it affects you, and especially if alcohol was involved, and how your family try and protect you, but they don't know how to protect you because you're not acting like yourself. And when they mentioned the fact that it was perimenopausal and it was alcohol related, it really kicked in with me, and it really made me look at it in a whole different way. And without a doubt,
May I ask you if you were functioning at the time? May I ask you, this is personal, but were you functioning at the time? Because she seemed very functional. Like, this is really, she was very functional.
That she was holding down a job and everything, you mean?
No, I think this particular woman was more than just holding down the job. She was very active, and the locals are just they paint
my children were a little bit older, but yeah, it caused me great anxiety. I'm maybe a little bit out of my depth here, but all I know is that perimenopausal symptoms caused me a great. It destroyed me, really did.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
And so I hope you don't discard the fact that that her symptoms might have affected all of her relationships.
Okay. Dawn, thank you so much for sharing. I have a few people that
I'd just like to quickly say well done, Dawn.
And I hope she's found safe.
Dawn, I'm glad you're still here with us, and I'm glad you've pushed through that, and it's really strengthening, and I hope other people can feel solidarity in that you've managed to push through that. So well done, Dawn. Well done. That's me being condescending and telling Dawn well done, but no, I really appreciated Dawn's voice there. This is a space where lots of people were sharing their ideas, and it was kind of dominated in a way. I'm a man. There were other men in there. It's run by a woman, but it was kind of dominated by male voices a little bit. And I worry about that. I'm brought up. My mom
Dad had a divorce, but I still saw my dad a lot. But you know, I lived in a household with my mum and my sister, and I'm aware of this whole context of what's the word? Misogyny. You know, I'm aware of this context of misogyny, and when I say that, I'm aware that I'm a man. So, like, you know, I need to listen to other people's voices and take on board and try and learn from other people. So I think that's really important. Robert, an ounce of tobacco, half ounce of weed for my vids. I tend to put not much tobacco in, but I tell you what, the thing is, I do need to not smoke so much on camera. I think I need to try and remove it. But I find it quite nervous being on camera talking to all these people. So it's like a nerve, you know, it's like my habit that I do when I'm nervous. So it's kind of like for that reason as well. And I don't want to get too stoned for talking about this sort of stuff. So I'm trying to, you know, moderate that, you know, because I think it's important that I don't just, you know, and I don't want to set a too bad an example, but, you know, it just is what it is. I am who I am. But yeah, here's another super chat come in. Andy Slate says, keep up the good work. Thank you, Andy. I really do appreciate it. You know, every time I say it, I'm surprised again that there's more, you know, more support. So I don't just say, oh, thanks, I really appreciate it. I hope it still comes across that I mean that, because I do. Yeah, so we've been having this discussion, and Dawn here gave us this insight, which is, I read between the lines a little bit of what she said, but I think what she said is, she had kids, they were a little bit more grown up, but this menstrual, awful mistake to make, I'm sorry, this perimenopausal aspect of it actually destroyed her. And when alcohol's involved, it from what I'm understanding, led her to a suicidal position. Again, I'm saying on the internet, you know, talk to the Samaritans. One of the things I worry about, and I'll say this just as these things come up in my mind, one of the things I worry about is that it should be the people around you would think that could see these warning signs, and it should be the people around you would think that can protect you or help you. But quite often it's not, and quite often people hide things from the people around them, and quite often, I mean, in this case, we are examining the aspect of, could this be suicide? If Nicola walked down there of her own accord, left the phone and the dog, and then wandered off up the river and went in of her own accord, or maybe jumped off a bridge, because further up this, I'm having to talk about difficult subjects here, so, you know, I hope this is okay and that YouTube doesn't bin me off or whatever. But further on up the road here, there's the Cartford Toll Bridge, where the river is much more, it flows quicker. And I wonder to myself, if someone walked up this far, you know, jumping off this bridge is different from jumping off the other bridge. At what point does it become dangerous and almost a certainty that you will die? And we talked in chat, people were talking about the different suicide options. I will discuss the different options for suicide in a minute. I don't want to go too deep on it because I find it quite difficult, but I will talk about it because we need to talk about it. But if this were the case, then does the tidal flow send you back up and in and out? You know, is this the possibility? And I think we need to treat it as a serious possibility, if not for Nicola, for everyone else out there who goes through these feelings. So at some point between it got to that, someone needed to talk. Nicola needed to talk to somebody else needed to talk to Nicola. And I think it's just important that we think about how, you know, it could be someone you know, it could be someone close to you, it could be you, for Christ's sake. If it is, talk to somebody. Don't go down the river, talk to somebody. But if it's someone close to you, are we confident you will spot that? In the same way as I was not confident about eyewitnesses, am I confident people around us will spot our weaknesses? I will admit to some of mine. I'll tell you this. If you look on my channels here on the Super Chuffer channel, I did this ASMR channel like a long time ago now. I don't still do it really, but some people like these funny whispering videos on YouTube. It was a thing. It was a thing. You know, and I was kind of dealing with anxiety as well. Thank you for the tippies. I'll just say this first and then I'll get to the tippies. I was kind of dealing with anxiety at the time as well. And as part of this journey, I made a video called Depression Confession. It's down here somewhere. Yeah, we need to talk about depression, self-harm, suicide, anxiety. So I've been through some stuff in my life. I've made a video about it. I'm not here to milk sympathy, so I'm not even going to go on about it now. If you want to learn my history with depression, it's there. I'm grateful that I was able to come through all those dark days, and I don't think I will ever succumb to them again. I think I will always have the fight in me and the resilience, the will which says to them, hold on. Where if if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and hold on when there's nothing left inside you except the will that says hold on. I think I've got that will now, but some people need to learn and find that within themselves, and you have to go through dark times to find it. So, you know, the idea is if you're going through hell, keep going. And that's what I wanted to make clear about that first option. If it is suicide, then we cannot save Nicola at this juncture. But we can certainly, we need to accept whether Nicola died of suicide here now in this way or not. People are dying of suicide, and our society, us, the social media, the vile social media and the mainstream media and everyone, we're not catching it every time quick enough. Some people are being driven to despair, and we need to be stopping that before they get there. The menopausal things, I don't understand all the hormonal aspects. I'm not that educated on it. But if these things are coming up, people need to be watched. They need to be cared for. You know, they need to be... I'm a little surprised that I'm not surprised now that Paul was saying about time. You know, she wasn't there at 10:30 and keeping a track on my wife, I thought was a bit of a weird one. But if you're worried about her, okay. You know, in this situation, if she has committed suicide, this is the way I would say it. If you're worried about her, that's important to keep a check on her. But how come you're not aware that she's off? You know, how did you get? And I suppose a lot of people, you know, a lot of families of people who committed suicide think that same question. How did we not spot this? How did we not see it? Did we do something wrong? And you know what? Maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't do anything wrong. Maybe it's not on the families to have spotted this. Maybe it's hard to spot it because people keep it hidden. Again, I think it's a complex thing, and I think the most important thing we can do is talk about it. Today, on today's episode, I'm not going to talk too deeply. As I said, it's not an episode about suicide. So in terms of other methods, I am also surprised that she didn't choose a different method. I'm also surprised about that, because I would think there would be more easy ways to go. But I'm not in her state of mind at peak distress moment. Another idea was that she was on this call and that she had received positive news on the call. So why would you top yourself if you've just had a job go well? But she was also closing a deal, finishing things, ended. Okay, now that's done. They don't need me anymore. I can move on. You know, there is that aspect. And one of the people on this call who I didn't like everything they said, to be honest, but one of the things they said on this Nicola Bulley discussion was very good. It was that they suggested she went down there, she'd done all the kids at school, you know, she said goodbye to everyone, that sort of thing, goodbye to the kids, made it like a normal routine. Then she'd locked the dog behind the gate and walked. And once she'd left that phone and that dog, it was like shutting the gate, the door on that chapter, and moving on and going on this walk up to the river further on and doing it somewhere else. They suggested that. It sounded like a very plausible story. Okay? It sounded like a very plausible story. And this is where I'll move on to the next aspect of this, which is, okay, I've said it could be a suicide, and I've said very compassionately we need to be, even if not Nicola, everyone else looking out for, because Nicola is now dead. That is a tragedy. But if anything comes of this, we need to look out for other people. It can't keep happening. It shouldn't keep happening. We're one of the most affluent economies in the world. We've had all the civilization. We've had all of the rules and the, you know, we've had all the police, and we've got all the... I've got a toilet inside. I don't shit in the garden anymore. I've got a toilet indoors. I'm well up on the social scale, civilised, but yet people are still going through these traumas that cause them to want to kill themselves. I don't see that. How is that acceptable in today's day and age? I'm not happy with that, but that's suicide in a box there. You know, I can't go much further than that without getting binned off YouTube, it seems. But I want to move on to the next aspect of this then. Okay. Which is... again, I'm not going to sully, as well with the drinking the alcohol, I'm not going to sully her reputation too much about alcohol. If you're struggling and you're using something like alcohol, that's because you're struggling. But I don't know any facts about Nicola and alcohol. I do want to bring up, actually before we move off this, I do want to bring up the, there was a welfare check made about a week or so before. That would imply that there's been some problem in the home. Maybe she's been suicidal. and the police have arrived and they've had to do this welfare check. There are some really big flags that stand out about that. One big flag is if the police go and do a welfare check on you and then 2 weeks later you kill yourself, maybe the police are somehow at fault. Like maybe they didn't do their job properly. Okay, I can't blame families for not being mental health professionals, but the police who are called in for that very reason, that's a worry. Another worry is that in some way, and we're going to come on to this as an option, we're going to look at all options. Another worry is that in some way Nicola was being bullied. In some way she was being gaslit. In some way she was being made to feel these negative feelings, which led her to feeling suicidal, as well as the hormonal aspect. And that as part of that campaign of bullying, a preemptive measure would be to call the police and state that she was, like, if you're having a row and you call the police on your wife and she gets sectioned, you win the row. So that goes on. That goes on in relationships. So I don't like the smell of that. I worry about that. Okay. With that, with that question, I'm going to bring in your voices in a minute. I'm going to answer all your call-ins. We're going to get to your call-ins in a minute, and they're fresh for me, I think, pretty much. I checked them a little bit, but they're fresh for me, so we're going to get to those in a minute. But I'm going to come back to this this speaker's corner on Twitter, which was very interesting. Someone in here called Camden 301. Now, I was very impressed by this person. Can I get to 301? I can't. 301. Okay, 330
Yeah,
then.
Mouse, is he feeling trapped? And all of a sudden, it's like, we're gonna change the narrative, because that's a very has been telling against. They hid. Do you want to?
So this is Camden Against Violence. I'm sure they're okay with me sharing their public-facing profile on Twitter. I mean, this was a public conversation. They're an organisation that works in Camden in London to educate and bring about change against violence, and they deal with all forms, I suppose. I think they came across really well in this conversation. I had the opportunity to ask them some questions, and they enlightened me. Again, I don't know answers about what goes on in everyone's head, so I think it's nice that we can hear some other people's opinions. I'm seeing you go off in chat here. I'm seeing you go off. I will take it as it comes. I do not have I've not seen the verifiable evidence that Paul likes or has problems with his bladder, so I don't know that. But it did come up in this chat as well, and people who I consider to be aggregators of good information seem to have agreed with that. I'll just tell you a funny story that's different to that, just to keep us buoying along. I used to have an uncle, a member of the family uncle, that he used to pee in the wardrobe. He used to get up in the night and wee in the wardrobe, and that couldn't have been fun. I never saw it going on. It was always told to me that this had happened. But sometimes men can do that. When they're drinking, they can lose. It's not bladder control necessarily, but it's like mental control over where you need to go. Just sort of wake up and go. I've heard that can happen. So, yeah, that's a totally different, kettle of fish, I imagine. So, and if you don't know in chat, if you haven't heard about it, the idea is that in some way Paul either engages in piss play or pisses himself when he gets drunk. That he's got some sort of issue with that. I don't quite know how it plays into this, but I asked, or the conversation came up, could Nicola have been the victim of domestic violence? We've looked at suicide as an option here, and we've been very compassionate and we're very careful about it. But I'm also careful not to say, right, she's done it herself, job done. But I'll tell you why, because what Paul wants you to believe, or what a supposed killer wants you to believe, the reason they left the lead down there, the reason they created the decoy, is so people would assume she killed herself. That story that I said about her closing the gate and walking off and everything being sealed up nicely, that's nice with a nice bow on it, in a way. It makes sense. We can all just, we can all say thanks. That makes... Isn't that what they would want you to think? Isn't that the point of a cover-up? Like, a cover-up wouldn't be doing its job if you didn't have a reasonable story to follow. And we didn't come too hard, actually, on the discovery of the body, which we will do a little bit when we start talking about these other theories. But if that were the case, would she not have come up? Maybe I should analyse my own theories here. If she was suicidal and gone in the river, how did she not get spotted by the searches? How did the diver boat man not see her? He said, well, it could have been in the reeds maybe. And then how did the police going up and down? They didn't spot her. And we've had numerous searches. And at the start, they assumed it was suicide. So they were looking for this. And they did everything to the point where they said she's not in that river. We all know that. Like, no one here is going to pretend that it didn't happen that way. And why didn't Paul talk about her mental health? Another great point in chat. If he didn't talk about her mental health in those interviews, he's a liar, because he told us that everything was good and she was the pillar of strength. So either he's a liar telling us she's a pillar of strength, or they're lying about her mental state. So you can't have both and be good. Someone's like, there's a discrepancy. Like, you can't have. Yeah, like, there's a discrepancy there. One is true, and I don't care which one's true. Whichever one's true, the other one's wrong. Why did you say it? We've got problems. We've got problems. Interesting stuff about narcissists as well. I will reiterate, on next Monday, we're doing that episode about narcissism. We're getting a forensic psychologist, my regular guest, my forensic psychologist, my co-host, Steve of the Dead, is going to be coming in to talk about narcissism. So I'm looking forward to that one next week, as long as he's better from COVID. I've got more coffees here. Silver bought me a coffee. You appreciate the energy. And somebody bought me a coffee as well. Again, thank you for these coffees. I really do appreciate. I don't know if it's appropriate that I see exactly how much money I got, view details and stuff. I tend to, because if it's big, that I want to go, like that one, he's big. Thank you so much, Silver. I want to be as grateful as appropriate. But at the same time, a few quid here and there, depending on what you've got to share, everything's big to me. Like, the fact that you're prepared to reach out and support me in this way is big for me. So it's the matter of doing it, as well as the financial total. The total will come over time, but the fact that you're doing it really heartens me and makes me feel like I'm going in the right direction. So thank you. It does make me lose my train of thought a little bit. So yeah, why didn't we discover her in the river? Why didn't we discover? If it was suicide, why didn't we discover her in the river? And then the problem with this is that the perfect story breaks down with, we didn't discover her. Why didn't we discover her? Well, because someone could have put her in the river, couldn't they? Someone could have put her in the river. It might not be as clean and neat as Paul first suggested, and then went back on and said it wasn't. She definitely wasn't in the river now. Definitely don't think she's in the river now. Not now. And then when they stopped looking in the river because it was definitely not in the river, then suddenly she's in the river. Like, that seems... Okay, you could float up and down the river, they're suggesting. You've washed down to see her, then you come back up. But people were looking. Like, they went down as far as the damn sea. So, I really find it difficult. I'm not an expert on how bodies move in water. I'm not an expert on this stretch of water. It has been suggested that between this weir... Because either she swam down here or floated down here, or she went in somewhere else. But it's been suggested that parts of this river aren't free-flowing enough for her to have traversed it. So if she did go in the river out of choice, she would have had to have walked up here. She would have had to have walked about 3 miles to a better entry point for suicide. And my guess would have been possibly off this bridge. People jump off things. They're less likely to wade in, I think, but I find it all very difficult to understand how, even if we accept it, as a suicide, I still, you still want to put that story together of how it happened. You still don't just say, oh, right, well, it was suicide, then we found her in the river, job done. Like, you still want to put that story together, and I still find that difficult to reason out. Thank you, Black Cats, for buying me a coffee. Thank you for tipping in and chipping in. I really appreciate it. I do now. I find myself saying it repeatedly all of a sudden today, which is kind of strange to me, because usually I don't get like this level of views and support. But we're going on into the future. I have to get used to it, because I do intend to go another step up.
Again. So, I couldn't be happier.
I'm now over surprised. Don't know if I can get used to it. Emma. New viewer said so much for that. Thank you. You're not the Emma, of course, are you? Not the Emma. Not the famous Emma. You can be the second Emma. You can be the nice... You're good Emma. You can be good Emma. Peter Fording said, if she's in the river, I will find her. True. And then later he said that she could have been in the reeds and it... So, yeah. Suicide as an option. I want to come to this. I want to talk about domestic violence and domestic abuse, and it's not particularly the nicest thing in the world. But I asked Camden, remember I introduced you to this concept, this Camden Against Violence. This is a woman who runs or is part of an organisation that deal with this sort of stuff, deal with violence against women, and she knows stuff, and I like her voice and opinion. So I hope she's okay with me using this clip of hers on my show. She's talking in a public forum, so she has to be. And then I'm going to try and get her on the show in the future. I'm going to invite her on. I'm going to send her a little, like in the week, I'm going to send a few emails out and try and get a few people on the show, and this is one of them. So let's hear what she's got to say.
Do you have something different to say, or do you want to respond?
Yeah, I do. So I'm based in London.
Okay.
I work with the Metropolitan Police every day. I work on missing person cases, a lot of young people missing person, but a lot of domestic violence. I'm a former social worker, so I've done many welfare checks in my time with the police. What's really got to me on this case is the domestic violence aspect of things. Put aside the lies now, because I think we've been hearing a lot about how much he's lied. I think we're all really aware of that. But I truly believe that this woman was a victim of quite insidious domestic violence. And what's happening in the UK right now is that violence towards women and girls is really on the rise.
So, I wouldn't have been able to see any red flags for domestic violence because I don't see enough of Nicola in the press anyway. I just see her picture and I don't know enough. So I wouldn't be able to call this, but I also wouldn't be attuned to it. So I think this is why it's so important that we have other voices. Like, we're talking about what happened to a woman. We're talking about what happened to a potentially vulnerable woman. So why should it be all... I'm a man and I'm aware of this. So I'm trying to bring other voices on my show, yeah? I just... I think it's a little bit difficult when I'm being patronised to by the mainstream news a lot. And, this... is quite important what she's saying. It's on the rise. And I think what might come out of this, we talked about suicide briefly, reasonably briefly, but we went there, and I gave some help for people who are suffering, some solace, some options there. Importantly as well, I said that we want to reduce it and stop it from happening. We need to go to the source of the problem. We need to address why people feel bad and reduce that from happening. When it comes to domestic violence and rising violence against women, okay, so we've learned from the Nicola Bulley case that we need to address suicide more. We need to do something more about it. We're not doing enough. What about these crimes against... we equally have to accept, if it wasn't or if it was, we don't know at this stage, but it could be. And the fact that we're all here talking about, we think Paul could have done, look at him, he's sus, and you put him in the... it seems almost so sort of obvious or normal that this could happen. And a part of my brain is saying to me, what the fuck? I mean, I know we're not... And, sorry, America, for me saying this, but I know that we're not in America where people are shooting each other on the corner for Did you tread on my shoe, you fucker? They're my new shoes. Pop, 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 pop. You shot him then? I know I shot him then. Yeah. Well, I'm shooting you then. You pop, 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 pop. I shot all my friends now. I'm on my own. Fucking go and shoot a rival gang then, eh? I've killed all mine. We're not all doing that, but how can we live in a world where it can be like almost mundanity that people are killed, murdered, beaten in their own homes? I'm not accepting it. I'm not having it. I like that Camden Against Violence are doing something. I don't know that I've done enough in my life to fix this problem. In fact, other than not ever hit a woman, like, when have I ever helped anyone out in this sort of the case? I've not got the opportunity to, maybe, but I feel like I want to do something. I feel like the Nicola Bulley case has raised this issue to me, and I feel like I'm not prepared to just let it go away. I feel like if we're going to fight for things in this life, we should fight for things that are important, and women not feeling that they have to. Like, at the moment, if you go walking your dog and you're a woman, are you scared? Are you worried? Are you worried? We do need the truth, don't we, Dolce Vita? We do need the truth. I don't want people to feel worried and afraid. I want them to feel that we're good people, and I'm repeating Paul's words there, aren't we? We're good people, but I want them to feel that, like, how do I explain this? I'm just trying to think of an example. I'm not the best chuffer in the world, right? But I've never done a chuffing sex crime or anything. But like there was once this time I saw this girl. She was like, you know, rolling around drunk. She was quite young as well, and like she was with her peers. And I was like, this isn't acceptable. Like I ran a hairdressing salon, so like I took her in there with other people around, you know, like not just like in the middle of the night, but like took her in there and gave her a coffee, and like there's a taxi rank over the road. Get in the taxi. Here's £10. Take her home. Like, you know, that sort of thing. Like. The idea that you know, this violence could go on. Anyway, we want the truth, yeah. So let me carry on with what Camden's saying, because I've raised that point now. You know, that's something I've said, and I don't want to go over and over things. But yeah,
it's something that we do not address.
No, you're absolutely spot on there.
A million.
Let the woman talk, Ray.
Poured into campaigns.
I like Ray. Ray's a UKipper. I'm not a UKipper. No, I'm not going to get into that sort of politics now. It's done. We've had the Brexit. There's no point in arguing about it anymore. But I find it interesting. I like some of the things Ray was saying, and I'm quite prepared to let people that are on a different political spectrum to me, that have different ideas, I'm quite prepared to give them their head and listen to their voices and say, you know what you think about the Nicola Bulley case could be bang on. Just because I don't agree with your politics or I don't agree with your ideas on what kind of pie to eat doesn't mean that we can't be friends. We need to be friends, otherwise we can't move forward. So Ray's interesting to me, but I was just being cheeky. Let the woman speak, Ray.
I myself have worked along with the Met on offender focus work rather than actually working on victim focus, because it's the offenders that actually need the education. It is a very slow turnout. It's people don't want to take it up. Do you see what I mean? It's quite difficult. What I've found through the whole of this case, because I think like the rest of the UK, I've been quite gripped by it. I've never believed she was in that river, ever.
She doesn't think she was in the river.
My daughter has a spaniel, just like her. That dog would never, ever leave my daughter's side. If she fell into the river, she'd have gone in after my daughter. But I think some of the points is what the police have missed. And you need to understand this. Not all police officers are trained in domestic violence.
That's a really good point. We're talking about an underfunded police force, a police force who are not able to, you know, think about what they're able to do in your local town. Think about the job they've got on already. Are they trained in the delicate art of negotiation for a domestic violence incident? They should be. This is really harsh as well. I tell you what, I sound like I'm coming down harsh on the police today. I just think we should give the police twice as much money. I just think we should employ twice as many people, employ a lot more diversity of people, and then that would root out some of this misogynistic aspect. Because, like, with a wider group of more diverse people, you know, you'll weed it out. And investing in those things are kind of, I don't want them to be coming around my house and kicking my head in for smoking a reefer, but, you know, I do want them to be making sure that the streets are safe at night. And it's not because they're bad people or they're not doing a good job. It's because they're not able to, because they've been stripped to the bone. So now they can't perform their operations correctly. I think it's such a strange thing. Like, it seems obvious to me, but
they say they are on paper, but they've just done a 2-hour course. If they're sending out rookie officers and things like that, they've only done a 2-hour course. So police forces across the country lie. They embellish how much input, you know, they've given their officers into domestic violence. They get a lot of on-the-spot training. Even though they wear body-worn footage and they go away with this.
That was a good point, body-worn footage. Do we have body-worn footage of the incident at Nicola's house? Body cam footage from Nicola's incident at her house. There's CCTV at the house that admonishes Paul from anything wrongdoing, isn't there? Because he's doing his work. Was that CCTV on when Nicola had an episode a few weeks back?
Body-worn footage, and then they use it for training purposes. They've had no real experience of actually dealing with victims of domestic violence. Anybody here who is aware of domestic violence will know it's not just a punch in the face.
And she goes on to describe it as being psychological violence as well. So that's where I worry then. If you're talking about suicide as a reasonable option, then we have to open up the it's not that suicide is the end of the conversation. It's that suicide is the beginning of the conversation. Why did she feel suicidal? What was going on in her life? Can you just say it's the menopause and you want to jump in the river? Or is it that there is a darker cloud over this? And do we need to look closer at this issue? Were there any crimes committed in the lead up to her death? Even if her death herself was a suicide, you know, did she jump or was she pushed? I suppose I'm saying. I think there's still more to that case. And if it's suicide, that's a start point, not an end point. And I think we need to help other people in the world. I've made that point clear. But we also need to get to the bottom of what happened with Nikki, because it's not simply as straightforward as, I'm her husband, I didn't know there was anything wrong, except I did know there was stuff wrong. But on that day, I didn't bother to, like, you know, worry or do anything. And then sort of 10:30, I started to worry. And then I ran down there. But, you know, the hour before, when I was just having my cup of tea at home in my pants, I didn't seem to worry. Like, it seems like a bit on off. And I just wonder about that, you know, I wonder about that. There's one more thing I wanted to bring out, and I'll bring it up now while I've got this thing open. Would she leave the children? I have here at 3:35:40. 3:35:40. Because I didn't... personally, I didn't know, and I still can't, you know, I don't know Nikki's mind state. I'm not in her head, yeah? 3:35:40, come on. That'll be about right. But one of the big warning signs, flags for me, some of the problems I had, some really interesting stuff in chat here about Queen of Swords saying living with a narc will give you mental issues, yeah? And people saying that she could still be a victim of a crime even if she had mental issues. Exactly. We are going to do that episode about narcissism next week, hopefully, if Steve's better. Or when he's better, we're going to do a big episode on it. He is he's done a forensic psychology degree and he has a bit of a specialism in narcissism, so he's going to provide us with some real insight. Or at least me, because I'm not claiming to... Remember at the start of this episode, I'm saying I'm not claiming to be a mega chuffer. I'm just a super chuffer. I don't know the answers. I talk about it all until we can find things out. That's how we find things out and learn. And we need to talk about it all. It can't be swept under the carpet. People can't be sat at home saying, oh, you shouldn't talk about this. It's inappropriate. Yeah, but what about my feelings? What about how it relates to me? What about my friend who's suffering with these things? You know? Anyway, this is the next question I asked. Would you leave your children? Because I find it very strange. I couldn't work it out. You know, if she's committed suicide, she's walked off from the dog and the kids, and it would seem like that's the last thing you would do. Like, it would seem like you would probably rather throw Paul in the river than leave your own children. But I asked the question. And no, it won't play because it's a chuffer. It's chuffing broken, look. Okay, I'm going to have to reload it. You chuffer. And then I'll have to zoom down here and find it. This week they've got another conversation, Madly I McCann. That'll be an interesting one because I've done some videos about that. You can find them on the channel looking at the lives. I'll scroll down. If you are new to this channel, bear in mind, I've been on it for 2 years, so there's loads of content you haven't seen, and it might not all be topical, but it will still be interesting, and you can still while away an evening. You know, if you like putting things on like a podcast in the background, there's a lot of my videos that you can do that with. They're on the live section and the videos. This is Nicola. Where's Nicola Bulley 2? Here, this is it. And I said 3:35. Would she leave her kids?
Has found a way to
3:35.
Me.
Come on, 3:35.
Missing kids are not.
Yeah,
and
okay.
although they went through some very fractious times, you know, I saw some quite difficult scenes. We were always at the top of her mind in terms of priority of protection. And through this whole narrative, the idea that Nikki would just wander off or has disappeared in some way of her own accord, one of the ringing bells for me is, would she leave her kids? And I'd just like to get some opinions and some thoughts from people that maybe have lived a more, you know, more experience than me on those thoughts.
Well, on both sides, professionally, and I've been through horrific domestic abuse. On both sides, I would say if you were told that your children would be killed or something bad would happen to your children, you'd leave your children behind for safety.
Yep, I agree.
I think you have to sort of like think out of the box in a way of what would be the safest aspect for them children, because you know what, if you're going to run, you've got to run with kids. She's already so high profile. She's running now with 2 kids.
Sadly, we know
that she would have put them with her.
Sadly, we know that she's not running now, but yeah.
Grandparents or with someone safe. Would she have left them with Paul if she was afraid of him?
I'm tired, and this is the most crazy. And I'm talking from experience now.
Yeah.
Sometimes the easiest thing is just to stick closer to the abuser. That's where you're safer than if you run. And you can't rely on the police. You can't rely on them to protect you. I mean, there's orders out there, there's courts that order, but you've got to remember, and I'm sorry to all you men here, right, but I work in the criminal justice system. It's full of misogyny. It really is, and I've experienced it myself. Had I not experienced it, I don't even trust the police myself, and I work alongside them.
In chat, I see you chatting there. No, I don't have mods. I want everyone to talk, and I can delete people if I need to delete them, but I want a range of ideas, and I would only ask someone to be a mod if they've been around for a long time. So yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to suddenly let people on my control of my channel. But if you want to be a mod, stick around, be a regular person, earn my trust, and then I'll let you like all good relationships, I'll open up. I open up quite a lot on the internet, in terms of I'll tell you my truths and I'll be an open book. But yeah, I'm not going to give you my password to my YouTube yet. And a message retracted there. Please feel free to speak your mind completely. And I'm not going, unless I see someone being absolutely horrible in chat, and I keep my eye on it, unless I see someone being absolutely horrible, I'm not going to bin them off. So I think it's all okay. What I would say is try not to argue too much with each other. If you ever, it's not happening in chat now, you're all good, but try not to antagonize each other, because I don't think, I'll make this point again. Imagine we had a debate today about whether A or B, and all the A people came with all of their information to shout down the Bs, and all the Bs are there with their, fuck you A, you stupid A, stick that up your A, and then all, you B, yeah, with your letter, with your roundy letter, fuck your roundy letter. It's all about these sharp, you would all have our gang signs, wouldn't we? A's and B's. What's not going to happen is that some of the B's aren't going to say, oh, do you know what? The A's made such a good case, I'm going to start being an A. And all the B, the A people aren't going to be like, those B's made a very good point, I'm going to go away being a B. We're not here to have arguments with each other, and the only reason I'd block people is if someone's being pretty sinister. So I'll let it chill out, I'll let it cool down. I've seen your comments and ideas, and if anyone comes out as being particularly egregious, they can be binned. But otherwise, it's a bit of a Wild West, isn't it, chat? So just try and play nice.
So if that should tell you something.
It does indeed.
That should tell you something. Now, for me, if your choice is to run your kids and be even more high profile, because you're then accused of child abduction, and especially if they've now thrown out mental health, no, I'd leave my kid, especially if he never did anything to the children.
Mm-hmm. So that's a really interesting point, isn't it? I would have said if she was going to escape, run away, or even commit suicide, she would have moved her children somewhere safe. It seems that dropping them off at school would have been fine. Speaking to someone who's had experience, and remember earlier we spoke to Dawn, who had been through the same sort of stuff. They both said to me that, I came to this Nicola Bulley discussion saying, I think that Paul did X, Y, Z. I got my ideas and done a bit of body language on him. That's where that's where my feelings go. I'm not an expert. I'm not a detective. I'm not trying to tell you your ideas. That's my 2 pennies, and it's not going to get me sued off the internet. I'm allowed to have thoughts, right? So I got my thoughts and I said my ideas, and then I found people who didn't quite agree with the things I said. I listened to what they've said. They tell me that you can leave your children, and that it might not be the case that you have to. I'll listen to what they said then. I'm very grateful to have their voices, as much as I'm very grateful to have these tippies coming in here. These tippies. Thank you, Lucia Thomas, buying me a coffee there. It's this is an option we set it at £3 because that's about the same sort of money that people chuck away on their coffees, don't they? I'm quite happy to take more, obviously. No, but it's good. It's like I feel a bit like I'm a bit, you know, got my hat out. I'm a busker. I got my hat out. You know, if you want to contribute, that's really great. And what we're going to build towards, like I said, is you're going to become producers. You can consider yourself producers, and as we improve the quality of the content, as we start to bring on more guests, and we start to have more conversations with more expert people, and we start to go out into the world and film things with interviews, with live working interviews, seeing the world. I want to try and build a bridge to people with ideas and to reach people. So this is going to fund that. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I did lose my train of thought. I'm here. So there was one other thing I wanted to ask these people who know more than me, 348, and that's about warning signs.
How do we actually know Nick black coat and black?
About Nicola herself and others like her, would you say there would be any warning signs that we could look for in people around us? And if we were looking, you know, to most people, everyone seems to be getting on okay. They put a happy face on Facebook. You know, you say, "You're right," and they say, "Yeah, everything's fine."
I was asking these people about warning signs. Like, they've had experience of being through these situations. So my question here really is, can we help other people? If there's someone in your life that's suffering with these problems, if you yourself are suffering with these problems, how do you speak out? How do we help others? How do we spot these things? And could we have seen any warning signs with Nicola's case? If you don't like AA in chat, right, just don't talk to the chuffer. AA, if you're being cantankerous with the people in chat, then tone it down. Because if they start getting eggy about you, then you're going to look bad. It's the internet. It's a wild west, but like, you know, like, I don't want to have to start wading in and, you know, banning people. So just be aware I'm noticing it. But like, Welsh girl, just, you know, just forget them. Just like, you know, if you feel bad, like negative to them, that's time to just like not talk to them. And I can't see them doing anything particularly egregious necessarily. I'm keeping an eye on it again. But, you know, don't let them get on your wick. Just ignore it, isn't it? Because it's going to happen. Acoustic Gymnastics might have to moderate. There are a couple of people that I could bring in as moderators to this, but I don't really want to have to get good people to have to deal with the petty grievances of a YouTube chat. So let's just all play fair. Yeah, let's just all play fair. Right. This is a question, and it's an important question. My question is, how do we spot warning signs for domestic abuse? Is there anything that we could have seen in advance that would have pointed us towards this, to protect people in our lives and also to investigate the Nicola Bulley case?
But are there any warning signs that we could be looking for in others if we were trying to safeguard people and prevent anything like this from happening in the future?
Right, so from a personal opinion, nobody in my work knew what I was going through. They were quite surprised when it was divulged after my husband was arrested. I put on a very brave face. My friends knew. Some of my friends knew. They were aware. They were aware of a change in me. My family were aware of there was a change in me, but they couldn't put their finger on what it was. They thought it was because my husband was travelling backwards and forwards from the Middle East a lot, and that I was quite upset. But that wasn't it at all. What changed about me is that I was very, very outgoing. I love to socialise, be with my friends, you know, go out and about, but I didn't. I changed in a way as I was always at home. I went from being somebody that would, you know, think nothing of dressing up, you know, pair of high heels and, you know, look nice to go to work. Whereas in the end, I would just wear workout leggings and trainers, and I was totally stripped back bare from the person that I was when I first met him.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. If someone were to, recognise these things you're talking about either in someone else or themselves. How do you think we could reach out to people like that and give them a bridge to
Thank you for your tippies. Thank you for your tippies. I'm amazed, actually, at this juncture that so many of you are being so gracious as to contribute. So thank you. Thank you, Chester. This question I asked then is that...
it's a really hard...
in fact, I forgot what the question I asked was.
All the rhetoric, but I hear...
Some of my friends knew. They were...
I'm sorry you had to go through that. If someone were to, recognise these things you're talking about either in someone else or themselves, how do you think we could reach out to people like that and give them a bridge to escape?
Okay, how do we reach out to somebody who's suffering in this sort of situation? If you know a Nicola Bulley, if you're worried about someone like a Nicola Bulley, here's someone I can moderate. Adult dating in chat. I'll moderate you, you chuffer. You're going to get moderated. You're going to moderate your head off. How do I do that? Hang on. Right, pop out the chat. I'm not having that. I'm not having all your sex fun in chat. How do I moderate that, you fucker? Right, remove. Put user in timeout. Hide user. You're gone. You got hid. Message deleted by Super Chuffer. I feel like the king. Look at that. The power I have. Just deleted. Yeeted and deleted. Out of here. You're out of here. All that weird sex chat. I'm not having that. Another one, adult dating. It's completely inappropriate, if anything. So yeah. Sorry, that cheered me up, actually, banning the sex bot. But this is quite serious stuff, isn't it? So how do we help people who, if you know Nicola, if you know somebody who you think is in a situation, and that might not have been what was happening with Nicola. Of course, I've got to be careful to say that, haven't I? But yeah, if you know someone who might be in this sort of situation, who you're worried about, how do you reach out to them? I think that's a really important thing we need to cover. We can't just have this conversation and, I've done red flagging Paul, I've done red flagging Emma. At this juncture now, we've talked about these other options. We've talked about suicide. We can't just leave it there and say, oh, well, bad things happen. What can we do to try and help?
It's a really hard, this is a hard one, right? Because I work with domestic violence agencies. This is a hard one. You have to, I know myself, it took, well, I can't tell you how many incidences of violence or threats to hurt me. Before I left, there was just too many. But I know myself that I reported, we have something in this country called MARAC, which is the multi-agency response to domestic abuse. For the 4 times I went to MARAC, I scored high. But I still believed in my mind that the situation would change. It could change because he always led me to believe it would change. I didn't always... The one and only time I divulged to the police was when my husband was arrested. The rest of the times I went to domestic... I think one time I turned up in A&E because my feet needed stitching. It's a long story, but I don't really want to go into it. It's very personal. But basically, the nurses didn't believe my account of what had actually happened and where I had bruises. They knew. So they asked me did I want to speak to somebody? And I said yes. And I sat and I said, no, this can't be my husband. My husband isn't like that, because for years, and I'll be brutally honest with you, my husband never laid a hand on me. I never knew this person. So it's sort of like, it's for women, it's how we process it.
In chat there, how long will I be streaming for? Absolutely fucking ages. There's no cut-off time tonight. It's just, let's get this information out there, let's talk it through. And we've still got all of the messages to do. So once we've done this little section about domestic violence, suicide, these options, we'll look at what still could be foul play. We'll talk it through briefly, because we could probably do a whole episode on that in itself, but we'll talk it through briefly, and then I'll get to your messages, and I'm sure some of them will cover aspects of foul play, so we'll talk it through then. And I want to make sure that we've done everything. Of course, don't worry, you can always come back to this channel and watch it replayed. It's always there on the lives section of the channel, and I'm not going to be hiding any of this. In fact, we're going to be doing more of it in the future, so don't worry, there'll always be more. I can put subtitles on the videos. I try to. I hope that YouTube is doing it for me automatically today. If not, I'll look into it as a setting. I think I've turned it on, but you know, I hope so. And yeah, I will do on all the future uploads and everything. Yeah, I'll try to. I really will. You've had a lot of good input in chat here as well. Lots of people have said some really important things. There's been suggestions about particular charities. There's been suggestions about ways to support the Women's Fund, Women's Aid. Ways to support Women's Aid is probably a good thing. And the ideas about talking to people and, you know, people who have been through this stuff in chat as well. So I think this is, you know, this is quite. It's real. It's a real tragedy that Nicola is dead. But what needs to come out of it is that we have far less tolerance for these sort of things to go on in the future. And because we don't know if it was suicide or if it was domestic violence related, pushed her to it, or if somebody did something to her, we still don't know that. There's still three, and maybe an accident, you know, there's still options that are on the table. I think we're at a point in our response to social media, like my response is, I can't talk for everyone. Do what you want. It's the Wild West, for Christ's sake. There'll be some people out there sitting in a hot tub, like talking about Madly I McCann. You know, it's not appropriate, but you know, sitting in a hot tub with their, you know, doing all their rubbing on the. You can, if you want, you can do a porn video where you dress up as these people who've suffered. It would be horrendously inappropriate, but there's a place for it on the internet somewhere, I imagine. But for what I feel like is that we should be bringing out some, you know, as a society. What I can see is that as a society, we are interested and angered by this whole thing. I think, tell me in chat, you know, what, you know, you're here in chat now, we're talking about it. I would think that you are interested and you are slightly angered. I might not be talking for you, you know, but if that's the case, then I think we should be doing something. I don't know what. I'm not going to be able to say, let's organise a campaign or, you know, X, Y, Z, but I can certainly try and get in touch with people who are. Like this Camden-based collective, this lady who we're listening to here, she is running an organisation that does help with this thing directly. So I can support them. I can raise their ideas. I can bring them on the show. That's what I can do. And then as a community, you know, we can talk about it and try. Ultimately, we've got to try and do our best to. I don't think it should be tolerated. I think Nicola Bulley should be a. You know, talking about the red flags, it should be a flag in the map where we say this is not acceptable. We've had it too much. We've had Sarah Everard. We'd have, you know, name the names. I don't want it to keep happening. If we're at the point where they're going to talk about, and I'm not going to get into conspiracy theories and wild stuff, right? But there are some people out there who are worried that we're going to get like trackers in our hands and the digital currency and all that. If we're at the point where they can follow us around with cameras and, you know, track our hands and stuff, then we should stop. We should stop worrying so much about all these horrible crimes, because they should be able to just sort them out. But they're not, are they? They're not. Totally underfunded police, totally underfunded mental health service. It's not the core thing that we've got to get going at the start of it is fund these services. Yeah, I'm not happy with it. And the weaknesses in the investigation, El Lewitt, very good point. I'm not happy with that either. I was very surprised at their handling today, as we saw, of allowing. You know, they removed Nicola's body from the river and they didn't seal it off as a crime scene and they didn't comb the area for clues or anything like that. They just put it in the van and they're gone. Do you want to go down by the river and have a look at it? Okay, go ahead. It's been very strange. Yeah. So...
because I guess it's not just women, it's men too, because we need to remember that men are also victims of domestic abuse. Mm-hmm. And I think as somebody that's been abused, they feel very low in themselves, that they're not worth very much. It doesn't matter how educated you are, that you know, or anything like that. You've been stripped back, you're bare. So it's actually about finding somebody, signposting somebody. Do you know, like ads you see on at bus stops and things like that? They're the things that actually trigger your mind. I have in my office lip glosses that I got from a domestic violence service that I hand out to women if I believe there's some sort of abuse or coercion. Because this lip gloss, underneath it is round, underneath this lip gloss, there's a number. It's not identifiable. It's just a number. So there is ways of actually doing it. You have to be quite smart, because abusers are very smart. This is why people will not send emails to you, like especially domestic violence agencies, and they will always call from a no caller ID. So there's no way to track them, so they don't know that if the abuser will never know. And if you just say, oh no, you seem to have the wrong number, they'll know that it's not a safe time or a safe space to talk. Do you see what I mean? There's many ways that they're called IDVAs, that they actually deal with victims of domestic abuse. But it's got to be society wide, because we're actually missing the point, and we miss the point so much. And as I said before, it has really, really increased the level of violence towards women, and especially since the pandemic. And if we go back 10, 15 years, the rate of the conviction rate for domestic abuse is still the same. Domestic homicide is on the increase. You know, we're in a really bad space in this country.
So I'll just pause that there. That's the full discussion. Nicola Bulley discussion took place on a Twitter space from the Madeleine case tweets Twitter space. So they're doing another Twitter space on Wednesday. So that'll be interesting. I had a good time there. The full thing will be available there. I'm not going to play the rest of it, but I hope that everyone's happy that I played a few clips from that. And I'm going to leave this point here, but I believe that certainly for us and what we're doing here on this, if you're happy to do this as well, I'm going to try and bring on Camden Against Violence. I'm going to contact them in the week. I'm going to try and bring on more people onto my show that have a voice that can teach me and can talk about these sort of things. If you're happy, you know, I'm going with you as well. Obviously, I'm going with the audience as well. I think what some people might do for the Nicola Bulley case, and no offence to anyone, you know, do what you want on the internet. Some people might make 100 videos about all the different nuances and the clues. We're going to talk about a few of them. We're going to make a few more videos. If Paul does another interview, I'll cover it. But I'm not a true crime channel. But what I can do is look into this and explore this more. So I think we'll do that at some point. Okay. You're not happy with AA again? Hey, look. Paul for King of England, right, I see. So I did warn you, right, AA, I have warned you about this. So you're going in timeout. It sounds ridiculous, okay? It sounds ridiculous, but timeout. So now I've had to treat you like you can still watch, and in a minute, in a little while, you'll still be able to comment. But for a little while, you got voted down, you got timed out. So 300 seconds of timeout, and it sounds, I tell you what, it sounds like I'm being a school teacher and you're being a child. So I'd pull your shit together because I'm having to treat you like a child. Okay, so you've been timed out there, right. I'm laughing because I remember when I was at school and I used to have to get put out behind the door. If you don't stop this, you're going out the door. Once you're out the door, you're poking, you stood up like that, aren't you? I can still see you fucking, you still like, you know, you want to get in then, don't you? Then you want to get in. Naughty corner, that's right. You know, if you don't behave, I'm going to bash you on the head and put you in the river. But then I'm not going to put you in the river quite yet. I'm going to put you in the river a few days after they've looked in the river. Sorry. I couldn't help it. I took it so seriously, all this show, and now this has happened. And now I've done a joke. People hate it. Some people hate it when I do the jokes. You got to have a laugh in life, you know. You got to still, you know, always look on the bright side of life, isn't it? So with that said, let's talk about the foul play options then. Yeah, let's talk about other alternatives. The first alternative I do want to say is I want to bring up. I've got a note. I've got Rudy and the dogs. Rudy's a long-time viewer, so I'm going to give Rudy the first go on the voice calls. Let's get a picture up that's appropriate like this. And then let's give Rudy the first go on the voice calls. Rudy's called in and left me a message. So let's listen to Rudy's message. Hopefully this will work. It's having a think. Come on, you chuffer. Oh, I'm reloading it. I've got loads of messages now. Oh, you chuffers. Sandy Tips, you've left me loads of messages, you chuffer. Which is fine, of course, but now I've got to like listen to them all on stream. I hope we have enough time. I said that we were going to go on forever, didn't I? So let's see if we can get Rudy and the dogs first. My dog's chuffing.
So you're saying it could be murder or suicide. There's also the third option of accident, but it does seem very unusual where she was found. I wonder if she was murdered and then placed in the river afterwards. But I know this sounds stupid, but with luck, it will have been an accident there. Let's hope that the poor lady didn't have to go through the trauma of being murdered and all that entails. Just hope it was an unfortunate, as tragic as it is.
It is tragic, yeah.
You can live with an accident than my mum got murdered and my mum suicided.
Thinking of the kids there, yeah.
Bit easier to all around for the family, I suppose.
I hope you're okay, Rudy. You sound quite...
Thank you, Scott. Goodbye.
You sound quite, I think this has affected you a little bit. I think you've taken this to heart a little bit, Rudy. I mean, it is a sad case. I can feel the... So this is what we didn't get from Paul, isn't it? From Rudy, I was able to get the feeling of someone who had emotions and was affected by this in a sad way. And they've basically said they hoped it can be an accident. That would be the best outcome at this point. And I kind of agree. That would be... if we were to find out this was an accident, that would be, I suppose, the best outcome at this juncture. But the only thing, again, if we go back to my PC Paint pie chart, which I don't think I can draw. Do you want me to draw a really bad pie chart again? Also, I did see somebody in chat was praising me for wearing the respectful black. I did it when the Queen died as well. It's just what you do. I'm a broadcasting. I know I'm not like on the BBC, yeah? I'm not on the BBC and I'm not on Sky News or anything, but I'm broadcasting and someone's died and I'm doing it about their death and they just died. So I'm just cool with wearing the appropriate clothes. I might be one of these... Sarah McKay, you're not blocked, no. I might be one of these vile social media types, but I'm okay with being... and I might make a few jokes, but I've also got respect, haven't I? I'm also a good chuffer, yeah. Thanks for noticing. I was going to draw a pie chart for you again on PC Paint, which is, I had it before. Hang on, bin this off. I don't need to draw a pie chart. Forget it. Look, I think it's a very thin sliver of chance that it's an accident. I think it's a very thin sliver of a chance because if it was an accident, it would have to take place where that phone and the dog was, and you'd have to go in the river there, and that part of the river. It's just so unlikely that even if you fell in by accident and buffed your head, you can drown in a foot of water. You can drown, you can drown in your own vomit, can't you? So, anyway, the potential is there, but I just find it to be so difficult. And also the other dog walkers, the people that would have been there at the time, they were on the scene quite quick, finding the dog and the phone. They would have been looking in the river, and she couldn't have gone far at that point. So I find the accident to be very unlikely, but I'll take it on, as I would agree with you, it would be the nicest possible outcome at this juncture. Yeah, so with that said, that's ruled out. We've talked about the suicide alternatives. We've talked about the options there. We've been very careful, and we've been very... we've taken it very seriously. I now want to move on. I now want to move on to the fact that Paul buffed her on the head and did it. And anyway, so I want to move on to the foul play aspect. It seems ridiculous to me that you can say, well, it seems like a suicide, therefore it's definitely a suicide, because isn't that what they want you to think if they've murdered her and created a decoy operation? That would seem to be the next step. So I think we'd need to rule out that other idea. And it is the case. People have said it on Twitter. You're doing it too early. Wait for the autopsy. It will be the case that the autopsy will help. One of the things I learned, because I was looking into it a little bit, is that what the autopsy will achieve, theoretically, is whether she died from ingesting water into her lungs, I think. I think they'll be able to find that out. And the idea is that Nicola went in the river, and it's cold water, and if you've been in the cold water for a certain amount of time, then you would I would have thought that you would be more decomposed, but it turns out that you won't be as decomposed because it acts like a refrigeration unit. It's cold, There's less bacterial life able to support in that. The adult dating, what do you think the people are going to do? Do you think there is a possibility, adult dating chat, that people are going to go to your channel and be like, watch the adult? Like, people just use Pornhub, it's free. Why are you so hectic on my channel? Why you like me so much? No one chuffing sex chats these days like that. Yeah, so I've learned that it's quite likely that the autopsy will have something to say. So hopefully we will get some answers from that. My other worry that we discussed earlier is that is it in some way connected to the police, even though it's an independent judiciary. In some way, if it turns out the autopsy comes back and says she was bashed on the head, yeah, if that comes back, then the police have got to start investigating. But it's 3 weeks down the line and we didn't put tape around this area and we didn't scan this place for clues and, you know, like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's a problem to the police. If you are the police, you want it to be a suicide. So I worry about that aspect, you know, about whether we're going to be given a fair report from the autopsy. So that's as far as we can say about that. That's as far as we can say about that. But one thing I would say that goes against this, because I'm saying I'm still red flagging, you know. Okay, let's red flag it first, then I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. So red flagging it, she's found up here by a road. So if you're going to drop a body off into a river, then it might be that you drop it off by the road because it's easier. There's that. Some people were saying about this marsh farm, whatever the place is that's Emma's place. Marsh Farm Hall being just here. So this is the river that she was found in. She was literally discovered there. And we red flagged Emma, and Emma lives here. Now, I don't want to dox her address on the internet or anything, you know, but like these are just the things that are going on, aren't they? I would never try and reveal where Nicola's children were, for example, but, you know, this is just the moving parts. So there's a road up just by Emma's here that goes up here past that river. And we were told that if you're in this river, you could travel back and forth up the river and down the river because of the tidal flow. But personally, I find these right angles and I find it, I'm not an expert, but is that what happens then? You go all the way down to the sea, all these winding, because where she was found, she was like caught on a bit of bush. You would think that you can't go too far from these bushes and things because you get caught on them. But then you would also think that the police would have found it. You're back. Adult dating chat. That is so persistent. Hi, user. I'll shut up about it now. You can just get shut up. Shut up about your adult dating chat. I'm trying to ban it. Maybe they'll sponsor me and I don't have to ban it then. Maybe I can, if they want, they could just sponsor the stream and then I'll just let them do it. It'd be incredibly inappropriate, but fuck it. If they have cameras at the school, we don't see any. Yeah. I do need to recruit some mods maybe in the future. Yeah, we're okay at the moment. We're okay with juggling this. I mean, AA is going to be out of time out in a minute, so we'll have to deal with that. See it as a positive. See it as a joy. Something fun to keep us buoyed along. So the red flags are apparent, aren't they? Someone could have either taken Nicola at some point on the dog walk and disposed of her in the river. Now, we don't know that she's done that herself, that she's gone in the river herself. We know that she's in the river now, when she's been removed. Or she's not now. They've removed her now, isn't she? She's in the drawer, like on the silent witness. She's on the drawer. Am I a Freemason? No, I'm not a Freemason. But I'll tell you something funny. I did see this the other day. I wanted to do it as an episode, but I won't bother. I'll do it as another episode. They sell Freemason stuff on Amazon. You can Google it yourself. It's funny. Anyone could be in the Freemasons these days. You can get it on Amazon. No, I'm not a Freemason. I personally, I don't even believe in that shit. I just think there are some drunk men who like doing a club where they like groping the waitresses and drinking and eating pies. But I don't think they're all doing murders and shit. I think that's a bit excessive, but you know, we could do, maybe one day we can do a big episode on it when I can find some people to, you know, be my experts. But I'm no expert on that sort of stuff. Pillars of strength. it's a good point, yeah, pillar of strength. The bridge under the road next to Emma's house. The pillars thing as well. Oh, here, look. Pushed through. Maybe she could have been hidden under there, you mean, there. In this culvert. What this is it's drainage ditches from the fields. Like when it rains heavy, these fields get waterlogged, don't they? And you can't have the river just bursting the bank and that, and you have drainage ditches. I'm guessing that's what this is. Like if you go walking with your dogs, you know about these sort of things. They're like in between the fields. That's a really good idea. Really interesting flag to raise there. Because she'd been stashed here and then entered the river from this area and gone back up this way with this tidal flow. The main thing is that the red flags to us are that the police searched it, said she wasn't there. Then the guy went down with the sonar and said she wasn't there. And then the guy with the sonar has said that she could maybe be in the reeds. But like, you know, I'm going to open the world of possibility to the idea that Nicola has ended up in the river not of her own volition. And it still fits with everything we've said about Emma and Paul red flagged, is that like I even think that we need to make sure that she's gone to that school. People have said she's had a chat with the people at school. She's definitely gone to the school. I'm not at the school. The eyewitnesses can be unreliable. I've shown that people have gone to the electric chair through eyewitness accounts that have been wrong. DNA has proved it to be wrong. So eyewitnesses are unreliable. The CCTV has been unreliable. We've looked into all this on a different episode. So all that's still, you know, keep all that in the frame. Then all you've got to do is get this body in this river and get it found at some point, haven't you? So I think one of the key points, keystones and pillars are very Masonic. Good point, maybe. Or I thought it was subtle. Actually, when you look at this area as well, when you look at this, where are they? Out on the walkies. Here, there's another point here, which is look at these pylons. Like in these videos that were shot of the area where the police are removing her from the river, there are traffic pylons. They're not traffic pylons, are they? They're electricity or telephone wire pylons. This interesting video from Nicola Bulley case on the internet, which is a strange channel that has sprung up covering all this stuff. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I'm using it as a resource, but you know, they're feet on the ground here filming this. And look, there's a pillar in the shot there. It's wooden, it's not stone, but this wall is stone. So I do get a feel for those words that were said. You know, if it's in your subconscious, there's not much else about this landscape, is it? And you're not going to want to say the river. You're going to try and say things that don't, like, you're actively trying to not mention the river. So the only thing else about this landscape is there's these, you know, subconsciously you might have thought about this, the stone wall and those pillars, stone pillars. Yeah. So I suppose the only aspect of that is I don't want to go, do you know what, I don't want to go too deep on that now even, because I think there might be a whole video in it in itself, but also I think how do we, like the only thing we can rely on there is the autopsy. Like if she's been in the water the whole time, they will tell us. If she's not been in the water the whole time, they should know that. And this is a problem I've got, is you're not going to murder someone, keep them in the bathtub and then take them down the river like a week later. You're not going to do that. Like, you're not going to have the ability to move a waterlogged body with ease. So she's either been kept stored. Like, I was wondering whether she was in the attic of the house on that first day or two. And then after the search has been taken place and Paul has learned how they conduct the search, he's learned where to put her. Do you remember he was talking to that guy a lot, wasn't he? You know, he was down there asking this search man about it. So if I were to be, like, devil's advocate now, if I was Paul and I was trying to hide this body, then I would go to the people who are searching and I'd say, oh, what are you doing? How are you trying to find her? Like, I'm innocent and I just want to find my wife, girlfriend. And then I'd learn about it and then I'd think, right, she can't be on, I can't drop her on the bottom because they'll say they've searched there and then she's turned up. That'll indicate me. So I can't do that. And you'd want to put her somewhere they didn't search or failed to search in some way, wouldn't you? And it turns out that's exactly where she's turned up. But that works both ways because they didn't spot her on the search because that's where they didn't do the sonar. But then the police walked up and down there several times. The fella that did that dive, I mean, we can talk about that diving man a bit. But these are the big questions, aren't they? Did she enter the water at the bench? Did she swim up the river? Did she jump up later on? Did she walk further up and go in? Why didn't the dive teams find her? Why didn't the search teams find her? So the dive team have got their We dredged the riverbed. It shows us the sonar. She wasn't there. They've got that. That's fact. The guy that did that diving stuff, he's not a police, yeah? He's not a police. He's a busybody, bottom line. Like, he is. He's just one of those people. Like, he wants to get in and he wants to use his posh boat and his electric... He's got more better kit than the police, so the police are jealous. And he's on there and he wants to be the one doing this, scene on the thing. Got his big coat, got his big jazzy coat, wants to be seen. At the same time, he's volunteering his expensive equipment and his time to help find missing persons. So it's not all bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, can you ever do something nice for someone without being, what did they say? There's a phrase about it, isn't there? There's a phrase about it. Hello, AA. That's you. God, I don't want to do this to you, but that's you gone. One strike and you're out, mate. That's you gone. So, yeah, I think it's funny because, like, the police are obviously a bit angry at this diver man because he comes out here. Like, you can see both sides of the coin here, can't you? He comes out here, like, you're the police, right? And you're trying to do the search. And then here turns up, like, Jack the lad with his fucking special boat and he's making you look bad because he can do a better search and he's got nicer coats. And he's once on the case. And you're like, fuck off. We do the case. We're the police. I don't have any, like, do you know what I mean? You're starting to get like one of these imitation policemen who turns up, no, I don't like it. Don't like it. The police will get a bad vibe from that. They just will. They've got their own specialist dive teams, search teams. They're on the thing. Can you just leave us to it and stop showing us up? I can see why they might feel like that. But on the other side of the coin, that's a really sort of ego-driven, personal, how I appear way to look at it. And you can't have that. Like, you're an institution. You're the police. You're not people with feelings. You're operators of the law. You're there to conduct a search. Like, anything that can help is good. The end. Social media. Oh, you vile social media. But also, can you share her picture? You vile social media. But also, if anyone's seen anything, can you call this number? Like, you can't have it both ways. If it helps in any way. And I watched a different show the other day. Today, even it was. And they were asking, does social media help? It's a different true crimer. I actually quite like them. But I'm surprised about the stance they've took about this social media thing. Because if she hadn't been in the river, social media could have helped find her. Could have done. All this talk, all this information could have helped find her. We didn't know. We're just trying to do our best. But it seems strange that you can have it both ways, doesn't it? So, the police obviously did not help Peter Folding. The police have obviously got because they're petty, like, then he can't step back and rise above it. They've got their personal feelings involved. Oh, I don't like Peter with his boat. He's got a better boat than me and all that shit. Like, for Christ's sake, lads. He's turned up. He's got all the kit. He's got all the gear. Yeah? Like, you want to just get him in and just get him working for you. And one of you or two of you have to sit on his boat a little bit and monitor him a bit. Because he's not really a police. But, Joe, Sally, you're with Peter today. Get the best out of his kit. I'm happy that he's turned up. He's not official, so I need you to be on him, because, for Christ's sake, if he finds her, I want a police at the scene. I don't want him finding her. I want a police there finding her. Thank you. But let's get him going. Let's get him doing. Like, it's a volunteer system. We're all here to try and help search for a missing person. So, I think that was a strange one from the police. But at the same time, right, my hand. Where's my hand? It gone. It gone. I got no hand. The magic of green screen. It's like the opposite of that one on the Addams Family, because that's just a hand and I'm everything except the hand. Oh, forget it. The guy who found her was a psychic. Yeah, he was also right out there by the river. So it could be that they psychically found her, or it could be that they were fortunately in the right place at the right time because they were walking up and down the river, unlike the damn police. But the damn police apparently had walked up and down this stretch of river several times, according to Peter Folding. So Peter Folding is laying the blame at the police. He's saying that I've been up there with my boat and you can't see it under the boat, but the police should have spotted it. So are we saying, okay, I want to say one more thing about this, and I want to move on to our call-in show. And I think a call-in show will cover a lot more of these things. And then if anything big comes up, we can do a show on, like, you know, what I really want to do is I really want to get my forensic psychologist friend Steve to do a show with me where I outline all the different options and Steve tells me forensic psychology wise yes or no. I think that would help me. So what's going on with you? Sex dating. Do you think they get any customers on the old sex date? Anyway, she was found at the bottom, not floating. A policeman overheard. It didn't seem like the body had been long in the water. Maybe. Like, I mean, I can't say these things. I can't because I need to wait for the facts. But and I'd need to see it video recorded. You know, it can't be hearsay for me. I'm only going on what people actually provably say. But yeah, we'll find that out after the autopsy. Hopefully, hopefully. You know, I hope they don't bodge that. So yeah, with foul play, there's a problem. The problem is, did you dump her in the water immediately? Or did you dump her in there slightly after? Will that be found out on autopsy? Because I am not happy with the case that someone's kept her in the water and then moved her to there. I think that would be... Like, you're not moving a sodden, wet, dead body while this is going on. I don't think that. But I do think if you live locally, and of course we've red flagged Emma, so I'll say that, you know, if you live locally and you've got property and there is somewhere very close by that you could have hidden her, she's not been found, and you maybe had hoped she might even be found. Because I think at this point, if you've done the dirty and she's not been found, you're scared because you know where she is, and it would be better if she was in the river, because then we can all say it was a suicide. At some point, you want them to find her in the river. So at some point, you do have to get that body into the river. And if you're sitting at home and rubbing your hands, oh my God, I didn't show you this. Okay, we'll do the call-in show after I've shown you this. And this will end my speculation segment, I think. Because it is all hearsay, isn't it? We are so close to an autopsy report, then I think we can really have something to go on. But I will still say, just because she's in the river now doesn't mean it's suicide. All these things are still on the table. All of these things are still on the table. And here is something incredible. Emma, what is she? Emma Nicola Bulley. Let's just put that. I want the interview, this interview here, yeah. Right, check this out. I didn't notice this the first time around. I didn't call her out on this. I'm not even going to put a voice on for this. Actually, they've edited it, the chuffers. They've edited it. Watch her hands. Look at her hands. Oh, I didn't notice this the first time around, but look at her hands. They've edited it, the chuffers. I suppose it's a short, but look at her hands. She does this with her hands, look. She's wringing her hands. She's clenching her hands. She's clasping her hands. Huge anxiety signals from Emma. I didn't spot this the first time around. We did look at this video in the previous episode, Emma Red Flags, but I didn't call this aspect of it. And it occurs to me while we're doing this one, she's looking now we know from her stationary position here, where she's looking downriver at where Nicola is found. Like absent-mindedly in the distance. Maybe there's someone over the road that she's looking at. I can't see what's in her eye line, but she's doing huge anxiety signals. It's like, it reminds me, if you're dealing with a child, like sometimes children do like weird shit, yeah, like put a sandwich in the video. We don't still have VHS recorders, so no one's doing that. Or like someone hid the other kid's favourite toy, or like they've hidden your favourite teddy. Where's Terry's teddy? Where's Terry's teddy? And like the kids going like, I haven't, and they keep looking at the cupboard, and they keep looking at the cupboard, you know, it feels a bit like that. Now, just with the sound off, it even edited here, she's looking other places, but she keeps looking over the shoulder in that direction. Obviously, she's maintaining eye contact in that one, rubbing her hands, but look, she did it again, there she's doing it again. She's looking off down the river, just like, off down the river. Like now, that looks fucking awful. And she's talking about the efforts of the police and Peter. She's talking about the dive crews. So she's looking down the river. That's what she's doing, talking about those dive crews. I mean, you could assume that she was in the river. You could have said it and stuff, but I don't know, man. This looks to me like she is thinking about the river and really stressfully wringing her hands. That's a different read on that I didn't give the other day, so I'm just happy to get that one out there. Because, wow. Wow. I'll tell you what, when you look at her hands as well, I know that people have said a lot of things about Emma, but she looks like she's done a bit of hard work with those hands, you know. I mean it in the nicest possible way, you know, rugged northern farm hands. You know what farm people... I don't want to say this. She lives on I don't know if it's a working farm, but you know what farm people are like, aren't they? With the brutality to the animals. Oh, careful, Scotty Otty. Careful, Scotty Otty. She didn't give a shit about that dog and the ball, did she? Oh, Emma. Emma, you chuffer. Like, even if she didn't murder her friend, I still don't like her. How about that? How about them apples? All right. Now, this is the phone-in. So, we've got a lot of phone-ins to do. We are up to... nearly 3 hours on the episode. I'll give it another hour. My head is starting to ache. But I've got your phone-ins to do, right? I won't show you the picture of them because it's got email addresses and stuff on, but I'm going to play them. We're going to listen and respond. And there's quite a few. There's a few more than I realised there were. So let's get into it. Let's start from the start and take it away. Right, this is Sue.
Hi. My name's Susie. I believe it's murder. I believe she's been put in the river at a later date, and hopefully the autopsy will show that. Hopefully. It's very convenient that it's near a quiet road, and I don't believe she committed suicide. And I believe it was her partner. And possibly with help from one of the other two, his sister or the other lady, can't remember what her name is. Emma. Thank you. Bye.
No worries, Sue. Sue's quite straightforward and to the point. I quite like that. She's told me her theory. She still thinks it is... This is 23 hours ago this message was left, so within time to understand that the body has been found, I think. Sue still thinks... Oh, yeah, because I set this up because the body had been found. So Sue thinks it is... And I think this is okay that we're talking like this, you know. I don't think you can sue me for... Hey, I did a pun. I don't think you can sue me for libel or slander here. These are people's ideas, and I think it's okay that people have ideas because this is a case of missing persons. So I think people are going to be legitimately voicing concerns. So I think that's okay. That's Sue's thoughts. Someone interesting ideas in chat. Dumped her before at night, the decoy, and an idea about keeping her free. Like, my worry about keeping her in some way, other than just further up in the river, and then they didn't find her, so we're gonna have to fucking push her further up the river so they can find her, these idiots. Other than that, my worry is how do you then go about, like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever tried to move. I certainly haven't tried to move a fetid corpse, but I'll tell you what, I came across a deer. Sounds awful. I came across a deer. I found one in the wood. There was this horrible, you know, rotting corpse. I had to get the dog away from it. Get off that, you chuffer. You know, when you're in the woods and your dog finds a dead thing and you're like, get off it, you chuffer. It always makes me feel bad because, like, I'm vegan and I care deeply about how animals feel. I think they've got their own thoughts and ideas and feelings, so I don't want to make them suffer. But it was smelly and horrible, these dead things in the woods. And I just think, depends where you're put. Yeah, depends where you're put. But you're talking about doing this in night time. It's possible. It's achievable. And certainly down this stretch of road, right? Certainly down this stretch of road, you, in the night time, for example, with a lookout, like if you're here with a lookout, yeah, you're just hoying her over this hedge, or like these are the pylons that we could see in that video. Yeah, this is a lay-by here where the police were all pulled up. So this is the exact spot where she was found. This wall here, this bush. You know, if you're here in the middle of the night, you can see right up that road, headlights. And down there, you can see right up there, someone's coming in a headlights. You can see them coming from a distance. But you can't stop your car being there. You're not going to walk up this road with like a body on your back. So you're going to need a vehicle. You're going to need to be in, out, splush, gone. And I tell you what, if it doesn't go splush, you're going to have to be down that bank pushing it in the chuffing river. And all that time, no one can see you, no one can go past you. If they do, that's you done, because that's an eyewitness saying there, oh, what's Paul doing out by the river in his gym kit? So it does. There are questions there. Wheelbarrow maybe, yeah, but you're telling me you're going to wheelbarrow a body up there, like, you know? Do you go to the gym? I don't. You're going to need to go to the gym a few weeks to get that up there. Paul goes to the gym. I don't. I wouldn't be able to wheelbarrow someone up a road like that. I'd be chuffing knackered. And then what are you going to do? Like, where's my wheelbarrow going? Splush as well. And where am I going? I'm out in the woods in the middle of the night on my own in the dark. I don't like it. I need a torch. What if someone drives past me and hits me with their car? You know, what if that happens? I love this picture with his thumb up. It's not thumbs up. Your face is mashed up, pal. It's not thumbs up. Thumbs down for that, isn't it? Bonzo the clown there, look. Bonzo the clown. Don't need any makeup, just... Anyway, so I would worry about that. I think there is, in my mind, much less chance that you're able to... I hope the autopsy would find she's either been in the river the whole time or she's been dumped. I hope they'd know that from the autopsy, because I think you're keeping her somewhere else and then dumping her is very difficult, but achievable. You know, all you have to do is drive through here at night. And, you know, if you live around here, it's every reason why you might be driving up to Emma's house, or Emma might be driving up to your house. In fact, I imagine Emma and Paul have driven this route quite a lot, quite legitimately. So I think there's that going for you. It is strange, isn't it, that this site is equidistant between Emma's place and where Nikki was last seen. I tell you something. This really reminds me of one of those TV shows as well. Paul said it. He said it's like a TV drama. And so what I haven't done enough of it yet, but I wanted, you know, maybe you can all help me with this because there's more brains here. But a TV drama, he said, in his interview, he said it was like a TV drama. And one of the TV drama... there's a TV drama set up north called Vera. My mum watches it. It's very popular. 12 series of it. 12 series of Vera. She's pretty cool, Vera. I like her. Couldn't load that image. Could load this image, but it'd be tiny, look. Why does anyone have a tiny image on the internet? Who wants a tiny image? Do large ones, you chuffer. Roll the boat out. It's only a JPEG. Isn't it? Roll the boat out. It's only a JPEG. Forget it, look. Anyway, Vera. I wonder, right? How did they see her from there? I don't know, Sasha. I don't know. Apparently, you know, they're psychic. You know, and I wonder, right? Is there an episode of Vera where anything like this has ever happened? Vera would be the one I'd go to because it's in the same area. It's the same landscape. I'm imagining people in that area probably watch Vera because, you know, if they made one round my way, I'd watch it. Although they did, and it was rubbish and I didn't watch it. So, but if it was Vera, I'd watch it because Vera's good. So I can't remember if they did one like this on Vera, but maybe there's been an episode of Vera where her body's been, you know, hidden, kept, dumped. Maybe that. But Paul said it was like a drama, and it's got me thinking as well. This whole what was I thinking of? It's very dramatic, isn't it? It is like something you might see on TV if you had hidden the body and then dumped it. If she'd just gone off and disappeared, it's more mundane. It's not like something off the TV. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine a TV show where your wife goes missing and then she turns up, she's committed suicide and it's sad. That's not really there's no twist. It's not a drama. But you imagine a TV show where someone goes missing and then someone's hidden her body and then they dump it and then that's a TV show. That's Vera. So Paul said it was like a dream, didn't he? Midsummer Murders as well, yeah. Murder, She Wrote. See, I don't know which programmes they might have watched, but I would say Vera would be on the top of my list. But I just wonder whether there's ever been an episode of Vera where that sort of thing happens. Because Emma might have watched that show and might have thought, ooh, you know what? That ain't half given me an idea. Fetch the bin bags. I'm meeting Nikki for a dog walk. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. So, that's come up there. I need to push on with the messages as well, otherwise we're never going to get through them. So, this is Simi. Now, Simi's left me several messages, and I'm fine with it. I never gave anyone a limit, so we'll listen to Simi's messages.
So, Super Chuffer, what do you think happened to Nicola Bulley in terms of the information that has come to light from the police that a body has been found near to where Nicola Bulley went missing? I guess at this point we have to assume it is Nicola Bulley's body.
It's a shame that obviously now it's been not a shame that it's been confirmed, but it has been confirmed.
Unfortunately, although there hasn't been a formal process of identification carried out yet.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? They haven't done a formal identification, but they did say that they think it's Nicola. So my question is, if they put her on the corpse board and, you know, it's a big bloated blonde-haired Nicola, and you can say that's definitely her, or in this situation, can you not say that? And was it something else? I'll tell you what will make me angry. I'll tell you something that will make me angry, is that if they identify her by her clothing and her car keys, which Paul was mentioning and all this, then I'll be well fucked off, because I'll be like, isn't that convenient? Her car keys led to her identification. I'm glad she had those on her. I'm glad that Paul made sure that she had those on her. Jesus.
So I'm just wondering, has your opinion changed? Do you
Yeah, do you know what? In some ways it has, though. I've broadened my horizon. When I was doing the red flagging, I got into it and I was like, this is a super chuffer. He's a chuffer. I'm a super chuffer. And I still feel if you gave me some chips and I went into a casino and I had to bet on one of these outcomes, lose my money, win my money, I'm betting on Paul. I still don't like him. And I'm tying Emma into it. Or maybe the sister. But what I would say is that, yeah, I'm more open to these ideas because I talk to women and because women enlighten me about their struggles through domestic violence and their feelings of suicidal ideation through those troubles. I'm more open to that as an alternative. I am. But my problem with it is that when we get to that end of that conversation and therefore it's suicide, I say, yeah, but that's what we... Like, if I'm doing a really good job of covering it up, I'm laughing because that's what they're all the clues that I've left out for you. I want you to think that. So that's my problem with it, is that even if it seems logical, that's why it seems logical, is because the decoy's done a good job. So you know, my instinct and my logic and my ability to be open-minded, yes, I'll be totally open-minded. I will examine and entertain all possibilities. But my instinct still says, I don't like it. I think someone might have put her in this river. They didn't see her on the search because she wasn't there.
still think that there is foul play at hand?
Yeah.
Do you think that potentially her body might have been dumped in the river?
Yeah.
Or do you think that she might have been pushed in the river?
I think initially they might have held the body back thinking, where should we put this? We need to hide it. They're all looking for it. At the moment, they're not looking at my house, so that's good. Let's leave it there for a minute. But whether they thought maybe at the sea or off the cliff or something, maybe they had options. And maybe because of the way this has panned out, the river is the best one, because now we want her to be found in the river to appear to be a suicide. So I think there may have been some decision-making going on based on how the searches were conducted, and the decisions might have been made after. That's a possibility.
Or has your opinion changed on the matter? Do you think, is your opinion more in line with that of the official narrative that she committed suicide?
Not really.
So, it would be interesting to get your thoughts on that.
I really want to exhaust the other options before we accept suicide, because it would be tragic if she had not committed suicide and someone had set them up. That would be awful. So that's worth pointing out. In chat there, somebody said something about the occult. Do you know what? I intend to get a demonologist onto the show to talk about I've got ideas about, guests I can get on. And before we were doing Nicola Bulley, I've got some occult style guests that I want to bring on. But I don't want to do it now because of Nicola Bulley. It seems like the wrong thing to do. It seems inappropriate. And I wouldn't be talking... let me be straight about this. I worry that people think things that may be damage. Like, I wonder how it serves you to believe in the occult, and I wonder how it whether it causes you to be more confused or depressed or anxious and mental health issues and stuff. And I'm not sure I believe in all of that dark magic stuff. So I'm quite happy to get people onto the show to talk about it and ask questions, but I'd be careful not to lean on the side of saying this is either like a hoax, a conspiracy, or something darker involving like the Masons and the occult. The reason I wouldn't lean on that is because then you've got potentially quite a normal murderer, like, you know, a domestic violence situation being spun into an elaborate story. And the more elaborate it can be, the more chance they've got of getting away with it. It becomes like a smokescreen for them. So you don't want them to have that ability to, you know, you don't want them to have that, the benefit of that smokescreen. We can get there if you know, if everything else is exhausted and there is evidence of the occult, we could go there. But until that's exhausted, and there is, I don't think we should. Simi again here.
My take on the Nicola Bulley case has always been that Nicola Bulley was never even in the Woodland area. There isn't any irrefutable proof to prove that Nicola Bulley even entered the Woodland area, never mind anything happening to her within the Woodland area. I believe something happened to her, but not in the Woodland area. I believe something happened to her at home the night before. I believe that her and Paul, obviously this is all speculation, but I believe that something happened between her and Paul, an altercation happened, which ended up unfortunately in the death of Nicola. And during the night, Paul hid the body somewhere. And yeah, that has always been my take on things. And then Paul got someone to plant the decoys, the dog, and Nicola's phone. That has always been my take. I've never believed that she was, that something happened to her in the Woodland area. Now, the thing that's always been a little bit iffy for me is, if that's the case, how did she take her children to school the following morning? Was it even Nicola who took her children to school? Was it someone else? That bit has always been very difficult for me to kind of get my head around.
She ran out of time there. You only get like a minute 30 to do these things. So we've got another one from Simi in just a second, but I'll just deal with that, yeah. I agree. I think it is difficult to get your head around, but at the same time, we assume a lot in this case. People assume that if you had dropped your kids off to school and you'd been seen, that everyone would know. You assume those eyewitnesses would be reliable. We assume that Nicola has had a conversation with these people at school when she's got out of the car and dropped the kids off. We assume the kids have, you know, said to the police, that was mummy that dropped me off and all this. I haven't seen any facts to that. I haven't seen any CCTV to that. I haven't heard any witness accounts direct. You know, as far as I know, I don't know. So, okay, I'm only a conjecture merchant on the old internet, and I'm just a person talking about stuff that's in... Do you know, actually, I've never said this earlier. It's in the mainstream news. Of course we're talking about it on social media. They're putting it up in the mainstream news, so we're going to talk about it. Yeah, he did have an hour to change his clothes, didn't he? And he mentioned that he did change his clothes and all this business. And the work call. The work call I would take as... I asked my sister about this because she has similar sort of... she uses a similar... I don't talk to anyone on that system, but my sister does. And what she said is that when it comes up, it like rings and you like the work call app thing goes off or whatever it is, and you just sort of swipe to add, I'm online, and then you're in. So anyone can do that. Any of the text messages that were sent by Nicola, any of the phone movements, anyone could have done that. And my logical brain says, if you're planning to cover up a murder, the main thing is you want as much distance between what actually happened and what people think happened as possible. You send this person out, Emma, dressed as Nicola and with her phone, and you want people to see her. You want people to talk to her, because the more they do, the more they assume they've seen Nikki, the more you've got a watertight case that points away from the truth. So knowing Nicola's routine, I'll tell you what though, I'm also open to the idea that it was half and half, maybe, that Nicola has been interrupted during the routine. Maybe she did take them to school, maybe she did get on the call, and then maybe she was interrupted during the routine. That's also a possibility. Paul did say he had to run down there, or he had to get down there, and it reminded me, I'm not going to open up the Paul interview again, but, check it out. Obviously, I did 2 hours on it, and we've still got 10 minutes of him to do at some point. But at one point he said I had to get down there, and it reminded me of this anxiety that I felt in my own family when my parents were divorcing, and they were keen to be in, like, is one parent, like, if they're anxious about their spouse being either cheating or, on the way out, leaving or whatever, they want to get there quick and they want to go and deal with the issue. So it gave me that impression that he wanted to get himself down onto that dog walk and interrupt Nikki So that might have been possible. So maybe I am broadening my horizons there for options. And, I'm just an internet chuffer, so it doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. I would say this as well, have your own ideas. Make sure you've got your own opinions, because, I'm not here to try and... I don't have to be right. What I want to do is find the truth. So if we exhaust all possibilities, we can find that. Next from Simi again.
I think what I find quite concerning is that the specialist underwater search team were so confident, 100% confident. Members of the search team even came out and publicly said there isn't any way that there is 0% chance that Nicola's body is in the river. Now we've since come to find out that a body has been found in the river. We do not know for sure whether it's that of Nicola's body, but we know that a body's been found, and all factors would lead most people to believe that body.
I'm just going to pause that. I kind of I see where we're going with this a bit. I'm getting a bit distracted while in chat though, so I want to deal with this in chat. It's a good point here. I have not seen this via documentary about occult discussion. The occult discussion, it seems that you're interested about it, some people in chat. So what I intend to do is we're going to get membership set up. We're going to set it up so that I put forward the options and then you choose and vote on them. So whatever you want to see, we end up doing more of. In general though, but I also want to lead that and put some options in there myself that I think are important. What's come up from the Nicola Bulley case is I've already covered suicide. I've already done an extensive mental health service channel sort of thing. If you go to Super Chuffer channel, which you're watching now, which you can always find lots of interesting content here if you're ever bored. You can look for the Madly I McCann playlist at some point, make sure you do that. But on these channels here, I've done Mental Health Monday. I did a year of mental health videos every Monday. So there's 50 videos there, all about mental health. So I've kind of covered some of that ground. So I don't think I need to... I certainly have talked about suicide today and stuff like that. I'm confident in this aspect of where to direct people, but if it comes up I can direct them, but I'm not a mental health expert on the internet, and I've done a mental health channel for a year, so there's a resource there. Okay, so we've got that, but in terms of where we go in the future, I'm interested in the occult thing. I think right now, because of the Nicola Bulley thing, it's a bit grim to be talking about the afterlife at the same time as we're talking about the death of this woman. I don't want to conflate the two. I'd like to have an open and interesting discussion about occult things, about people's beliefs and about practices, but as a series of interviews and investigations, maybe even meeting people with the camera, like we said. Maybe even, because people can come in this room. In my room here, I can invite people into the podcast. I want to get guests in the room as well, so they'll have to smell my smoking, but that's for the future, and I hope that we can get there. So interesting points in chat there. I'm really interested in them. So hopefully next thing we can sort of talk about with a guest will be this aspect of domestic violence and violence against women. I'd like to see if I can get Camden Against Violence on the show. I'll talk to them this week. And then following that, demonology and occult business can come up, absolutely. Someone in chat suggested Ephesians 6:12. I don't know who wrote the Bible, but it says, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." So that's what you wanted. I have no comment. But someone did put it in chat, so I brought it up. You're that chuffed you subbed. Thank you very much. If you're here and you haven't subbed, what are you doing, you chuffer? It's free. Sub up. Sub up, you chuffer. It's free. Get that sub up me. Stuff that sub so far up my... Anyway, here's Simi.
Of Nicola's. So what do you think happened here, Super Chuffer? Do you think it's a case of that the underwater search team simply didn't search hard enough? Or do you think it's a case of that they didn't find the body and had been searching for 3 weeks to no avail because the body was never in the river?
I personally think it's not in the river,
and then was dumped.
I'm going to cut you off a little bit there because I get what you're saying. I think, yes, I think personally, my gut instinct is no, it wasn't in the river when they searched. Paul went down, made sure he knew the ins and outs of the search, made sure he had all the reports on every bit of ground that had been covered, and then picked a little spot and said, let's put it there. I think that's more likely in my mind. However, I worry that the autopsy either will or won't find that. Like, if it finds that she wasn't in the river for more than 2 days, bingo, autopsy, big red flag, we're in. Let's criminalise it up and let's get these proper police working on it. But if the autopsy comes back inconclusive, not sure, been in the river for a while, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? And I don't find it the case that someone would move a sopping wet body, but yeah, that's my gut feeling. The other issue is with the search is that, let's say they did the search, which it's not, let's say, they absolute bingo, winning ball number 23. Yeah, sorry. Dead woman murder bingo is probably quite the most gruesome bingo that we could possibly... Anyway, if the search team went up and down that river, plus the extra man with his sonar, and they've been up and down all that, and they haven't found her and she was there, what does that say about the state of the police and their search teams? What even is the point in looking if you're not going to find the actual body that's actually in the fucking river? Like, that's your whole job. Today, we're conducting a search, are we? Okay, great. And we're walking up and down here, and then later on it turns out there was a body there. Well, you get the sack then, don't you? I want everyone in my office tomorrow who was on this search. Why the fuck didn't you find her? Like, what's going on? And I'll tell you something else, right? In today's day and age, why was that search not recorded on video? Like, there must be body cam of that search. Come on, surely. You're not going up and down the river and just looking with your eyes, are you? Like, that would be naive, wouldn't it? When everyone's got the ability to record everything on their phone and all the social media people are there. Like, you have got someone there with a camera, so you can go back and check that bit of river on the footage that you took when you were searching, haven't you? Like, I don't know, man. If they haven't got that, then I despair. It would say more, potentially, about the state of the police than... Like, either way is really bad. One way, we've got somebody who's trying to fool the police and put the body in there a little bit later, a little bit after. And the other way, we've got an incompetent police force that, therefore, couldn't track a crime if it had happened. So we're going to have to say it's a suicide because they are never going to be able to prove it's a crime because they can't get any evidence together because they couldn't find a damn body. So I am aware that these things have happened where people have not been found and they've been found later. I am aware of that. But they are as well. So search harder. It angers me that a member of the public found this body. It's certainly in such a high profile case as well. Bear that in mind. It wasn't that, like, we've got a missing person, they've not been found and it's gone on the pin board and later on they've turned up, washed up somewhere. This is, everyone's out looking, everyone's concerned, you've got social media everywhere, you're supposed to be controlling the scene. Pull your fingers out. Yeah, that's how I feel about that. Simi again.
Super Chuffer, do you think that the interviews will continue from people who know Nicola on a personal level, like her partner Paul, sister, friend Emma? I'm just wondering, do you think that these interviews will continue now?
Actually, I'm going to let her play the full thing and then I'm going to answer that.
That a body has been found near to where Nicola disappeared, and many people are speculating that this body is of Nicola's. I'm just wondering if you think that these individuals who know Nicola...
It's all right to stop talking at some point, Simi. You chuffer. You're a super chuffer as well. You're a mega chuffer. We're all mega chuffers now. I really appreciate that you sent me lots of messages. That is actually good. I'm only joking.
On a personal level, if you think that they will continue to use these opportunities as a way to potentially garner more public attention,
yes.
Maybe an opportunity to cash in.
Yes.
Because as we know, there have been many occasions where these individuals haven't come across as sincere, and their intentions have been questioned by many, and they have come across as quite disingenuous.
They certainly have.
So I'm just wondering if you think that these interviews may continue.
Yeah, so on the con side, why would I do another interview when more people will think I'm disingenuous and more people think I've done it? Well, fuck those people, money. Those people already hate me, but more money, I like. So yes, more interviews will come. They will, like Sky News were contacting them and they didn't want to talk to them because they're sad. But these news people, like, if you a really good example of this, a really good example is the Shannon Matthews case, and we did it on the Super Chuffer channel. So, you know, I'll go and show. I'll do my own little bit of shilling, my own channel here. The lives, thus criminals who publicly appealed for their victims. We looked at the Shannon Matthews case in this, but there is a really good documentary about the Shannon Matthews case by Cutting Edge. It's available on YouTube, and the people, the press people, they want the stories. They'll pay you some money. They'll try and get it for free, but they'll pay you some money as well. And they'll be like biting your hand off and, you know, arguing about it. You know what I mean? They'll be like, you'll be able to bid them up. And if you're already in this world, Shield Master level, yeah. Like, do you know what's funny about being shilling as well is that all these people are so aggro about shilling, yeah. Like, the reason you know I'm not a shill is because I've got no fucking money. If I'm shilling for something, they're not paying me properly, so I'm having to, like, you know, solicit for donations on the channel. So I'm not getting paid properly, but I would quite happily. Do you know what? I'd quite happily advocate for you know, I want to get a sponsorship. So something that I can agree with, great. That would be nice. But if I don't quite agree with it, oh, for fuck's sake, man. Like, this is the big wide world. If I have to put an advert up for a video game that I'm not going to play or something, I'll do it, you know, whatever. And, like, in terms of, like, they shill this and shill that. Like, I want my stuff to grow on YouTube and I want to grow, so I'm going to promote that. But also, I tell you what, the other one that makes me laugh is that, you know, if they want to take these videos down about, if Paul's angry about this, all he has to do is pay me 20 grand and they're gone. Whoosh, videos are gone. Like that. We'll talk about the occult next week and just forget this. I'll take the 20 grand, thanks. Do you know what I mean? They don't have to murder me. Oh, anyway, if he had 20 grand. Anyway, the point is, yes, I think the interviews will continue, but I think there'll be a bit of time between them. Time for Dan's face to heal. By the time Dan's face is healed, someone in that group would have taken an offer. And I think inevitably, more and more, it'll be Paul. I mean, look at what happened with Madeleine McCann. They did have that fund to build up, didn't they? Again, shilling for myself. Check out the playlist on my channel for Madeleine McCann. I've done a full playlist of it. I did a body language analysis of them as well, and we'll do more in the future. So, you know, you like my body language analysis? There they are. Have a look at that. They had a fund to fund, didn't they? They at first it was just to help them find Madeleine, and then it became to help them pay their mortgage. So they became millionaires because of it, and doing the interviews and constantly being on the telly, meeting the Pope, that was all part of it. And I think Paul will be like Jerry Jr. You know, he won't be full on, he can't be as full on as Jerry, but he will do little bits and pieces here and there. He certainly will. I'm sure you'll see some sort of special. Emma will be, this is all conjecture, but Emma will be currently visualising the Netflix special. And if you're not controlling the narrative, someone else is. So if you're guilty, it's even more important. Even though you have to step in front of the camera again and have people say, oh, he looks like a chuffer. Well, you know, people step in front of the cameras and look like chuffers. Even if you're guilty, more important to you, control that narrative. That's what I think. I mean, people are asking my questions. I'm telling you the answers, yeah. I think this is okay. I'm hoping. It's good. Eyelash Emma's going to release a book. Eyelash Emma will miss her 5 minutes of fame. We've got Eyelash Emma now. I think of her more as hand-wringing, farmer hands Emma. Hand-wringing. Do you know, I don't know exactly which one it is now. There's a Shakespeare, isn't it? And he stabs the chuffer, and then he's got the blood on his hands. A bit like the Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. In Edgar Allan Poe's Telltale Heart, the chuffer killed someone, and for some reason he buried their heart under his floorboards, which was a bad move, because in the night you could hear it beating and it was scaring him. It was his own paranoia. It was his own anxiety over his own guilt that caused him to feel this, the Telltale Heart. And it's the same in whatever Shakespeare it was, where they stabbed the chuffer and got the blood on their hands. They can't wash the blood off, and you know, your farmer's hands, your brutal. Anyway, Paul advertising gym clothing. Paul advertising, what's that, 24-hour gym? Or is there a 24-hour gym that Paul can advertise? This is a different conversation, but we could have it. Is it Macbeth? Is that what it is? The Scottish play? I know it's one of them, isn't it? I should know really, but yeah, it feels like that sort of thing to me with the Emma's wringing hands. That's in the Bible apparently as well. Money, the body language for money is this, rubbing the hands. I'm looking forward to the money. This sort of stuff that Emma was doing that we were just looking at a minute ago, all this wringing of the hands, that's anxiety stress. Like proper anxiety stress as well, like where it's got to the point where you're doing this. Like proper anxiety stress. It's not like your hands are cold and you want to warm them up. It's anxiety stress. Yeah. Karen next has left their surname, but I'm not gonna. Even if you send me your surnames, I'm not gonna read them out unless you've got like a some kind of cool like handle. Unless you're like called like I've got to think of a cool handle now. What do the kids call themselves these days on TikTok? Johnny TikTok. If you're Johnny TikTok, I'll call you Johnny TikTok. But if I think it might be your real name, I'm not going to read your real name out. But this is Karen. Is it? It's not working again. Come on, reload. I'll reload it. Okay, I've reloaded it. This is Karen.
Hi, my name's Karen from Lancashire. Very sad about the body being found and everything.
It is.
But I still don't trust a partner.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I still think something's off about the whole thing. And hopefully all truth will come out. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice, succinct, major point. I agree. Still don't trust Paul, isn't it? It's this instinctive feeling. I mean, if he needs his loft lagging, you're not going to go up and help him, are you? Like, if he invites you for a late walk by the river, you're not really going to want to go with Paul, are you? Late walk by the river. Yeah. in chat here, you've got some real proper gags going off, so I have to read them. The Netflix special, Bully for You, and Paul, Nike, just do it. Paul has applied for Love Island. Oh, I've got a text. What is it? I've arranged a play date with a local family. Whoops. Shit. It is sad that the body's been found. I have to remember this. I'm wearing the black, and it's a little bit like a wake in a way, isn't it? You're allowed to make jokes and try and jolly things along. This is a YouTube channel. I'm not actually in the autopsy room, so I think it's okay. The Fitbit as well. Actually, I didn't bring this up. I did a bit of thinking on the Fitbit. My own personal feeling on the Fitbit is it actually might be that Nicola died earlier than we thought, and that Fitbit might be, the fact it turned off might have been a big thing, bigger than I imagined. Or it could have simply been she just forgot to charge it, couldn't be asked with it anymore. So there's a bit both ways. But yeah. And the Chris Watts thing's coming up in chat again. Yeah, someone else did a video comparing the two, and I think they did a really good job. I mentioned it the other day, so I want to give them their flowers and not sort of copy their video, but I do agree. I think it does seem very similar. I think, do you know what? I shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna. I'm so grateful and thankful that the daughters are actually safe, even if they've got to go through all this trauma and understanding and working out and all that. At least they're safe, You don't wear your Apple Watch with a dead battery usually. True. That's a good point.
Hi, Super Chuffer. I'm not sure.
This is Simi again. She sent me a few messages. I'm happy that she sent me a few messages. It's keeping this going this bit, so it's cool. But in the future, when we do call-ins, I like this system actually. I think it's worked well, hasn't it? This speak pipe. You can send me a recording. I'll listen to it and talk about it on stream. Okay, if it keeps filling up tonight, I'm not going to get through all of them. I might have to limit it at some point. But in the future, what we might say is maybe just one message a time, or maybe a couple each. But think carefully about what you want to say and say it so it doesn't overload. But yeah, I think it's going quite well. This is Simi again.
I'm not sure if you've heard the information, because I've not heard it being reported about much. I know that a channel called Popcorn Planet has reported about the information that Nicola and Paul had or have a business together, and that business has not been doing very well at all for a while. They're in debt. from what Popcorn Planet said, it's not particularly...
Popcorn, I don't know what Popcorn Planet is, but I assume it must be another true crimer. I can't advocate for other channels that I haven't watched, but, you know, by all means, throw them a like and a sub and check out their work if they are doing good work. I would like to, at this moment, actually, when it's popped into my head, I'd like to give a big shout out to somebody else who I have a large amount of respect for and I worry about a little bit. True Crime Rocket Science. True Crime Rocket Science has been covering this case. You probably have seen them on YouTube. I've seen them on YouTube. I've got a lot of respect for them. I used a lot of they did a lot of videos about Nicola Bulley. Sorry, Nicola Bulley, that's what we're talking about today. They did a lot of videos about John Bennett Ramsey, and I watched them all, and I learned a lot from them. So I really like them and their work, okay? But they have done a couple of lives where I'm just going to say this out loud now while we're talking about other channels, okay? This is the chuffer. I like him. I think he's a good chuffer. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders, and I think he's decent, right? I like him. I'm a bit worried because at the end of this one, and I was in chat talking about it, I'm down there. Look, I'm super chuffer. I'm down there. This live our chat and your channel is social media, I've written. So this might be where he's talking about it.
To provide a counter narrative to that narrative, even if it is authentic, even if you are trying to tell the true story. What is the antidote to that whole conversation in terms of what is affirming? And so I've started a channel.
All right, he's talking about something else now there, sorry. Anyway, the point is, he did actually highlight one of my... There, look, he highlighted my chat there. Aren't you also social media? He had a go at social media. He we talked about it earlier in our episode. We talked about social media and stuff like that. And he seemed to be talking about social media as if it was something that he was not part of, as if he was outside of it. But we're on YouTube. You're on YouTube. You are social media. And I worry also because he, in this case particularly, he revealed that his mother committed suicide in a similar way. And so I think it's clouded his feelings, like his emotional feelings, his response to this, in some, not clouded, but he's got a real emotional response to this, maybe more insight than others as well. So I think he's done a really good job on this case and this investigation, but he's leaning very heavily on the suicide aspect and he's very critical of social media. And my worry, like I said, I love this guy. I think he's great. So my worry is that this, you do enough true crime coverage and it gets to you. And I worry that this case is getting to him in some way. And I feel it was strange for him to critique social media, being as he is social media. So just a big shout out to him. If you're aware of true crime, you're probably aware of this channel. And, if he ever watches my work and what I'm saying, thank you very much for all your videos. Nick, I think you're a great person. I think you've got a great heart and a good head on your shoulders. So I just don't want you to feel swamped down or overburdened with a battle. Like a battle against the concept of social media. What I said, he did respond to me and agreed, yeah, okay, so, what I said, yeah, he talks about Virginia Woolf, so you do know what I'm talking about in chat here. I don't know about all the other true crime people. I haven't watched Grizzly myself, but I'm aware of them and their work, because someone else has brought it up in chat. What I wanted to say was that, Paul, I think is, a good heart, and I just don't want him to be hurt and brought down by this. And so I see him battling again. Oh, thank you for your tippies, Kim Edmonds. Thank you for your tippies. I want to make a plea, when we're talking, we just brought up other channels, so I just thought I'd bring this up. He's started another channel himself. Is it in the? It's not in the. It was called Peachtree something. If you watch his content, follow that Peachtree channel as well. He's trying to create a positive endeavour, and I see it as a reaction, like creating a positive channel, not always talking about murder. I know the feeling. So, mental health is the most important thing, and if you're a content creator, your mental health is quite important too. So my heart goes out to him for the struggles he's been through. I respect his opinions and his ideas. I'm worried about this setting himself into putting his shoulder against a battle. That was what I was going to say. You can't win. Because the Wild West YouTube, if you're going to type in Nicola Bulley, you see what Sky News have done. They're at the family's house the day, they're ringing them up, forget their privacy, do an interview. And we're on YouTube, yeah? So, Wild West YouTube, I'm just a chuffer, I'm just a person talking, I'm going to keep doing it. If you don't like it, if he doesn't like me in social, I'm not everyone else on social media, I'm just me. But if he doesn't like it, he just has to accept it goes on or don't watch it. Because like there are some things that are against terms of service and some things that are not, and I just worry for his mental state. And this goes in general for the conversation about whether we should talk about this. You know, we talked about it earlier in the episode, didn't we? But yeah, you know, we should totally talk about this. Linny Helen sent me some tippies as well. Look at this, the tippies coming in. This is massive to me. You just come across my videos on YouTube, says Kim Edmonds, enjoying your content. Thank you. And you're enjoying the content, you've decided to support it. That's massive. I hope I can prove myself to people like Linny Hannon here and Kim Edmonds. I hope that I can prove myself to you by just continuing to make good content and stepping up another level. When we get this level of support that I'm aiming for, if we can find a sponsor as well, stepping up one more level and really trying to produce some media here. Yeah. I should give Acoustic Gymnastics mod status. If Squirrel Sniper, right, out of all of you, Squirrel Sniper's been here the longest that I recognise in chat. Squirrel Sniper, I know Squirrel Sniper is a legitimately Squirrel Sniper. Acoustic Gymnastics, I've seen you've got a YouTube channel, you're playing your guitar, I've seen it, I've had a little look, so thumbs up. But I've only just sort of met Acoustic Gymnastics recently, so give it a few months, everyone can earn my trust, absolutely. But at the moment we're okay, we don't need any excessive modding because no one's being excessive, but it's just interesting that I'll tell you what about Squirrel Sniper as well. I know that Squirrel Sniper joins in other streams where I don't agree with what's being streamed necessarily. I don't have all those same ideas, but it doesn't stop us from being friends, so that's all good in the hood. Let's carry on with what Simi was saying.
Really a massive amount of debt, but it is a substantial amount of debt, and I'm just wondering, if you know anything about that, if you've heard about that, and if you have, do you think those factors have something to do with the disappearance of Nicola Bulley, or potentially the death of Nicola Bulley? Because we know that a body was found near to where Nicola Bulley went missing, and we know that it's highly likely that it is Nicola Bulley, unfortunately. All factors do point towards it being, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, we now know it was, yeah. The debt, the money thing, right? I'm going to say something that probably no one else has said on this, and I'm glad that it's right here deep in this episode because it's only you hardcore that are going to hear this, but oh god, you know what I'm like already, don't you? So I'm going to okay, actually wait, I can, oh no I can't, can I? Because I don't want to get actually murdered. There's a level to what I can expose of this, I suppose. Is there? Or do I just... Oh, I don't know what's right and wrong here. I don't know what's right and wrong, but I instinctively feel... I can't even... Can I remember the chuffer's name? Can I remember his name? Yeah. This is kind of harsh, but true, right? I used to go out with this woman, and she'd suffered at the hands of a violent and abusive man, in a way. She'd also been party to his drug dealing business, so I don't want to go into her business too much. But this guy... More options. Reject all. Reject all, thank you. Close that. Murder suspect found dead in Nuneaton named. I do. Like, this is going to sound awful, but I do fucking hope he's dead, because he might come around and kill me otherwise. His ex, who I dated, don't come and kill me. I only went out for a date with her. Do you know what I mean? And please be dead. She broke up with him, but she told me about this chuffer. After the reason he's in this news story, murder suspect found dead, and I'll just, it's on the news, you can find it, but I'll tell you quickly, is that he went to prison for dealing drugs, big amounts of drugs, and then after he came out, he was still using the drugs, and he got going with this woman, and they went to Travelodge for a party, and they were doing the cocaine, and then he beat her to death in the Travelodge, and then after that, he decided to go and throw himself in front of a train to end it all. I hope, because otherwise I've just told his story on the internet, and now he's going to come and kill me. But I tell you what, Dean, it wasn't one. Was it, Dean? It wasn't, Helen. Listen, it wasn't one date, but I don't want him to know that. Anyway, look, we definitely don't still go out with each other anymore, I'll tell you that. Anyway, it's sad in a way, it's tragic, but also he beat someone to death, like he beat a woman to death, so that's enough of that. But the reason I got that up is to tell you, in my experience, which is limited to that, But what I learned is that what people do is they open up a business. If they're this is if they're selling large amounts of cocaine. And when I say large amounts, I mean like the big bags. Like, you know when you go to the supermarket and you get the big shreddies. You know when you get the big shreddies and they won't fit in the cupboard. You know the big shreddies. Thank you very much for Scott Newsom sending me the tippies on this system here, on the coffee system. You know when you go and get the big shreddies and it won't fit in the box. Keep up the good work. I will try to, as long as they don't murder me. So, and I won't have to take their money if I keep getting tippies like this, will I? I won't have to be shilled off if I keep getting tippies. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, you know when you go and get the big shreddies and it won't fit in the box, that sort of size. Not when you get the little, you know when you get the little ones and you've got 6 different boxes and they're all in the value pack, the variety pack, and you get the little boxes like we get on the street. You know when you're out on the street and you have to, you know, you're right, mate, you got any shreddies? Yeah, man, how many do you want? Oh, I just need a 5 drawer. 5 shreddies? No, just a 5 drawer. 2.5 shreddies for that, mate. Can you not do me 4 shreddies for £8? No, I don't take change. It's 2.5 shreddies or fuck off. Anyway, look, so like, you know when you're buying your shreddies and you get your big box, you know, you won't fit in the cupboard. Where are we going to put this? Put it out in the not the conservatory, what do you call it? It's not a conservatory. I call it a conservatory because I want to sound posh, but it's like a lean-to on the side of my house, you know, out the back. You know, out the back, the bit of your house that's not properly heated, that's like out, you know, that bit where there's an old fridge and the freezer. Put the dog stuff out there, out the back, you know. You keep them out there, don't you, big stuff. Anyway, I'm going off on shreddies. The point is, this chuffer was selling big boxes of shreddies, cocaine. And when you do that, okay, getting it back to this, talking about Simi sent me a message, is that if you've got a business that you can front, so I'm not going to tell you about what these other businesses were because I really don't want to go there because they still operate and exist and I don't want to get murdered by them. But the big drug gangs that are operating them, you know, whoever they are, the big ones, they operate these shadow businesses and they get you to sort of open up a business, you do some turnover, some money goes in, some money comes out, you close the business, and this is the key bit, right? This is the key bit, is that you close the business and you bin it off and no one can ever trace you. Do you know what I mean? Like money laundering, you don't want your business to be successful and profitable and lots of stuff to be happening. Like you might sell a lot of whatever it is they sell in these businesses, and then you might do a lot of work and get a lot of invoices or something or whatever it is, and then it just might disappear, the business. So a string of failed businesses could be down to a risk-taking entrepreneurial spirit. It could be that, or it could also be a front for drug money. Just saying. I don't know the truth here, you know, I'm not saying it is. I don't know any of those sort of deeper facts in this issue, but in my experience, from what I've seen of other people who beat their wives to death, I'm laughing about it, but it was fucking awful. And like, you know, I came close to that case. I'll just say that I came close to it. Yeah, so like, you know, I think that it could be Paul, if he's got this failed string of businesses, it might be worth looking into where the money came from and where the money went in those businesses and what was going on there. Or for my own sake, it might not be worth doing that because I don't want big drug gangs to murder me. So, but that's my answer to your question there, Simi. Thanks for that one. Simi, continue. You'll be surprised. Simi's left me a few, so we'll go through them and I'm trying to give everyone the good grace of getting all their messages played. So let's next.
Hi, Super Chuffer. Do you think it's convenient that a body has been found that could potentially be Nicola Bulley's?
Yeah.
Do you think it's convenient that it's been found after 3 weeks of the specialist underwater search team doing a lot of searching and being completely convinced that Nicola Bulley is not in the river? They were so convinced, so certain, so utterly sure. While the police, on the other hand, the Lancashire Police, were confident that Nicola Bulley was in the river. So, taking that into account, do you think it's kind of convenient that 3 weeks later, it has been reported that a body was found in the river? Mm-hmm. Do you think this...
It's all right to stop.
Do you think...
Just ask one question at a time, otherwise I can't follow it. It's all right to stop. You've got 20 more seconds. Go on.
Could potentially be possible foul play here.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
At the hands of the police. Do you think that Nicola Bulley may have been found somewhere else. This is, of course, speculation.
I worry that, okay, it's interesting that the police are on the scene to... No, I don't know. No, I'm not going to say the police dumped her there. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to enter into a world where we've got such an elaborate... Because the problem with that is you only need one good cop to stand up and the whole ring is busted. You know what I mean? So those things, I think, are too fragile. And, like, you know, would you want to put your hands on that body and move it? Like, if you didn't have to, if you weren't involved in some direct way. So I worry about it, because obviously they have got a van and, like, you know, they are up and down that road. But I don't want to go there myself in terms of likelihood, or, like, I would... The problem with some of these, like with the Nicola Bulley case, we haven't got much evidence, and that's been an issue. And to me, that points to foul play, because you've covered up all the evidence that might point to the truth. But when there's truth happening and no one's messing about with it, there should be more evidence kicking around. And when people are doing, like, elaborate things like moving bodies, then evidence starts to come out. And, like, when you've got a group of people who have to be involved, because if it's the police, it's not just somebody on shift, it's like the whole lot of everyone has to, you know, if you've got one person who's going to grasp people up and whistle blow, then the whole thing comes down. I think at moments like this, the stress on that reveals cracks, and I don't see so much of that. In fact, I don't think the police have got enough organisation about them in this case to find a body, let alone plant one. But
my part, I'm just speculating.
Yeah,
do you think she could have been found elsewhere, but the police are reporting, claiming that she was found in the river? Do you think that could be a possibility?
Okay, I've answered that. I'm not sure it could. Well, it's a possibility, but I'm gonna put that as like a 0.1% possibility. I wouldn't risk my money on it. But thank you, Dee, for supporting me with your money. You discovered my channel recently, really enjoying it. Keep speaking out. Thank you. Like, when it comes in like this, I'll be, like, brutally frank here. You know, the amount of support I've got tonight, I see this as a good night's work for me. And when it comes in like this, it fills me with confidence. To individuals, I know that times are tough. For all of you out there, I know that times are tough. I'm living the same life as you are. You know, I'm going up Aldi. I'm a normal chuffer, yeah? But if people are going to give me £3 here, £3 there, you know, maybe even a little bit more here and there, it really adds up for me. So it makes a huge difference. So I'm really grateful. Thank you. Our next message is also from Simi. We've got three more from Simi. We've got more from Simi. Adult dating's back. You can chuff off. You can go hide user. Now, why do you keep coming back? What do you think I'm going to do? I'm like, oh wait, you're persistent. I respect your persistence.
Hi, Super Chuffer. I would just like to send a message out there to people who are really having a go at armchair detectives, and anybody who suspects that it could potentially be Paul or the friend Emma or even the sister who's in on...
Yeah, agree. You know, who's giving the most grief to armchair detectives is the mainstream media, who are most scared of them losing their views to TikTok. What link do you need, Acoustic Gymnastics? Was it Discord? We'll get onto that in a bit. Maybe.
And no more than they're letting on. And these people are having a go at other people for having for speculating in a way that challenges the official narrative. I just want to say that at the end of the day, I'm sure these people who are having a go at those who are challenging the official narrative are the same people who were probably defending Chris Watts when others may have been suspecting him and challenging the official narrative at the time. So, and look what happened there with Chris Watts. So I would just advise people to remain open-minded. This case has been there's been a lot of mystery surrounding this case, and there has never really been concrete facts to lead us one way or the other. So I would just advise people to remain open-minded, and those who don't believe the official narrative, they have every right not to believe it, and those that do also have every right to believe the official narrative. We are all entitled to our own opinions. I think everyone should be respectful of that.
Yeah, free speech is important, and sharing these ideas is important as well. I think it's... One critical point here is the idea of an official narrative. I know in recent times it almost leans into conspiracy ideas that came out of the right-wing Donald Trump, 4chan, QAnon, all that business. You know, this idea of question the narrative and they're lying to you and all this. But it's more and more the case with this. Okay, just taking this case as a microcosm, the media themselves need to be able to control the narrative, because that's what they're selling you. They are selling you a narrative, a story. That's what they do. That is all they do. They write a story and you click on it or you pay for the paper. That's all it is. And if you're able to get your stories from a different source, free on your phone, people like me, people like True Crime Rocket Science, other places, on the internet, if you're able to get your stories from elsewhere, what purpose do the mainstream media serve? And if they can't control the story, then they can't write the story. Like, if you're writing a story, before phones and social media and all that, when you had to just go and buy a newspaper, tomorrow's news was already in their mind, because they write story A and it follows on to story B and then story C. And on Friday, we're doing a big special. Thank you very much for Jupiter's Dreaming, sending me the old tippies on the old tippy system. I'm gonna have to start doing new sounds as well. Excellent chat, thanks. Thank you. It makes I've said it a million times now, so it makes a difference, but it does. It makes a difference. I might start getting various sounds so that when you tippy, you get an exciting new sound. Look out for that in the future. A big splash of someone falling in the river. Anyway, look. Yeah, I think that the problem that the mainstream media have really got is that if they can't control a narrative, what can they sell you? Because that is all they're selling you. So instead of day by day, we've now got someone sent tippies. They want to say it's remain anonymous, but thank you. They want to be driving that narrative. They want to be predicting it and being able to sell it, like writing tomorrow's news today. And so now you've got someone on TikTok that's down there, that's at the riverside, that's doing this. They've lost control, and so they have to fight. Like, if you're running these big media corporations, it's quite important that they project the message to the public that social media is bad. In whatever way, let's get rid of it.
I couldn't be happier.
Live Shack. Live Shack. We love you, Super Chuffer. I love you, Chuffers. We're all Super Chuffers today. We're all Super Chuffers today. Thank you. Yeah, so I think that's the critical point with the narrative, is about control, and it's money. It's just money. Who are the worst, most disgusting, most vile people in this case? In a way, it's the mainstream media who were there grubbing at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Give me an interview. Who's the most vile, most disgusting? Could be levelled at the mainstream media. It could be. And that's not me being like, total conspiratorial. It's not me saying that there's like aliens with lizard faces controlling shit. I'm just saying it's about money, and about the modern world getting out of their hands and out of their control. That's all.
Hi, Super Chuffer. I know that there are people out there who are giving diving expert Peter Folding, I think you pronounce his name, Folding. They're giving him backlash because he was so confident that Nicola Bulley was not in the river, and she's been found, or let's just say a body has been found, because it's not been formally identified yet. So we can't
9
say
hours ago this
it's
was,
the
but
body
yeah.
of Nicola Bulley's
It is.
yet, but many of us,
Well,
it's not
they
in the
can't,
river,
but they have. But yeah.
And a body who we believe is Nicola Bulley.
Yeah.
Sonar and the dive team do not search the reeds. The reeds would be the responsibility of the land search team, not the diver or the underwater search team. They would not search the reeds. What do you think of that?
I think the problem is that because they've got these ego problems. I don't like this chuffer with his glossy boat. I've said this earlier in the episode, that the police are going to sort of say fuck you and your sonar, and he's going to say fuck you and your police. But really, someone should just come out and say the damn truth, which is, I went up and down that river, she wasn't in it. What do you think, police? Because it was your job to search this aspect. And if they say, oh, no, then go, well, I think the police aren't doing their job then. Or like, don't just leave it out in the air like a bad smell. Say the actual thing you think. And Peter Folding's in a rock and a hard place, because if he says bad things about the police, then he's never going to work for them again, is he? So it's all about egos and reputations there. And bottom line is, if you're doing your jobs properly, you found her during the search if she was in the river, because that's your whole... Again, it's like I go into the damn... where do I go? Like the hair... I don't go into the hairdressers because I cut my own hair, but, you go in the hairdressers and you say short back and sides, please, and like they dye it blue and fucking shave a chunk out. You're like, what are you doing? You had one straightforward job and you fucked that completely up. So, you get angry, and I would personally be a bit angry. I'm going to close that now because we don't need that. This picture will do. I'd personally get a bit angry about the whole... ineptitude of conducting a large search and not finding a body which was in the river. Like, that seems like, oh, I didn't search the reads. Oh, next time I'll do that then, eh? Like, that seems like either you're so bad at your job that you need the sack, or, and this is the same as, remember that MP, Nadeem Zahawi, who was fucking up his tax money and accidentally skanking the tax. Either you're so bad at your job you need the sack, or you're disingenuous and you deliberately did some disingenuous stuff. I don't think the police are disingenuous, and I just think that she wasn't potentially, like, either she wasn't there or you didn't do your job properly. Sonar doesn't pick up in reeds, yeah, so he didn't check the reeds with his sonar, but he went past them in his fucking boat. Like, they had all people sat on the boat looking round. Why have you not? I've got a camera on my phone, yeah? If I'd have been on the boat, I'd have filmed everything. And then what I'd be doing today is going back to those reeds on the video and seeing where it was and saying, look, she's not there. She's not there. Like, you need evidence of your search, you fucking idiots. Like, Jesus Christ. It's actually winding me up now because, like, they've been out there doing it, and ultimately someone's been getting paid, someone's been getting on the news, someone's selling a book, and they all should, like, it's one of them where they're blaming each other and they all look stupid, don't they? They all look stupid. The only way they don't look stupid is if she wasn't really in that river. This is Simi.
Hi, Super Chuffer. I find it quite interesting that I came to the conclusion that Nicola Bulley's partner had something to do with her disappearance, or potentially even her death.
Oh, apparently they did film it. So I'd like to see that then. They can confirm whether she was or was not there. And the tidal aspect is important because it does mean that it could have been washed up and washed back. I do appreciate that. But the problem with that for me is that, and I don't want to reiterate too much of things that I've said because we've got a big episode tonight. But the problem, okay, you could have dumped her in from this end by Marsh Farm Hall and she could have gone back up. But my problem with this, of course, is that if you know that and you're conducting a search of this river, search further up then. And I think they did. So I don't think it's legitimate to say she's in the river and you missed her during a search. I think that's not acceptable because that's the whole point of a search. Like, how much money was spent and what the fuck were they doing? Oh, it's okay. In 20% of searches, we don't even find anything, even though they're there. Oh, really? Okay, back to the drawing board. Searches need improving. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not happy with any of that. Yeah.
I had even knew his name was Paul, or even saw him, or even heard him speak, or watched any interviews, and I came to that conclusion without that information because the theories that she walked into the river and committed suicide, that didn't make sense to me, because I would have thought that someone at that time of morning, that time of day, a dog walker passing by would have seen her, or if she was abducted by a third party.
It's so critical as well, isn't it, that we didn't, although they appealed for this dash cam, excuse me, although they appealed for this dash cam footage along this road, because we imagine that she didn't necessarily go in the river at this juncture by the bench, that she might have walked up this path and then even further up to where the river was more full and flowing. But when she crosses this road, the police were looking for CCTV, not CCTV, sorry, they were looking for dashcam footage, asking people to come forward with dashcam footage. Because if you see her crossing the road, if she's with someone, if she's on her own, whatever, if you see her doing that, then that's a huge one. And it's interesting that has not come forward. No one's, like, they said that they had hundreds of pieces of dashcam footage to examine. Nothing's come through that. So that's interesting to me there. And the conceivable option is that she's walked further up. And I was saying earlier in the episode that I'll reiterate, there's something about walking slowly into the river that I feel is a little bit strange, unless you're sedated or drunk or something like that. Like, you know, walking slowly in seems not, I mean, maybe it is how people do things. I'm not the expert, but I would have thought maybe jumping from a bridge might have been a different choice. But how you find yourself that far up river, maybe you just wandered off, you know, maybe that is the case. Which path do you take? Can we find any evidence of anyone walking up this? You know, if Nicola has not gone in there, which is, it's either there or somewhere else, she's walked somewhere else, hasn't she? She's got somewhere else. So is there not anywhere else that can help us with any CCTV along any of these roads? I find it very difficult that there's nothing else. Again, it's this lack of evidence entirely. That if there had been some story, something happened, we should be able to piece it together with the evidence, and there's a lack of it. Yeah. They did ask for Garstang Road, not Blackpool Lane. That's a good point. You know, maybe they have not taken enough CCTV, or what am I calling it, dashcam, from everywhere. Maybe that's right. Maybe that's right.
Someone would have seen suspicious activity going on, or if she went into hiding.
Yeah, the Virginia Woolf thing again, Steffi, from True Crime Rocket Science was talking about it, wasn't he? Yeah. Yes. It has happened. It does happen, and it is possible. So we talked about it earlier in the episode, so I will stay, you know, I'll leave that door open. But out of just because it happened with Virginia Woolf, I find it like something may have happened before, but it doesn't mean this is how it happened here. So yes, I will say, you know, that's an explanation that makes sense in some ways, and we did a lot of talking about it earlier. So yeah, I'll keep that door open, of course. Yeah.
Why would you be on a Teams call, on a work conference call?
There were drones as well,
when
yeah.
you planned to go into hiding. It didn't make sense. And the only thing that made sense to me is that her partner had something to do with it. And as I said,
yeah, the problem with the Teams call thing, I think, is that it does marry up with both aspects. Why would you be on there if you're going to disappear? But also, it marries up with all stories, is that it works as a decoy, because she was on the Teams call, wasn't she? So she was definitely there. And it also works that if you were in that Teams call, it transpired that Nicola was congratulated for closing an account, like finishing up a mortgage for someone. And so at that point, her job is done. Nothing is open and left undone. That's what people who commit suicide tend to go through, is a process of tying up loose ends. So maybe it was that.
At that point, I didn't even know anything about him, hadn't seen him, hadn't heard him speak. Subsequently, having seen him and seeing him talk, yeah, that definitely validated my theory and my suspicions. He is very, very sus.
Yes, I agree. I think that's what started. It was mentioned yesterday in that, not yesterday, the other day in that Twitter Spaces that I was in, is that why has this case caught the world's attention? Why is it this case that everyone's so interested in? And part of it for me is that it seems that Paul went on television and looked really guilty, so it drew a lot of attention. And then you've got social media able to drive that story. So I think Paul being sus is a start point for all of our interest, yeah. This is Cam.
Hey, Super Juffer. I've just recently started following your videos. Love them a lot, especially the Nicola Bulley case.
Thanks.
I just wanted you to revisit the first interview that Paul does, because it seems as though he tells you exactly why all this has happened. And it's the clip where he says, like I keep telling you, this is just about the girls. That's all it is. Could you revisit that for me, please? Thank you all.
Okay. Yes and no. I do. I in a way, I don't want to. I'll do it. Look, Paul Ansell interview. I'll do it. It should be a fairly short video, shouldn't it? He's in. Oh, mine's up there. Where is he? We're not going. There he is.
Periods have no chill.
Because I completely remember what you were saying. The reason I don't want to go over this again is because I agree, actually, hearing what you said there. It's all about the girls makes it... if you were making the argument that there was domestic abuse involved... Sorry about this. This is an advert for sanitary products, so I just have to watch it. Yeah, okay, so where does he talk about the girls? You see, I don't want to go through this whole thing again, because you know what I'm like. I'll stop and I'll keep talking. I'll let it roll, and, you know, if it comes up while I'm rolling, it will come up. But yeah, the two girls, the focus is the girls. It's all about the girls. I'm just staying as strong as I can. I'm scared that if I put any focus into anything else, we take a focus off that. I could go over this, you know, and red flag this interview again, yeah. I agree with you, though. The idea of the girls being at the focus is that if Nicola wants to leave you and she's going to take your children, you have to put into some sort of action, some sort of plan in order to prevent her from leaving you and taking your children. And therefore, if the girls are your primary focus, then maybe discrediting Nicola by making her look mentally unstable and then vanishing her is part of that process. So I agree. If you want me to revisit this full interview, you know what I'm like. I can't just do 2 seconds on a clip. I have to play it and watch it and break it down. And we have got the second half of Paul's other interview to do. There's 10 minutes left of the other interview, so we can do another red flagger. I'm quite happy to do it, even though, you know, her body has been found and it seems a little bit different now. I'm still quite happy to do it. And yeah, this video I haven't completely exhausted, have I? So maybe look out for that in the future, yeah. Next. Simi's back again, and then we've got some other people. So here's Simi.
So within the last half an hour, Lancashire Police have released that the body that was found near to where Nicola Bulley went missing is actually that of Nicola's herself. Yeah. I say actually, but it's not a surprise. I think many people, including myself, drew the conclusion that the body they found was Nicola's. I want to first of all say rest in peace to Nicola. We do not know what she went through, the moments leading up to her death, the days leading up to it, the months and the years. We have no idea what that woman went through, and what she endured.
There's a phrase that's used in true crime circles, which is or investigative circles, I should say. You learn how people lived, and then you learn how people died. So there is a huge black hole here in that we have a picture of Nikki and we have Paul's testimony. But other than that, we don't know enough about how Nikki lived.
We know, due to the information the police released pretty late into the investigation, that she had problems with alcohol and menopause. Very sad to hear the news that the body is Nicola's. It would be sad regardless of whether it was Nicola's or not, because at the end of the day, someone's lost.
Well, it could have been some chuffer. There are some people, if they turned up dead, I'm not going to lose sleep over it, I'll tell you that. I'm just saying that, fucking hell. Let me not go there.
So it's very sad. I just wanted to ask Super Chuffer.
Yes, me.
Since Paul, her partner, was trying to warn the investigation away from the river where Nicola, you know, we now know that Nicola was found in the river, or supposedly, let's just say. Do you think this was Paul's way of trying to kind of like potentially sabotage the investigation? Obviously, this is speculation.
Okay, yeah, so I think that in the event that Paul was guilty and he was trying to manipulate things, I think that he was looking for a window of opportunity to move the body into the water or from place A to place B. I think at this juncture they wanted the body found. They don't want this to drag on. They don't want more speculation. They want to be able to prove that it's, or create the case for a suicide. And I maybe was saying that after a certain amount of time in the river, certain amounts of evidence, DNA evidence and bruising may not be as easy to understand. So maybe it's a case of, you know, I wanted this body to not be found early, but I did want it found. That's where I'd go with that, in that theory. In the event that Paul was guilty, he has been talking with the dive crews, not necessarily to push them away, but to wait and learn and be opportune. This is Scorpio Nads 666.
I think this case has been portrayed in such a way that it's encouraging everybody to question it and to have an opinion. And then when we do, we're being told not to speculate. You know, I think what's with that? They say no, you know, don't let a good crisis, you know, go to waste. Is that what this is about? Is this about like censoring people's free speech and some legislation that's going to come in to, you know, to stop people like us that go against mainstream media?
I want to let it all play. Let it all play, and then I'll answer it. Yeah. So,
you know,
legislation.
I don't know. I think it's very sad that this woman's lost her life. I think it's dodgy. There's no way that body was there. There's no way she's been in the river, because, you know, come on, it doesn't make any sense. And if she has, then that's rubbish work from the police, isn't it? And the diving squad, who were meant to be the best.
Yeah.
You know? Also, I think that everybody is going to be like, hey, fuck the police are thick. But come on, they're not really, are they? I mean, some individuals might be, but as a whole, they're not that stupid. If we
and it's going to cut off here. Yeah, it's going to cut off because we're out of time. So there's another one from Scorpio Nads, which I'll play in just a second. I'll deal with two issues here. Legislation, the police. So legislation, I find it, again, a bit of a reach that we would do something so extraordinary like this in order to push that legislation. They've already tried to push legislation that removes your right to protest. That was, in my opinion, and let's not get into this, but it was part of Brexit. Brexit was sold to the common people, normal people like us, to be about immigration, taking back your borders, to be about rules and control. Rules and control. So Brexit now, not being part of the European Union, they can do what they want. Now they can remove your right to protest. You couldn't do that in the European Union because the EU would have said bollocks, mate. So I worried about that at the time. I think there are cogs turning to create a more... it's not about easy to govern necessarily, it's about easy to rip them off. I mean, look at what Nadeem Zahari did with all that tax money. You know, look at all those contracts that went through the COVID. I think sometimes people get their hand on the money pipe and they want to pour it all into their pockets, but I don't think they necessarily plan 6 years ahead when I'm going to get my hand on the money pipe. I think everyone gets a little turn on the money pipe if you're in their conservative group, and you all pour it towards each other and all that. You know, you're getting on the money pipe, but you would pass rules to make it easier for you to stay in power and easier for you to keep control of this, but to conjure up events so that we can, like, I think there's too many dominoes that get in the way, but I appreciate the concept. So when it comes to legislation, don't worry so much about what this could cause in the future, because I don't think we'll accept it. Another really interesting point was, during COVID, one of my friends who is Italian was saying that Boris Johnson's talking about getting the police to support, the army to support the police, and like the army will be out on the streets and stuff, and that was raised in the media at one point, but only as a logistics thing, only as driving trucks, because we live in a very free and like our principles, our Britishness, all this Brexit negativity that I'm not a big... I think we should forget that about what I think, and it's done. We're an independent island now. But there's bolster and Britishness. There is a negative aspect and a positive aspect in some ways with nationalism. Nationalism we're talking about, of course, so it's not necessarily the best thing, love thy neighbour and all that. But I don't think the British people will allow themselves to be... I think there's a limit to what we will allow. And at some point, we will say enough is enough. And even if you might think this is difficult, this is this now, like the right to protest, and all this, I think there will be a point where people don't accept it. I don't think it's easy. Like, bear in mind, we haven't got a history of being communist. We haven't got a history of like in communist countries, they actually had this authoritarian rule. We weren't Nazis in Germany, were we? We weren't in the war. We were fighting for freedom. So we're built on some principles that ended up like being like core principles. So I just think there's something in our national psyche that won't let it go so far. But who knows? So I don't think that it was an organised thing on that front. And then the second one, the police. I think the police, yeah, they're not thick, they're not stupid, but it's not well funded. So if you want a really good job and lots of money, you're not aiming to be a policeman anymore. You're aiming to be something else, because more money. You're probably better off being a TikToker, for Christ's sake. So the public services need funding. End of. More money, better people, more people, they do a better job. Simples. I'm going to take your second comment here, Scorpio Nads.
So that Peter Fording guy also
See you, Dean.
Had to do his little interview about why he missed Nicola's body when he, claimed that he was definitely going to find her if she was in the river, and his excuse was, I wish she was in the reeds. So, well, that clears that up, because obviously, she wasn't in the river, she was in the reeds. That is a lame excuse. I don't know why he didn't say that she wasn't there when he looked, unless it was in an area where he didn't search, because I'm not sure if I'm 100% right on this, but I think they said there was some area where he wasn't allowed to search. Could that have been the area that she was discovered by a member of the public yesterday? Also, there's a whole 23 thing as well. Like,
yeah, I'll cut that off there because I don't really go into that myself. I'm not really down with that. But not being able to search in the reads, we discussed. We had a look at it. It's interesting. Yeah, it's a shame. One thing that came up in chat, just Richard Howard said about you were surprised when martial law didn't come into effect. This was the conversation I had with my Italian friend, and I had to explain to them that you can't have the army police the people, because the army are here to defend the people. Like, this is the Queen's army. Like, we don't like. And I was joking with her. I was like, we don't have this history of Mussolini. Like, we own the army. They're for us. Like, it's the Queen. Well, not we, but the Queen, and the Queen defends us. We defend the Queen defends us. God save the Queen. She's dead now, but God save the King. We've got a slightly different system, and everyone hates the monarchy and all this politics and all that, but it's just the core. I mean, I'm not making a political point here. I'm just saying that the minute you turn the army on the people in the UK is the minute that I stand against the government and take them down. Like, it cannot stand. It cannot stand. So that's where I feel that other countries might be able to instigate some sort of social control through those mechanisms easier, not just the army, but these other mechanisms. Britain, more difficult. People are generally a bit more switched on, and they're generally a bit more, it's almost like this American idea of freedom, but it's something that we've had for a lot longer, isn't it? And we've had a time to deal with and work out ideas, so I don't think we're going to accept it. The reeds obstruct the sonar, but he didn't go over the weir. So I thought he did go down further up, but I don't know. Right now I'm not going to dig too deep into that because we've got a load more messages to come through. I'm also going to say, please don't send me any more messages today, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to get through them. Sandy Tips has sent me quite a few. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a couple from Sandy Tips, then I'm going to play the other people, and then I'll come back to Sandy Tips and see if we can finish them all, because there's quite a few from Sandy Tips now. Let's have a look.
Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to say about you walk a dog, and so do I, and he's right next to me here, and he's also a spaniel, very lively spaniel. I've never known a spaniel not go in the water when they walk next to the water, unless they're on lead, by the way. But that wasn't the point that I wanted to make, and I don't know if you've said this or anybody else has said this in the chat, so but I have a tendency to lose things quite a lot. I'm always dropping things, like a glove or whatever. And dog walkers tend to put your item on. They don't just leave it there if they see it.
This is true.
Which I find quite irritating, because I go retrace my steps and then the item's actually not there, and I've been looking down all the time and haven't noticed
it up
it's
high,
on the
don't they?
bench over there.
Yeah, on the bench.
Or it's stuck on a fence. Say, like recently I dropped a glove and it was on this hedge which I'd walked past and gone all the way back, retracing my steps, and then came back again. I'm like, and then see it on a hedge on the way back. But obviously you're not going to do that with a phone. You're going to put it on a bench. And there's this
or in your pocket
picture. Can't put the picture here, can I?
No.
That I've seen of the.
You're going to get cut off now.
I don't
look.
know if it's like a.
Next.
Sorry, I hadn't finished talking
Yeah,
about the
carry
picture.
on.
This picture, which I would like to be able to find a way to show you, but you can't put pictures.
Yeah,
It's
we've got
a phone on it and a
limits.
lead, and the lead is not the dog's lead, because you can see that in other photos, unless they got a new old lead, because this is an old, shabby, crappy looking lead. Their lead looks like this brightly coloured retractable lead.
Right.
So there's a lead on the bench and there's a phone, and actually the phone looks like an old phone as well to me, but maybe it's just a shit picture. But so what I thought is either that's just a picture of two random items that someone like Sky News have set up, or some person has just picked up items that they've seen as they've been walking along, and they maybe thought these two items were together, and they're clearly not, because that's not the right lead, or they just happened to pick up another item on the way, like they saw this phone, picked it up, and then a bit further on there's some random lead which just looks like some old shitty lead. But I mean, God, it could be evidence for all we know. It could be the flipping, it could be relevant. But my point is that they focus on this 10-minute window, the police, And
she's going to get cut off again because the time runs out. You only get 1 minute 30. She's managed to get all the way around to the point, but run out of time. So we'll listen to the next one. But I will say, I think that is interesting. You know, it's been taken as read. This phone and this lead, they're connected. They're part of it. They're in it. Oh, it's absolutely from day one. Nicola's dog's lead, Nicola's harness. You know, Nicola's phone. The phone referenceable. You know, it's Nicola's phone. But who knew at that first point whether that was her lead and phone? And I suppose Paul must have gone down and verified it. But yeah, anyone could have moved anything, touched anything, brought anything to the scene just before that, and we just go on. I guess it's verifiable, isn't it? What do you think in chat? That the phone and the lead were found on the ground and someone picked them up. The water might have been too cold for the dog. Willow went in the water in the past. What person leaves a trail when they want to commit suicide? Someone did describe the idea that they might have left these things at this bench because it's like a marker point, and then gone through the gate and wandered off. You know, like drawing a line at some point, leaving these things, going off. But you know, I don't find it to be that convincing, and I find it also to be too easy. If you're trying to make a cover up, I think this is what you would do. So. Sandy carries on.
Sorry. The part 3, me again. I'll try and make it brief.
Go on then.
The police are focused on this 10-minute window. Ridiculous.
Exactly, yeah. Ridiculous.
At this specific area, this bench area, where the experts saying, and so are other top brass police wading in and saying. How ridiculous, you know, she wouldn't have drowned in 2 meters of water, 2 feet, of water, which is how it was in that area immediate to the bench. And that's put this expert diver off, because they've been saying, in fact, he should know better, that it's not necessarily that area that she went in. I don't know what's happened to her, but if she did go in, they have limited it so much that they've made it incredulous. People just don't believe it, which is what has made everybody so suspicious. Also, media has been invited by family members, by their media connections. Emma White, particularly, in her media connections, and that's what has sparked all this. It's not some mystery as to why there's this public interest.
Sandy continues.
God, I can't shut up now. Right, so I also wanted to say that sighting, apparently...
Do you know what? I just got to break in there as well. I'm really enjoying this. I should have... I didn't know how long this was all going to take, so I'm going to try and push through and get through all these messages. There are a few here, okay? But I am really enjoying hearing different people's voices, their opinions, getting them on the stream. I'm really lucky that people want to send me messages, and I'm lucky that... Thus far, these people are interesting, intelligent, thoughtful people. You know, if you're thinking in the future when we do a next phone in, if you're considering sending me a message, look out for the notification on YouTube in the community thing that I'm doing it, or on Twitter. Look out for that and get involved, because it is working quite well, isn't it? It's going quite well. Let's go back to Dan and listen to Sandy.
Now I heard this right back at the beginning, that the site they keep saying it's a sighting of her in the top field, upper field, and speaking to 2 people, and it was a man with a fluffy white dog who supposedly spotted them, but then I think that's changed as well. But I also remember hearing that this person didn't spot them from the field, they spotted them from a bridge. And to be fair, it's made me think that there could be a woman there. I could look like Nicola from from that much of a distance. I've got similar hair colour to her, similar length. I often wear a dark coat, and if you've just got the right dog there, people are often recognised just by their dog. Often you don't even know what another dog walker looks like. You just know what their dog looks like. So what my point was, I know I'm going to have to say this on the next one.
Yeah, it's running out of time.
I now feel under pressure. That it could have been Paul walking the dog and there happened to be a woman that he was speaking to. And I bet you that lots of women look like Nicola, not necessarily just Emma White. Lots of women around that area will look like.
Poor Sandy, she keeps getting cut off. Quite like Sandy now. Out of the people that have called in, Sandy feels like a fully rounded character in my mind. Do you know what I mean? Like a real. You're all real people, but do you know what I mean? Like, and also because I can see Sandy's left us a further 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 messages. So let's carry on with what she's saying here because she got cut off.
Last one, I promise.
Last one. It's not the last one. There's another 5, you chuffer.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of women that look like Emma, and it.
Yeah.
But then, I know that doesn't make sense, does it? Because this person would have come forward if they'd have seen Paul in the field. Now it doesn't make sense.
No, it could still. No, for all we know, Paul put on a wig.
But as you said,
It's raining again. I couldn't
and
be
I
happier.
feel uncomfortable with assuming that an eyewitness has got something correct, especially if they're not coming onto the TV. I don't like the fact that, like, if you like when you look at
Just going to pause Sandy there. Thank you very much, Lorna. Thank you. I keep saying it tonight, and I need some way of expressing gratitude that doesn't sound like I'm just repeating myself, because it really does come from the heart. I really do appreciate it. I have been on the internet for quite a long time, and in other guises, like I've done a few crowdfunds here and there, but what I'm looking for now in this long-term perspective is creating a media product that is sustainable because people support it and we have a sponsor. In the long term, I'm hoping to take some of the pressure off you guys and girls. That was very sexist of me, you guys. I'll take the pressure off the audience by getting a sponsor involved. More sponsors mean less pressure off the audience, but also by having you subscribe, support like this. Hopefully we can get memberships up on the go and other stuff like that. By having that open, what it does is it means that you can drive the content in a certain direction. Like you can have your say. And on top of that, it means that I'm not beholden to an advertiser or to YouTube advertisers or to, like, this thing gets more popular, so I have to do this. Like, I can be beholden to what really matters to you. So I'm really, really grateful for that, yeah. I paused Sandy there, and we'll come back to Sandy. I want to make sure we get everyone's voices on, and then we're going to finish with Sandy because she sent me a lot more messages. Fast becoming my favourite person on the message system. If you're watching, Sandy, I really appreciate it. But in the future, we might have to limit how many messages everyone's allowed to send. Okay, Jimmy here. This is Jimmy.
Hi, Super Chuffer. Just like to say that you're doing marvellous work
Thanks.
on what you're doing. A shame the police couldn't dig a bit deeper. It's great for what you're doing. When watching your channel, I saw the video that you put up with Emma, and she had a face full of makeup. I mean, if your best friend is missing, you'd be standing there crying, not standing there with a face full of makeup. And you think she looks suspicious on the video, because definitely I think she's showing signs of suspiciousness. But keep up the good work, my friend. And I have to ask you, why do they call you the Super Chuffer?
Okay, I will answer
just
that.
curious. I've been watching your videos for a while. Keep up the great work, my friend.
Thanks. When I started on YouTube, my very first ever YouTube channel, I called it my actual name because I was naive, like my full name. You're probably not supposed to do that. So you have to have a different name, don't you? And you might notice on this thing here, this actually says Ganjikidd, coffee.com/Ganji. I don't know if I can change that now. I used to be called Ganjikidd because it was my gamer hand. You know, you log onto the game and you have to put a name in, and you have a funny name, and I was like 15 or whatever, and I chose something stupid, and that's stuck forever. So, but Super Chuffer, I wanted to try and create,
Raining again.
certainly on YouTube where we are. More tippies, thank you. Certainly on YouTube where we are. I'll give you some tips. And then I'll just quickly look down here. Julie bought me a coffee. Thank you, Julie. And it said it on the telly as well. First thing I wanted to say about, Super Chuffer and her makeup. Okay, so the reason I've gone for Super Chuffer is I didn't want to swear all the time on YouTube because I'm aware I am sort of setting an example. I do smoke. I didn't start by smoking. I used to lean off camera like this and smoke and like lean off camera, but I looked stupid and everyone knew what I was doing, so I just accepted what I was doing. I'm going to try and cut it out in the long term. But if I use a swear word every time I want to swear, then it's not just YouTube algorithm stuff. It's that I'm setting a bad example because I don't need to swear all the time. So I started saying chuffer all the time. Like, what's a chuffer mean? Oh, you stupid chuffer. Oh, you chuffer. You big. Oh, you've heard me saying it. There's a chuffer. He's a right chuffer. It's chuffing on. You keep chuffing on all the time. It's those sort of words. So I thought I was using it a bit, and I was looking for a different name. I might have to change Ganjikidd, I might have to set up a new one of these with a different name or something. I don't know. But I don't know if they let me change it on coffee.com. But yeah, so I've been changing my name a little bit on YouTube until I found the right one. And it feels like this is the right one. It feels like this is the right one. So choo-choo in chat now, Lady Penelope. Yeah, it feels like Super Chuffer is the right one. So I'm quite happy to go with it. It doesn't really mean much. It's just like, instead of calling someone a super fucker or a stupid fucker, you can call them a super chuffer. And that's me. I talk a lot of chuff. Yeah. So next up on the list, we've got Mr. Wilson, who hasn't given me a first name, so I have to use the surname. But Mr. Wilson.
Hi, Super Chuffer. It's Mr. Wilson here. I've always had this thought that maybe Nicola was never there, that maybe somebody else had her phone.
Yeah.
Do you think that the phone was planted there by somebody else?
Yes.
Or do you think it was actually that Nicola left the phone on the bench?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you think it was planted there
I think
by
planted.
maybe the person who's done this?
Yeah.
But it's great that you keep an open-minded about this and keep up the good work.
Thanks. I'm so open-minded, but not so open-minded my brain falls out. Yeah, I think that I will remain open-minded, and if you've watched today's episode, then you've heard some various different ideas. And also, if you check out the lives that we've been doing recently, I've gone in really heavy on the idea that these chuffers could be involved. So my personal feeling, if you asked me to go into a casino and bet my money on it, is that I would say it's foul play, Paul is involved, and it's a setup. And the cover-up is designed to make it look like a suicide. That's what I'd say. Yeah. People like you in chat there, Wilson. They're big fans. Did you want me to do the Wilson? He doesn't have his hand on his face. That's Wilson has a hand on their face. I don't know why I did that. Now I'm doing Alien. But like Wilson, they like you, Wilson, in chat. So well done, Wilson. I've got a short one down here from Ding Lick. So let's listen to this.
All right, Super Chuffer. Is it just a coincidence that Nicola Bulley's body was found in a section of the river that is right next to the road? I've had a look on the map, can't see a section of the river that's closer than that exact bit where her body was found. Easy access for a car.
I like it. We're on the same page there. It would have been much nicer if you were innocent, had the body washed up somewhere inaccessible, wouldn't it? That would have led people to feel much more comfortable with the idea that someone had not put her in the river. And it does make you wonder about the level of criminality. Like, I suppose, you've got to look at this in two ways. One, why would you put it so close to the road? That's a stupid thing to do. But on the other hand, how are you lugging this body around and dumping it in somewhere else? That's difficult. So for ease of doing it, it reminds me of, and this is going to be so disrespectful to Nicola in a way, but it reminds me of the chuffing, when you go out into the countryside and someone's left an old mattress. You know that, when they've left an old mattress? And there was a lay-by opposite, you're right, there's a lay-by there, little lay-by in the road. There it is, the lay-by. When someone's left an old mattress, or a washing machine or something, and you're like, what the fuck is this on the dog walk for? Who's come down the dog walk and dumped this? Some people are saying in chat it could be no coincidence. It reminds me of that sort of fly tipping. And I always think about that, you've got to be stupid, because I go dog walking, I go driving around the countryside in my car, and if I see someone now in a van parked up, I slow down and have a look. I'm like, are you finished with your old fridge, are you? Do you want to dump that as well? Because, I'll tell you, this is a funny story, but people are going to think I'm an idiot, but I was walking my dog once, my old rescue dog, and he used to bite. I shouldn't do this because I need to focus on what we're doing, but I'm going to do this anyway. You want to see my dog? This is my old rescue dog, but you can see my new dog, but he's not in the room at the moment. I'm smoking in this room and I've got the door closed, but you can see my dog at some point, absolutely. But you can see my old rescue dog if you go to... on this channel, I've got other channels, like I said, and Battery Exhausted is like my B-side. I used to put up all sorts of stuff on here. So if I go here, I can find Navin. This is my old rescue dog. This is the dog that I was... where is him singing? This one. This is the dog that I was talking about. Oh! So this dog used to bite people, I'm telling you. Like, he'd bite your boots. He's not a bad dog, but he'd go for like certain aspects. Now I had to keep an eye on him. You know, he's a rescue dog. He had his difficulties. I think he'd been abused and kicked. Anyway, so I'm on this dog walk, and I'm careful about my dog walk because I don't go up to other dogs and stuff and all that business. And there's this big bus parked up by near where I live, and this guy's in his bus and he's eating his sandwiches. And I'm going past on my dog walk, and my dog's messing about, and he throws this crisp bag out the window, and my dog is immediately over there like. And I've got you can't just grab something out of this dog's mouth. He might go and bite you. You know, it's like not easy with this dog. So it's all over the crisp bag, and I'm dealing with it, and I'm not happy with it, to be honest. So what I did was I took the crisp bag and I went up to the bus and I knocked the window, and he opened it, and I fucking put it back in the window, and I was like, I think you dropped this, mate. I'm such a tool. I start these problems, and he opened the window. I didn't start it, he did it, but anyway, he opened the window, he took the crisp bag, and he fucking threw it back at me, like at me. And at this point, I was infuriated, so I walked around the front of the bus, and I got the dog in one hand and I got the phone in the other, and of course, you know, I'm taking the front of the bus and I'm videoing it, and then I've got the thing and I'm throwing it back, and I'm like, said to him, listen mate, you know, round here we clean up our rubbish, we're nice people, so you can fucking have this and take it back. And he got out the fucking bus, and I didn't realise, but he was much bigger than me. ZTV has sent me tippies. ZTV, thank you very much for the tippies. This chuffer was much bigger than me. Great chat, keep up the good work. Thank you ZTV, thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, it's all going in this kitty, and I'm going to use it. I'll show you chuffers. You know, we're going to create a target, and we're going to create some good media out of this. I'm going to get guests on and all sorts. So this chuffer comes out of the bus. He's like 2 foot taller than me, and I'm a big chuffer, and I'm like, oh god, and I don't want to have a fight with him. No, that's not what I want to do. And the worst thing that could happen is he could come near me and my dog would bite him. So I'm in my heart of hearts, what I'm thinking is, please, Navin, do not attack this man. Whatever happens, I cannot be going in the prison for my dog attack the man. So I'm trying to control my dog, and he's come over and he's shouting at me, and he's giving it some. And at one point, I think it looked like he was going to swing at me, so I had to do the ducking. And when I did the ducking, trying to avoid the swing, I thought to myself, this is the minute where my dog bites him. So I'm looking for the dog, and I've looked over, and the dog's just up the tree, having a waz, sniffing around. The dog doesn't care. This dog will only ever bite me. This dog will not bite people to protect me. He doesn't care. It's like I would have been walloped. I had to say to him, back off or the dog will bite you. And he was like, no, he won't. In the end, he didn't come to blows. I was able to say, look, calm down, you mad fucker. It's only a crisp packet. And I think he was worried I'd already got the video of his bus, but you know, it was one of them. That was a funny story anyway. I don't know where that came from. But I agreed with Dinglick there. I agreed with them. So we've got a load of Sandy tips coming, and then we've got James, Di, and George Chapman to finish. So let's go, James.
I say whichever. It's James.
Sorry, yeah, he APM bus APM in chat there. Bus wanker, yeah. He didn't help me. This dog didn't help me. I'll tell you what though, you wouldn't have broken into my house with this dog because he'd have been flying at you. But on the walk, he just wanted to go out and smell the trees and stuff, you know. That was all he was interested in. Super chuffer. Right, hello James, sorry, I cut you off there.
James DeVale. I can see that you've got your suspicions on Emma and the husband.
Yeah.
Same field as me. And I can see that you're really convinced that it's one of them, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I say convinced. I mean, I'm able to just be on the internet and say a thing. So, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. I might be wrong. It's okay if I'm wrong, because I'm just a person on the internet. I'm not leading the investigation. So it's okay if I'm wrong. But yeah, I've got gut feelings. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'll agree with that. And sometimes you just have to make it. Rather than sit on the fence and be all airy-fairy about it, I'll just speak my mind, and it's okay if I'm wrong.
Do you think anybody else could be involved, or are you convinced that it's Emma or the husband?
Okay, do I think anyone else can be involved? I think the issue with Emma and the husband, I worry sometimes about the sister, because we did see just a brief moment of a flash of a smile in her interview. I do worry about the sister, and I think if you're attracted to Emma, you might also be attracted to her sister, because they're very similar. So, similarities there, attractions there. You might also be exposed to her over family events. There might be times where stopovers happen and she's around more than Emma, so it might be that. I also think he could be playing both. You can be a bit of a Jack the Lad. You can have a couple of people on your phone. If you're prepared to have one illicit affair, you might be prepared to have more. Also, I think with Emma, that she might be... I get the feeling that, okay, I'm going to talk and you're going to have to just hear what I say, and if it just comes out as rubbish, it comes out as rubbish, but I get the feeling that sometimes in a relationship, somebody has, in the context of today's domestic violence talk, I don't really want to say heavy stuff, but I've always felt that somebody's got the stick and someone's doing the poking. Yeah? And if you're the one with the stick and you're doing the poking, your life is good, isn't it? Because you're poking someone and saying, "Oh, get me this, do that." And if you're on the other end and you're being poked by someone, it's not as nice. Some people hold more balance of power in certain relationships. And I get the feeling with Paul and Emma is that Emma wants Paul more than Emma. Emma wants Paul more than Paul wants Emma, is what I feel. And Emma is prepared to do things because she's jealous of Nicola's life and jealous of and wants these things. And I got this feeling, we talked about it in the last episode about Single White Female and other films like that. I got that feeling about it. So I would say I'm pretty happy to say that I think Paul is in some way, it feels to me like Paul might be having some sort of an affair. It's also possible that Nicola was, and that she got found out. That is also possible. But just because Paul's having one affair doesn't mean he can't have two. And I think that's basically it. I would also say that I think that Emma could be asked to go a bit more and above and beyond what Paul, maybe Paul's a bit scared of how Emma is able to do some of these things. Maybe it's even, more of somebody else, the bunny boiler, yeah. And, maybe it's, more of Emma's idea than it was Paul's, or maybe, I also, when I was talking it through, when we were doing the red flagging, one of the feelings I got, because we talked about the CCTV pictures and the mark on the face, and Paul had to come down and sort things out. I got the feeling that it might have been that maybe Paul had to break up a fight between his wife and his affair, that they were physically fighting, punching each other, and that Paul decided to protect his affair and not his wife. Do you know what I mean? In the flash of the moment. I got the feeling of that, maybe in some way. Yeah. But these are all just conjectures, bear that in mind. You've got a name on you. Northern Lass Ellie. That's a proper name. Proper name, innit? Proper northern name. No fucking about with no southern names. Sorry for emulating the accent there. Thank you. Thank you for tipping in with the chippies and the tippies. I really appreciate it. This is Di.
There was mention of two suspicious men talking with Nicola at the far end of the field. The old man, I think, with the dog, seen them. That was the very far end, and that was the last place she was physically seen. And I know they've said they've traced her phone over to the bench, but that's not to say she definitely took it over to the bench herself. And there was one theory that I read somewhere that suggested something may have happened at that far end of the field, and that it was another person that moved her phone to the bench. And off they went, and there may have been two of them in the first place, and Nicola is left or taken from that very far exit. Nobody's mentioned it again. Can we talk about that?
Yes, we can. Yes. I'll tell you what, I will shout out again my friend here on Twitter. Let's hope that Twitter doesn't come up with anything horrible here. And let's search Twitter for Madeleine. In this live that we did, it was like a Twitter space, and you can access it on Twitter here. I retweeted it as well, so it'll be on my Twitter as well, which is @InformalFilms. The person who runs this account, I don't know if it's okay to say her name because she doesn't publicly... Well, she does publicly say it. Her name's Isabel, I think. Isabel, on these Nicola Bulley discussions, makes more of a case for that. In fact, she's got a lot more information than I've got and has aggregated a lot more information. She's also talking to local people and verifying their credentials before she shares the information they give her anonymously. So, assuming that's all above board... She's doing a really good job of aggregating all this information, and during this discussion, that is her theory. That's her theory, is that when we're looking at this map and where Nicola was, is that she ended up at this northern aspect over here by the Rhone water, and in some way went through this gate. And we actually looked at that gate on that video, didn't we? And I said it was a bit big and a bit difficult, and either you've got the key or you haven't. But no, I'm totally open to that. And then someone takes the phone, they wander it down, the decoy is left here again. You know she's walking around here. You know she walks past this end. It's a known thing. So you can just get in your car, whip round to, like, when Paul says he runs down to the river, like the first time to go and search for her, we assume he comes down here and parks up here and runs down here to the river. But it could also be that you would drive your car around here and park up this end, and then you're just there, aren't you? So yeah, I'm open to that. I am open to it. And the person that I think shares that view is Madeleine Case Tweets. This person who's running this spaces on Twitter that is sharing this information that they're gathering about the Nicola Bulley case. So yeah, I'm going to say yeah. And I'll tell you what, Di, as well, I really like your accent. I've got family friends who live up Liverpool way, and it's a real joy to hear your accent. And I think that people, this is going to sound a little bit biased, but I think people from certain places in the UK have their heads on their shoulders, and Liverpool's one of those places. You don't grow up in Liverpool, and you don't grow up in Liverpool area and live a varied and interesting life and not get some street smarts about you, and some intuition. Yeah, there's a lot of intuition and street smarts. There's a lot of wisdom in the hearts of Liverpudlians. So yeah, I'll take that on board. Interesting, Di. A very feasible option. Yeah, and actually supported by an idea that when they were looking at the let's get this Google map, when they were looking at the phone data, and when that woman Kay Burley, who we got actually here, didn't we? I got her looking at this chuffer.
You knew Willow. I knew I'd seen.
Kay Burley and this chuffer walked the route, and it turned out there was quite a pace, but there was a bit of the route where it was slowed down. So she walked quite fast, and then she slowed down over this bit, almost as if someone was with her and they were talking and stopping and talking and moving and stopping. Maybe Paul was there. And then at this point, it all sped up again and came around very quickly. Almost as if someone was going either at full pelt, like running it down there, or maybe even someone had a vehicle of some description, a bike or something. I don't know. The shape of the lines and the wobble on the lines seemed to change in the different parts of the walk. I mean, maybe because she was using her phone and, slowing down in that aspect, I don't know. But yeah, there is definitely a case to be made for that. So I'm going to say interesting. This is George Chapman.
Hello, mate. How come somebody can make an account up 3 days before someone actually gets killed? How's that possible? This man that walks up and down the lane past the police and does the route that Nicky took, and he also done about the digging. How is this possible? How can he have an account 3 days prior to her supposedly going in the water? It's the same man that done the 23 on the seat. I would like you just to check this out. And by the way, they did not do the interview with Paul in his home. They did it in Nicky's friend's hotel place.
Agreed. Yeah.
It was in there. They didn't actually do it in his home. Wasn't there. I'd like you to check this out, mate, because I find it very funny. Even on the last press conference, this man is actually there. You can see his phone. It's like he's boasting. He was standing even when the one of the news people were giving the broadcast. He was standing with his phone, recording them, looking. I find this very strange, really strange.
Thank you, George. What a really interesting aspect of this. So we will dig this out now. The reason I haven't leaned on this much is because I said throughout this episode, you know, certain aspects of conspiracy and stuff I don't want to go too deep on because I just don't think it really holds too much water. I think it's easy to get run away with stories and then we lose sight of the realities, and what we want is to hold people to account for realities and crimes that might be a bit more simple but brutal. However, the truth of this is this YouTube account was started on January the 25th, 2023. It is called the Nicola Bulley case. It's a little bit earlier than when the Nicola Bulley case started kicking off by a few days. I think. I'm assuming that that's all correct. Nicola Bulley case wasn't in the news on January the 25th. It could be that you start a YouTube channel and then you change the name a couple of days later. That's possible. But it seems very strange. And then the oldest video is, of course, Paul Ansell's interview. Is he lying? You know, are you lying? These are 2 weeks ago these videos started. So it's possible that someone opened a YouTube channel this year and said, I want to start YouTube, but I don't know what I want to start doing. And this thing happened in the news and they started making videos. That's possible. I think what I don't want to do is say, because there's a funny coincidence, it means the Illuminati. Because out of all the people that start YouTube videos all over the world, eventually someone's going to start one just a few days before a thing, and then they're going to start covering that thing. Like, if you want, I could start a YouTube video now, a YouTube channel now, and just call it nothing, and then wait, and next week, whatever's big in the news, I'll start covering that. And it would seem that my YouTube channel sprung up the week before it happened. Weird. Like, I could make that happen with 10 channels, just by making a channel and waiting for something to happen before I start making content. So maybe it's that. The only way we're going to get real answers about this is if the person that runs this channel is prepared to come, like, you know how I'm on the internet and I'm being forthright and honest with my opinions and views, and that's okay, I think. And also, I'm not hiding, like, you know, I know there's a security issue about stuff, but, you know, I'm a normal person, I'm a real normal person, so I'm here being normal and real with you, and I'm not hiding behind any fake, you know, I'm not saying everyone has to be accountable on the internet, but I kind of feel we should be. So if this person wants to come forward and have an interview, maybe they can come on our channel and talk to us. I'm opening that door. You know, if you're watching this Nicola Bulley case, come here and talk to us. Get on the line. People have got questions. They want to know what you're doing starting a YouTube channel just days or weeks before this case. Was it just a coincidence? Why did you start covering this case? Maybe if we could hear someone giving their answers, it might seem more credible or normal or legitimate. Also, Newcastle, another part of the world where people don't fuck about, and, you know, you're not going to have much you're not going to have much success going around trying to, you know, spout a load of old nonsense. You know, you get your ass smacked. So yeah, very straightforward, very down to earth, very interesting points there. I hope it's just a coincidence. I'll say that. The one thing also I do think that's weird is that the press conference thing, I think that there's a limit. Like, the police are organising a press conference outside, and I said earlier that only the mainstream media here covering this with their microphones in, aren't they? Look, they've all got their microphones in, but this guy's here with his phone, yeah? So it's not just the mainstream media. This guy's managed to sneak in as well, get in the side door. Like, you can't throw me out, this is a public space. And they've sort of just said, okay, film it then. But he doesn't have the big posh mic and he doesn't have all the kit, so it doesn't look like he's correct or anything. But, you know, what's different about him than any of these other chuffers with a microphone? Well, a microphone and a badge saying I'm from CTTDV or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's got just as much legitimacy to be there as anyone else. Overall, I agree that it seems like a really weird coincidence. I think it's strange that he's bringing up this 23 thing and making a big thing of that. And I think there are questions to be asked. I would worry about leaning too heavily on 2 and 2 making 5 or 7, or, like, you know, it seems like a coincidence, like a bad coincidence that you could say, why did you start your YouTube channel in that, but it could be a coincidence. Oh, hello, adult dating chat. There's a coincidence. So, yeah, I'm going to say until further evidence can be, like, if you start putting together a case and you can show me other evidences, then I'll start agreeing that this may sound more fishy. But just it's a bit fishy and it's a bit fishy is not enough for me. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's not Illuminati. It's more likely that, like I said, if I started a YouTube channel today, I might not know what videos to put up. I might put up a video and it might be shit and I might take it down. And then this case might kick off and I might put up a video about that. And that goes really well. And then I might delete my other videos because fucking hell, I don't want my old videos of me talking about my teddy bears because this is going really well. So I want to be a Nicola Bulley channel now, so I'm going to rename it. Like, that could happen. It could happen. So, and I do appreciate, I'll tell you something else I appreciate, is the commitment. You know, actually being down there, being on the scene with the camera. There is some commitment here. So I applaud that rather than discredit it and say that social media should not be, you know, they should not be allowed to do it, sort of thing. So I'm pleased with that in a way. We have got a few more now. We've got Sandy Tips to finish us out, and she's left us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and she's my new favourite person. So Sandy Tips, let's go.
You can probably tell I haven't had much of an opportunity to speak to anybody about all my thoughts on this. And
Fine.
the other thing is that if she did go, if she was, they call it abducted, but I can't see it being like just a random person abducting it. She would have gone with somebody she knew, like how it happens with children. They usually don't just get abducted by some random person. It's somebody who's been grooming them, and that could easily have happened with Nicola. In fact, she might have started some secret relationship with somebody who she was meeting when she went on dog walks.
Yes.
And maybe, you know, he said that she was all organised that day. I didn't really like, I'm not confident that she was. We've only got his say so. But,
True.
You know, what if she was planning to run off with him and then she was going to pick up the kids later or something? Because I don't believe she'd leave her kids, because I just can't believe that. But that's because I'm a mum. And what if this guy, maybe she's pregnant, this guy, oh no, she's going through perimenopause, I don't know, but this guy had other, he was the one, somebody she was getting involved with, or somebody that she knew, trusted, you know. So I totally agree. In my mind, unless there's a,
She got cut off again. Look, poor Sandy keeps getting cut off. This is why I like her. Because she must see that time running out and think, I'm going to get cut off here. I agree, actually, in a way that, yeah, these people should sponsor me. They should. If they want to get in touch. I drink an awful lot of this. She should. It should be opened up to the idea that Nicola was also potentially seeing somebody else and that they could have been party to this disappearance in some way. The difficulty I have with that, though, is it would be very difficult to hide it from a controlling and domineering partner. So maybe that. But then again, you know, I've lived in that world. I've seen it. I know that people do these things. So, yeah, I agree with that. Whether they would want to murder her or maybe potentially take her away and give her a better life, you know, whether they'd want to murder her. In this instance, if that were the case, it might be that Paul discovers it and is jealous. You know, Paul runs down and catches them on the dog walk, and this other chuffer runs off and doesn't want to come forward, maybe. Or so, you know, you open up all these other conversation points, which is great. We're coming towards the end of the show tonight, so I'm not going to delve too deep into them, but I think they're great. And I'll tell you something, if people come on and leave me messages and you're consistent, and in the same way as I was saying earlier about moderation, you know, if you're regular in this chat, if you're regular in these messages, I can trust you not to come on the show and start saying ridiculous shit, getting me banned. Then we can even have there's another way of doing this, where the messaging in show, we can do this thing called Video Ninja. I can create a room, look, and when I create a room, I can invite you to the room, and then we can have you on your phone, you can join the room, and we can actually talk live as like a call-in show, like with a panel, so to speak. You can be on the panel. So maybe we've got that for the future. Obviously, I'm just getting to grips with being a streamer, working all this kit, and having a bigger audience. But I'd like to bring more voices in, so I'm really happy with that. Sandy can continue.
I totally agree that in my mind, Paul isn't cleared, and I don't feel like I trust the police enough to have done a good job on that.
Mhm.
Like, for example, if they're trusting mobile phone where mobile phones are, well, all he has to do is leave his mobile phone at home then, isn't it? If we're
Yeah.
trusting where people are, that everybody's with their mobile phone. So it is hard. In fact, it feels like the things that should make it better for us, easier for us to track people, and everybody to be more trackable, and everything to be more, we've advanced. They're actually the things that could trip us up, because mobile phones aren't like a part of our body. They can be dropped, they can be left. So yeah, I don't discount him. I just hope that the police would do a decent job on that, but I don't really trust that they would, to be honest.
Yeah, I find the same. Same worries.
That's that. I think I've finished now.
You think you finished, Sandy? You ain't. You got 3 more messages to go, you chuffer. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I was worried at the start that Paul's alibi was all based on technology, about CCTV or phone records, and I thought that was a loose way to justify an alibi. The Flow of Love wants to talk with me at some point. Yeah, there's going to be more streams. I also wanted to say, if anyone's joining the stream a bit late today, we looked at the suicide options, and one of the things we looked at about leaving the keys, and what Sandy's mentioned here about leaving the kids in the other message, we did hear some testimony from some people that have been through things like this and have described a situation where they were prepared to leave their children, and they would potentially have left the dog. Some people get, through no fault of their own, some people they go through some real difficult shit. So we shouldn't be too quick to judge what's logical and what's reasonable if suicide was an option. And I will repeat again, if we're talking about suicide, this is the Samaritans, it's in the UK, it's a free phone number. I'm not a mental health professional, but there are people that are waiting to always talk to people. Yeah, and that's what we're doing now. Sandy's got more. She thought she was finished, right? But she ain't finished. Sandy, let's go. There's another 3 messages from you, love, and I'm actually really enjoying listening to you, so let's go. What is a psyop? Okay, Vince, a psyop is when, I shouldn't say these words because I'll get binned off YouTube for saying the bad words, but the idea is that the government or the powers that be or some elites would create a fake news story. For example, I might pretend that there's a woman gone in the river so that we can sell a load of papers, and in actual fact it was all just fake and it was all just actors, and it just got people all het up. And it's an American thing, and the reason it's come from America is because in America you have all these shootings, and in America the confusion about the gun debate, is about right and wrong and who should own a gun and all this. And if you can write off some of these shootings as psyops in the minds of people who should be politically active, then you actually stir the pot. It's Russian collusion and American right-wing evangelical lobbying goes into the conspiracy theory. Who's making up these conspiracy theories and where are they being shared? I'll quickly say this, and I'll only say it quickly because I want to get back to what we're talking about, but also in this ballpark, on my channel, on the playlists, I've done this thing called Tartaria Uncovered, this playlist, and it's all about conspiracy theories and certain ideas. Flat Earth goes in there. I've said that word now, so I get binned off YouTube, but all sorts of stuff's in there. But there's a theme that I kept bringing up because I did a lot of investigation into some of these people that were doing it. We'll do some more in the future, just watching their videos and talking about their ideas. But what I found was that they'd like you to be confused so they can sell you a book or sell you an idea, some of these chuffers. And that the ideas they get, like if you're a right wing, it starts in America and it infects us over here in the UK. But if you're in America, right, and you're anti-establishment, and remember this, before Donald Trump, in America you had people who voted Republican, people who voted Democrat, and people who didn't vote. They were anti-establishment. They were they're anti-agenda, they're on the underground. They're like a social movement that threaten the establishment, yeah? So how do you deal with these people that if they all voted for a certain person would lend a great weight? Well, you get them confused and disoriented, and they're all on the internet sites, so you put out a lot of shit on the internet sites, and then they're all full of shit in their heads and arguing with each other. And so I worry that the ideas about psyops, the ideas, not that they are real, but the idea that they might be real, is a confusion, a smokescreen thrown into the mix by the right wing. Because who's ended up voting? Donald Trump came out, didn't he? And all this QAnon and Donald Trump and all those people that thought about psyops and false flags and all that, all those people, they get behind Trump and he wins the election. So it was a way of mobilising an electorate that weren't engaged. And it came from the most piss-poor, spurious parts of the internet. Dodgy forums. It's not like someone came out and did a whistleblower on the news. Like, it came out in all these dodgy forums and stuff. So I think it's just as easy. If you're against the elites and you're against the New World Order and all this stuff, why would you believe what some chuffer you don't know on the internet says? How come that's not the New World Order putting those bad ideas out there? Why wouldn't they talk to you on your level? So that's a worry for me. So in terms of psyops and all this, make America great again, yeah, I won't go down that path that far. And what I will say is that normal people like us, sometimes we get confused with ideas. And we're just normal people. So I don't hate anyone. Like, let's talk about Flat Earth as an example, because it's a bit more mundane and it's a bit more jovial. But, I don't hate anyone who thinks the Earth is flat. I just think they got confused by some chuffer who wants them to watch their videos and buy their book. And if you've been a bit confused and a bit disoriented, don't worry. I'll reach out my hands through the internet and I'll try and make things a bit clear. And I'll say, come with us and we don't have to worry about this. And if we all get together, maybe we can change something real in the world. Today we've talked about suicide and domestic violence. And if we have to talk about whether fake actors are pretending to do news stories, then we can't fix the world, because we're all confused about fake actors and news stories, and you don't get anywhere. But if you get together and decide that we're not going to stand for the police allowing systemic abuse of women, then we could get somewhere. That's actually a real thing that we can see in action and deal with. So I think a lot of those funny ideas have come from the very people that wanted to confuse and herd people to be voting for them. And you look at, people got different opinions about Brexit. But again, I'll go back to the idea that Brexit was about control. And control of the borders, apparently. But now they've got control. And Boris Johnson and, Donald Trump and all this and all your conspiracy theories all go hand in hand. It all helps them. If it's helping them, then fuck it. I don't want to be part of it. So I'm not down with the psyops and all that. I don't agree with that. Stick some hearts to this lady. Yeah, if you want to put your hearts in chat, you can do that. Yeah, I'll give 2 minutes pause for a bit of reflection on the sad, tragic circumstance of Nicola Bulley's death. Whatever the case, yeah, I'm prepared to do that. Yeah. And yeah, obviously, I'm not going to go any deeper than that on that Brexit stuff, because it's happened, it's over. I don't want to make enemies, I want to make friends. So whatever you thought about that and whatever I thought about that, it doesn't matter now. Like, we need to work together for the future, because ultimately we're going to have to live in it. So yeah, R.I.P. Nicola Bulley, rest in peace. It is a tragedy, and I do feel, and I'll be honest, at one point I felt I was going to shed a tear over this, because the world that her children have to live in now is awful. And it's been done to them. Even if Nicola herself is in some way, part of her own demise, I don't like that as a concept. I still feel that we should be looking at her caregivers and her loved one, like Paul. We should be looking at Paul, and someone, if anyone's going to have to take a bit of a, guilt on that, maybe him. Thank you, Vince. I have to get some sleep. I'm going to play these last 3 messages, and then I'm going to do the same, knock it on the head, because it's a big, long one tonight. But I am 5 hours in now. I'm starting to feel it as well. I can't stream for 10 hours at a time. I get a headache. Listening to myself talking all the time. There's a super chuffer. So let's have Sandy talk us out with the last 3 things, and I'll try not to overdo my input here. And yeah, yellow hearts in chat for R.I.P. Nicola Bulley. Oh, it doesn't like it again. Reload that.
Sorry, you've just provoked me to say more. Stop provoking me. Not provoke, that's not the right word. I can't think of the right word. You just said about suicide and maybe there's more. But no, I agree with your original position that because it's really rare, female suicide has become more common amongst younger women, and I don't disagree that this is a possibility because I am in perimenopause. I know I have been really low over this exactly the same time actually that Nicola was over the beginning of January. I get a bit of seasonal affective disorder as well. However, she's got children, and that is the reason why I would not. But that's also the reason that you can feel like doing it as well, because it's very hard. But it's really uncommon as well for women to commit suicide in this manner.
Yep.
Like look at the statistics, and it's all very common with pills, basically. I mean, you could be sitting by the river.
Yes.
Taking pills, I guess, down in it with something. But then why was the dog separated from her? That's one of the most confusing things.
As I said, I think someone explained it in this other chat I was in, where the idea is leaving the dog in the field, closing the fence on it. It can't get through the gate. It's like a line drawn across my life. Everything's left in there, and I'm now going to walk away. It could be that. And I do agree, though. It was said in chat earlier about poisoning being a more common choice. I sadly have been affected by suicide. I've lost people in my life, and one of them decided to take themselves away to a hotel and ingest I didn't know this was going to just suddenly hit me like this, so I'm sorry, but it does, again, it's, this person that I lost was an older figure, but their children are my peers, and my heart goes out to them. Yeah, they took a concoction of pills and they left letters for their family, and they were found by hotel staff. So I just think, I agree. I think there are other ways to go out, but you can't get into someone else's head on that. So if we're going to entertain suicide, we have to accept the river might be a choice. But I agree, it seems with the children and with other means and mechanisms of making yourself disappear, it does seem strange, and that's why we're here talking about it, isn't it? Sue, I'm really sorry to hear that in chat. We've talked about it today, and we've gone over it a couple of times, haven't we? And I've mentioned the Samaritans, and I'm sure you understand these things. It's a great tragedy in today's day and age that people should have to suffer in that way. And the people that do commit suicide, I see them as people who have suffered. That's all. People talk about. I'm not going to go too deep on it. I'm just going to say, they've suffered. So I have a lot of compassion for that. Yeah.
So I'll finish. Or will I? I think the dog. I don't know. I've got so many different I'm going off. My brain's going off in tangents all over the place about, about the wearing different hats thing. Like my brain is always wearing different hats, and so
I just paused that. The idea of the wearing different hats was in a different stream, where if you have if I put on my green hat, which you can't see because it's a green screen, but if I put on my different coloured hat, I should think a different way. And a good way to organise your thoughts is to say, okay, I'm going to start by thinking about it with my green hat on, where I look at all the positives. Then I'm going to put on my red hat with all the negatives, and I'm going to write, and if I'm not wearing this hat, I can't start thinking all these different thoughts. That's the point of the hats. So if you are having that, all these different ideas coming up in all these different ways, that's what the hats are for. Yeah, you've got to keep one hat on. You're not allowed to keep changing them. But Sandy, I'm enjoying Sandy's stream of consciousness here, so Sandy can continue to talk us out.
They can. My dog gets me into so many sticky situations. He's a spaniel, and he will go into somewhere he would have gotten into that caravan park, and if he could have got into where those chickens were, he would have done. I think they've got sheep as well. He will get into anywhere, and also there's I noticed there's a bit by that bench, which right down by the river, there's no fence, and he would have got round there as well and gone along the riverside there if he couldn't get into the water there. And I think he might have had second thoughts if it was really, really steep, although he could go down and get back up most steep. And he's the same sort of dog, and in fact he's a sprocker and probably even slightly less agile than a Springer. He's part Springer. He's very springy though.
I've got a Sprockle I've got a Sprocker crossed with a poodle. Excuse me, I do have to quickly blow my nose. It is an interesting point. I'm back. That's the COVID spreader there. I need to wash all my hands now. This is right. When we watched that video of the gate and everything, it does seem that if you were to abandon the dog in here and close the gate, that it might be that the dog might come up this way and sort of try and chase after you. And as you're walking up this path, it might get through this undergrowth here and in. It is also true that it might go in here. The thing about this is if you're regularly going here, then this is a hazard for you, so you don't let the dog off the lead. You know, you're aware of it and you stop it from happening. It might happen once, but you would stop it from happening in general because you're a responsible dog owner. So I'm sure that's an issue. I did kind of want to alight on Penny a bit more. She stayed out of the public eye, and I did sort of say that if you are culpable, or what's the word? You know, if you've done it and you stand there and hold the phone and wait for the police, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? That's a bit over the top. You'd think you would hide. And the fact that Penny was the person that found the phone, was here with the dog and all that, like if she's done her in and then he's here, but maybe someone's turned up and she's trying to do something with the dog and she's been caught in the middle and now she can't go away and she's got to go, oh yeah, I just found the dog. I mean, what is Penny doing over here? Does Penny walk in these fields with her dog then? Because she's got her own space to walk around in and stuff to do. So it does seem weird that Penny was out here at all in one aspect. And we did see those TripAdvisor reviews where Penny, to some people, was very difficult, but to other people has been very genuine and very kind. So there is a question mark, but not as much of a question mark as a red flag. And the reason for that for me is that she's there on the scene talking to the police. And I would have thought she would have tried to hide. But, you know, if you're going to get your DNA on that phone before the police go and test it, you might want to, I don't know. Penny the dog shooter, they've said. I've never heard her actually shoot a dog, but a lot of the time people threaten it. But how come I haven't peed for 5 hours? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I gotta go to Nunites. It's nearly midnight here. At the start of every episode, I say, hi, you're with Scott, I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. Because I had on an ASMR channel that I did, I started saying it. It's like my catchphrase when we start a show. But it is actually about to be midnight. So some interesting theories coming through in chat here. At this stage in the game, on today's episode, I can't go too deep on the Penny aspect. But, you know, if you want to make a whole thing of it, we could. I don't personally feel with us, you know, what we're doing here, us. I don't personally feel that I want to be the Nicola Bulley channel. And I don't also feel that I want to be the True Crime channel. I have got a regular guest host, Steve of the Dead, who is a forensic psychologist. So we do talk about those things a lot. And we've got plans with episodes that we want to do about narcissism and about the prison system and stuff. You know, we've got things to do. And now I've got all of you giving me input and we can start to open up your ideas. We can certainly... What I want to do is create a bit of a variety. You know, I don't want to be just this thing. But at the same time, I don't want to go too far out of a border where you're like, what's he talking about today, the chuffer? I'm not interested. So, you know, we'll get to that. We'll get to some more content. And if it is the case that we want to talk through some of these Nicola Bulley theories in more depth, we can do more episodes on them. I'm not certain as to what I'm going to do this week. I will be back this week doing more streams, but I'm not certain. We'll see how this case develops. But I'm very keen to make this clear. I'm lucky that all you people have come to watch this. I'm lucky, and Nicola's death has been actually a boon for my channel, but I don't want to feed off Nicola's tragedy, even though I know I could probably, if I did Nicola, this, I could probably get lots more views, but in the long term, I'm not going to be the Nicola Bulley feeding off her tragedy channel. I'm just not going to do it. So we will find other interesting conversations to have. And this week, hopefully, it will include domestic violence or violence against women in a wider context. And we can, when things come up and we all get interested and talk about them, like we do it, and then we take something from it and we can try and move and create something else and make a positive ripple in the world. You know, in Nicola's memory, if anything, create some good in the world from it as well. So I won't just focus on the horrible things all the time. Sandy's got one more message for us.
I just heard you saying about the searching his house. I'm like ridiculously obsessed with true crime, I'm afraid to admit. Well, I'm not afraid to admit because I think it's quite misunderstood and if you're not into it, you don't really know.
Pausing you there, Sandy. On the Thus playlist, we did a few episodes to get us going, and the sound balance might not be exactly perfect or, whatever, getting us going. But our second ever episode that's on the podcast list here is True Crime Drama featuring Steve the Dead. And I got the forensic psychologist to explain to me why people love true crime dramas. Like, what is it about true crime? Why are they watching it? Why are you interested in it? And I thought that was an interesting idea, huh? So there's an episode there for everyone to watch when in your own time. Carry on, Sandy.
But anyway, so you have to have probable cause. No, you probably know this, like how you'd have to have a warrant, but you have to have probable cause for a warrant. You can't just search somewhere because...
Absolutely. So what were they doing on day 1, 2 and 3 of this search? Where were they searching? Because they certainly weren't searching Paul's attic, were they? Unless Paul let them up there. They certainly weren't searching that. It needed to be criminal investigation, and until they found a body, they weren't prepared to announce a criminal investigation. And even now they found one, they still are not. So I do wonder about the power and the ability of the police to conduct a proper search. See you, Queen of Swords. You've been here in chat basically the whole time, haven't you? And I hope you've had a good time. I like your Anarchy A. I like that. A bit of a punk myself, deep in my heart.
You think it's likely? You have to have some kind of reason, and if he's been able to come up with enough to make him, they haven't been able to find anything. I don't know what specifically would count as probable cause, and so I'd have to have a little think about it. I'll tell you what, if he was rough, that would be probable cause. They'd have flipping gone and searched it, but because he's...
Well, actually, I'll pause that there, and I'll let you finish.
Bloke. Yeah. He's an engineer, and he probably talks good talk. I mean, he could be innocent, and he could just seem dodgy because he was hiding the alcoholism thing, and that was what made him sound dodgy. Like he was treating it like it was such a taboo thing.
I hope you're not going to run out of time now.
Like in the back of his mind that people can't know that.
Oh, she's let it run. Okay. I thought she was going to at least say bye-bye at the end. No, she used up the entire space of the message that you can leave. But yeah, Sandy, probable cause, reasons that you could search him if he was rough. The one thing I would say as well is the Tia Sharp case, which we discussed about in criminals who publicly appealed for their victims. In the Tia Sharp case, they... were reasonably working class people, and the police did search the house a number of times, still missed Tia Sharp up in the attic, still missed her, God bless her soul, and then got there eventually. But I do wonder about presentation to the public in that way. I think we have to hope that everyone sees justice and that it's not a class phenomenon, but I do take that point. If he came across worse, I mean, he did come across quite badly, that's why we're on him, but if he came across worse, then maybe it would have been harder for him. I also think there's a certain element of you need time and space to commit these crimes. You need people to sort of trust you in general terms, and I think Paul definitely got that benefit of the doubt from the police in those early days, didn't he? So there we go. That's all my messages. Oh no, I've got a few more now. Okay, look, this is the cut-off point now. George is allowed to say these last two, and then that's it. Right, no more after this.
All right, Chuffa. I think the reason why they put the bodies in that bush, I think because they weren't planning on it getting discovered so quickly. But I don't know if this is true, but there was a new detective supposed to be coming on the case. And it's funny how she's all suddenly just turned up now. I think maybe they've been spooked. They've had a body somewhere else.
Yeah.
And they've decided just to put it there.
I could do that.
Obviously, they probably didn't figure out that somebody was actually going to discover it so quickly. But I don't know if you've seen it in the video when that man walks up towards a police officer and the both of them people look at him it looks like they know him. Might just be me getting the wrong point of view, might just be me. But when they look at him, it looks like he actually knows them. So far as I'm concerned, he could have put them up to it to find that body because he was there at that time.
Very interesting,
He's been
George.
there, this man has been there throughout the whole lot.
Yes,
now,
George.
who would want to watch a news reporter and recorder? I don't know. You've got to look at it from a killer's point of view.
Yeah.
Okay, Chaffer, what about this? Why would she take her car keys?
Okay, I'll pause that there. Do you know what? I'm not going to play this full video and show these people's faces, but that does... Now you've said that, I like your intuition there, George. I do like your intuition. Is it not possible that this person who is making a lot of money and growing this channel, who is there on the scene, might want things to video? And is it not possible that this person that we don't know about could in some way, be I don't want to say actor, because that means somebody who's faking stuff, like an actor, but someone performing acts, like doing things. Could they in some way be doing things? They're there on the scene, and this idea that these people were in some way put up to it is interesting, because apparently they're a psychic or a medium or something. They look more like a large to me, but apparently they're a psychic, and it would be nice if a psychic found a body, wouldn't it? It would really help them out. So people with different vested interests raise red flags. I totally agree with that. I don't know enough about it, and we're coming to the end of the episode, but I'll say, yeah, really good points. Really worth investigating further, I think. And this is why with journalism, this is something to be said for journalism in favour of social media, is about credentials. Like on this story about Dan Walker having his face knocked in after being fallen off a bike. Of course, because this is proper journalism, you will see that it... Oh no, it doesn't. I was going to say you will see that it says who wrote the article, and you can see who they are, and they're a journalist and they work for a company. But no, you can't see who wrote the article, and the article is one of these where it's just written off a tweet. Again, so that's a shame. That's not a feather in the cap of journalism there. But this one, of course, the Nicola Bulley disappearance. There, look, Lauren Hurst and Ian Shoesmith. At least they're accountable for their words. This is who's written it, and you can in some way see them and their credentials on the BBC News, whereas somebody who's making a website that doesn't come forward and show their face, you don't know, and you have to ask these questions, and it raises these other questions. And it's not unknown for people to create interesting ideas for them to film, is it? So yeah, George does have excellent intuition. George has got one final question about car keys.
For a car, that means nothing. It is just a car. Why would you leave a dog that for your doors?
Yeah, and that final point, I guess you have to go back. In today's episode, we looked at these ideas about if someone were suicidal, it would be possible that they would abandon things that to any normal logical sense would seem beyond the pale. But apparently, from talking to a couple of women who have been through this sort of emotional experience, apparently you can get to that point. So there is a possibility there as well. So yeah, these people have been smiling and laughing too much in their interviews. Yeah, absolutely. So for the future then, the plans for this channel, the plans for you tonight are go and get some sleepy chuffers. But if you don't want to and you want to keep watching content, watch all of these podcast episodes I've done, because we work chuffing hard on them. Watch them, you chuffer. And then if you want to watch all my other, if you want to check out all my other content, you can just go through the lives. You can scroll down and have a look. You can go through the different playlists. You can check out my other channels and even videos on this channel, but they're more gaming related, and it was what I was doing on Twitch. I uploaded to YouTube, just put it like that. So it's not so important there for you, but there might be some bits and pieces there that you might find. The Mental Health Monday are all there. All the raw Mental Health Monday episodes are all there before I edited them and stuff. So there's some stuff there. There's lots of content on my channel while I'm not here.
I couldn't be happier.
Thank you, Snippies. Snippies, I'm glad that you're aware of what's going on today and you're here. Snippies is one of my longest supporting friends. Like, outstanding and chuffing well that she loves the callers too. Thank you, Snippies. Snippies has been supporting this channel for a long time. Not just this channel, me and my work, I would say that. You know, I've had her, she's had my back for a long time now. And so for us to be succeeding in this way, growing in this way, like, it's only the start for me. You know, 1,000 subscribers it's been enormous for me, but I really want to get to 10 now, 10,000, hit 100 and I'm cruising. I'll be happy with that. I don't need a million, but, you know, let's go somewhere. Let's do some stuff. Let's actually make some ripples in this world. And for the rest of you, like I say, I'm going to come back strong. I'm going to be doing more episodes, more interesting stuff. We are going to look into these different Nicola Bulley ideas. As the case evolves, we may look at it even more. But I also want to open up this subject into these other ideas. So look out for what we're doing next. You'll see it occurring. Look out on Monday next for the narcissism episode with my friend, the forensic psychologist, and I'll be inviting you on more and more. I'll be giving you the opportunity to speak your truths more and more, as much as possible, as you get used to being, as I get used to seeing you in chat and hearing you on the call-ins. I'll be more comfortable with having you on as an actual guest on your phone or on your computer, so you've got that opportunity to come up as well. The big step as well is I'm going to try and put together a package for memberships where you can feel you're getting some value out of it, and I create some extra media for you, and also we give you some really clear targets about what we want to create with that budget. Essentially, I look at it as a budget for creation of content. So at the moment we're on, I've gone up from level 1. You know, we're taking a step forward. We've made a big step forward in the last month or so, but we're on a journey. And it's about this is a little bit of that is Steve of the Dead. Yes, ACW, Steve of the Dead. Yeah. The journey we're on. Like, I want to actually, I'll put on a little video of a dog having its hair done, just to finish quickly. Shoe and Tree. This is a Korean dog groomer that I watch. So, I mean, I just like it because it makes me feel good at the end of these episodes that are all about death and murder and horror and all this. I want to talk briefly, quickly as well. We talked about mental health there, and there is a mental health resource through my channels. It's really important, like, that we carry each other along and that we move forward together in life. And I said this the other episode, like, I was saying about it to someone else in chat on a different thing the other day, but if you've got a goal in life, if you've got something to work towards, you know, if you're feeling like you don't, and if you're feeling like life is getting you down, then it's okay to take a break and reassess and build your energy back. But having something to work towards, having a goal, having something that you find a reason to get out of bed in the morning is important. You know, and it could be something small and strange and silly, like looking after a dog, or doing work for charity, or coming on YouTube and talking to you chuffers, which is what I do. But it's important to have something in your life that you move forwards towards. And if you notice anyone around you that's struggling, that's suffering, I've mentioned it earlier today, you know, we talked about it in part of the domestic violence thing. If you know anyone around you that's struggling or suffering or going inside themselves, we've all been through the COVID. We all know what that's like. You know, if you notice anyone who's withdrawing or going inside themselves, just be sure to look out for each other, you know, and in your own life, look out for yourself too. You know, give yourself a bit of pampering sometimes, because we all need it. So I hope you find some way of decompressing after today's episode. Watch the rest of my content, of course. Have a look at this dog having its haircut. And remember, your mental health is utmost important. So these things that we discuss, this work we do together, can sometimes get a bit heavy. And I try and make jokes and I try and buoy it along. And so, yeah, just make sure to do that. Make sure to look out for each other, because that's all we've got in this life is each other, isn't it? Really. And I'm not going to let you down. Like, I'm not going to change and go weird, or like I've been around the block enough to know where I stand and what I feel like. So I'm not going to let you down on that. You know, I'm not going to let you down. I'm going to try really hard. I'll try my hardest, and I'll reach out a hand for you to hold. And sometimes if you feel like you're in a hole, and like, you know, I'm in a hole too, but as long as one of us has got a hand up and the other one's got the hand up, you know, we can all reach out hands for each other. So, you know, if we all pull together, then we get somewhere, I think. Yeah. So you be good, my little puckos. Thank you all for being here in chat. I look forward to seeing you all again in the future. It's been a real epic episode today, actually, in a way. Didn't expect it to end up so epic, so big and expansive and interesting. I'm really grateful for all your voices. I'm really grateful for all of your different voices from all over the world, actually. Yeah, Cheryl, noticing you there, saying thank you to the Brits. Thank you, and good night from Germany there as well. I love it that we're rings around the world, you know, sharing love around the world. That's the most important thing. So yeah, you be good, and remember, if you this is my sign-off line, so I'm going to do it now. I'm going to sign off. Be sure to watch the rest of my content. I'll be really grateful if you did, because I've been working on it for 2 years. So yeah, I will see you anon, and remember, if you can't be good, you're naughty.